Welcome in. Hey, there's old Helmsy running. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we thank you for being with us. It's the Good Time Gang. We're off and running. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour, and hey, you never know this hour. You never know. That's what some of you love and some of you hate about this hour, because you never know. All right, so as we continue, let's bring them in. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Elms. What's up, boys?
Oh,
what up, boys?
Got a few things.
Oh, wow.
One, I got a package in the mail.
Ooh,
here at the studio.
I hope it ain't like that story we just read. Did you get that?
Well, I'll make a big mistake if I do. I brought this in here today because, and I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it is. Okay, but it is addressed, and I thank you two for this. Okay. This is the kind of stuff I have to deal with because of you two jerks.
That's what we're here for.
Yep.
And this is a FedEx delivery.
All right.
Doesn't have my name on it. You know what it says?
Bullet Head.
To Coach Bullet Head.
Yes.
Okay. I wonder what it is.
That's awesome, man.
To Coach Bullet Head, Rick and Bubba Show, and it's got our address. I haven't opened it yet.
Well, you need to open it.
And after that previous story, you want to open it now?
Yeah.
After that previous story you just gave, I'm kind of worried.
Right.
Well,
I appreciate.
Ooh, I like this.
What's that? What you got, buddy?
Oh, I like this a lot.
let me see.
Hold it up.
It's a Jack State logo. It says "Embrace the Hate."
Okay. That's
Embrace the hate.
I like that.
Everybody hates y'all?
Well, I mean, that's just everybody.
Who was it that got in trouble with that? Remember, somebody was it Texas?
Yeah.
Somebody criticized them.
yeah.
They criticized them for that.
Sark came up with those.
Yeah. Oh.
Embrace the hate, Jack State.
And it's just kind of great because you have
stir some conversation.
You have no idea what I have over here. One of your players sent me. You have no idea about it.
One of my players.
Mm-hmm. Audio of you talking to them.
Oh.
I may not be the best singer in the world,
God.
but I sing from my heart, and I sing with passion. I enjoy what I do, not for money, not for fame. I just enjoy singing.
Oh, man.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
I'm wearing this to practice tomorrow. I like that.
I just want to know
quick-
who's mad at Jack State.
I don't think that's
Right.
it, Greg.
Right. Well, I mean,
I think
I
that's
think
the
I think they're taking it off
It's
of
the
Texas.
mantra they are.
Well, yeah,
But I mean, everybody's mad at them because they're living the Big 12.
See, Helms had forgot that story, so he had no idea.
I just figured it was look, if you don't think you got haters in this world, then something's wrong with you.
Yeah, right.
Everybody, hey, or you're not doing life right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Got it.
But I forgot about the Texas thing, which makes it even better. A little big, but that's fine.
That's right. Well, good job, Coach
big.
Prime.
How about that?
Coach Prime. Oh.
Here it is. Okay. Nice little card. Thank you, Blake.
All right, damn,
Blake Roberts.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all don't care.
Well, no, they just.
I'm going to tell you something.
I'm just looking at your players.
Let me see.
You don't
If
have
somebody
any
would,
Jacksonville stuff,
if
so
somebody
that's
would, if somebody would have sent y'all this, I would have encouraged y'all. I would have thought it was the greatest thing ever, and y'all are just,
No, I'm happy for you. That's
whatever.
good.
I was just going.
That's good. I was just looking at some more of the stuff that your ladies sent me.
I was just thinking that that's what he needs, another Jacksonville shirt.
Right.
I did let Greg hear a voicemail yesterday of one of my players.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I didn't know that you could speed up voicemails in this particular app, and it made
Like
it even
podcast.
better. Yeah, it made it even better.
Yeah. Here's some other things. Just talking to them because you don't want to
go.
do. It's important that you don't do drugs
see y'all
in
at
college.
6.
I was barred out on drugs, and I was driving, and I hit a pole, and I flew out the front window, and landed on my head. That's why it's no good drinking and driving, or drugness and driving. No good, kids.
One
That's
of the
important.
things,
You got to tell your players.
Well, it's funny. One of the things I do tell them just about every day, especially when it gets to be Thursday night and Friday night before we leave, one of the last things I say is make good decisions out there.
Oh, yeah.
And so, what if I played that for them one night?
I think you should.
That's good.
Anything else y'all
no,
need to
that's
hammer me
hey,
on
we
or
love
make fun of?
Well, no, you're the one.
I'm the one that
you're the one that brought
unveiled the shirt.
That's
That's
right.
pretty much on you.
Yep. But hey, you know what? It's very thoughtful for someone to do that.
Well,
Did
his
they
name
make
would
it
be
up?
Blake.
So that's not in the store with the Gamecock. So that was personally made.
Yep, by an ad company here in, I guess, in Birmingham.
Mm-hmm. Embrace the hate.
Yeah, you
Wear it.
what?
This is so nice.
This is so
I wish
nice.
y'all cared.
No, it's very
I do.
nice.
I
I
do.
would-
Greg, you couldn't care less.
No, I'm fired up about it. That's the only good thing.
If I didn't have gray pants on, I'd put it on now.
I calm down now.
I would, but I got.
Just go all gray. Ain't gonna hurt you.
But I got some. I'll wear this tomorrow.
I didn't know this was
Maybe later today.
I didn't know this was
Y'all
a
don't
thing, and y'all can help me on this.
Do
Do y'all know what tomorrow is? A lot of people might think it's
Saturday.
right? But it's not Saturday.
It's not?
It's Batman Day.
What's that?
I didn't know this was a thing.
What is that?
Third Saturday of September.
Why?
I don't know.
Is this a Gotham City thing?
It's Batman Day.
Yes, I had no idea. Did you know there was a thing called Batman Day?
No, I did not.
You know, I know it's like May the 4th be with you on May
Yeah,
4th
that's
and all
dumb.
that, the Star Wars Day, and I
Yeah,
know they
so it's
got
another
the
dumb
Trekkies
thing like
and
that.
all that. They got a day. I had no idea tomorrow was Batman Day.
Do you dress like Batman? What do you do?
Did y'all like Batman? Do y'all like?
Yeah, when I was a kid.
I know
the
it's a
original,
little darker than some of the other ones.
darker
but,
the better.
and darker the better.
I'm just kidding. When I was a kid, do you remember the one that came on the afternoon? That old corny one.
Yeah,
I liked
bang,
that.
choo, yeah.
The movies, no,
Batman.
I don't think I may have seen one.
Okay.
Maybe.
This is Batman Day is celebrated on September 16th this year because it commemorates the superhero's first appearance in Detective Comic in 1939.
Who cares?
The day was originally celebrated in June, but has moved around a couple times.
Right.
Can't even keep a consistent day. Batman Day became popular due to the hero not having superpowers at all. I don't know.
He had a lot of gadgets.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it falls.
Well, it's Bruce
it falls.
Wayne. He had money.
And it's the third Saturday in September every year, and so it falls on the
First
16th.
time, 57 years old. First time I've ever heard this.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not
that's
57.
That's why I'm
but yeah.
asking.
57 now?
I'm asking. I never knew
I've
about
never
that.
heard it.
No.
Well, I'm gonna wear a Batman hat.
And
tomorrow, so-
honestly,
never-
I'll never think about this again after we go to commercial break. Not one time.
Now, I'm gonna think about that shirt. But yeah.
Sometimes I do feel sorry for Batman when he's with everybody else because he's got to have gadgets and they're all
Yeah, I
flying
kind of
around.
like the gadgets. I don't
Yeah.
like people having weird powers. That kind of freaks me out. At least he's normal.
Embrace
Iron
the
Man.
hate. That's the message today, folks. Right there.
I'm just trying to figure out who's mad at Jack.
Right. I'd like for you to just go put it on during the break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect Monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. If you're headed to the golden ticket seats today, we look forward to having you today. Busy show. We have the Wheel of Meat. It will spin today. And Adler has called out Greg, and they will roll on the rug. And that's something we're going to start on Fridays for the golden ticket seats. Rolling on the rug.
Rolling on the rug.
That's where they
Hey, I'm going to test this. It ain't working.
They put on geese and
It ain't working, Speed. Call Tom.
I knew that this would be a topic of conversation today. Tom, our our engineer, put in some cough buttons there so we can mute the mic when we cough or whatever, and we can control those if the mic's up on the board. He put them in the board, but he hadn't connected them.
Oh, is that why it's not working?
And so he said
I sent him a text.
He said even though they're in the board, they're dead right now. So just hang on. And he said I'll tell you this, you know they work when they're lit up.
Oh, okay. This ain't lit up.
When he said it, did he have a little tone about him?
He did. Just
I want to ask everybody, how many times today will you fool with it though?
I probably won't fool with it.
I keep messing with it already.
So there's buttons
hey, that's mine. Don't mess with mine.
I keep touching it.
That's what I'm saying.
You touch your own.
I'm touching your buttons.
If there's buttons right there, I'm gonna mess with them. I can't help it.
Now you might see something a little different.
Play a little tune on
That's
them?
what I was about to ask.
He did move. He did move. He did move Helmsy's mic arm and everything over.
Gosh, I ain't gonna be able to breathe.
Well, he wants to be right next to you.
I asked.
Good night. Y'all gonna be elbow to elbow.
I'm gonna embrace the hate.
I asked yesterday.
Look at me. Everybody else is spread out. You see how we spread out?
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna be spread out, and then you two are gonna be shoulder
But here's
to
the
shoulder.
thing.
Where Siamese twins.
Yeah.
Where
he's
I
gonna be
have
like looking at you, googly eyed. Embrace the hate. All right, go ahead.
Where I sit, that
Bad
microphone
boys.
does not reach.
Embrace the hate.
And it's so uncomfortable for me. My posture's
I know.
horrible.
Yeah, it's
So
gonna
I
be-
asked him yesterday,
it was
was
a
there
little
a longer arm that we could put on that? And he said it would be too heavy.
Yeah.
He said, but we could move it. And I said,
Mm-hmm.
well, that's going to bother Speedy because Greg and I will be too close to each other.
And then you told him to embrace the hate and move it over.
And
and he did it.
he's-
He embraced
he
it.
said
He
it
did.
was very easy to move there and back and forth.
It wasn't that easy. I saw him doing it.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
boy, hey.
So we're going to give it a shot and see. Now, Greg, it does put me closer to you, and I hope you're okay
Man,
with that.
Good night.
So,
I
Yeah.
think when we
you
originally
breathing.
had this build out, they thought you were going to slide over more this way anyway. And
That'd
so
have been
the
a
fact
bad
that you're
look.
not, because you do want to be closer to your little brother, then he
well,
did
no,
need to
I
move
don't
it
mind sitting. I would turn in my back to the camera,
That'd
but
look
I get in
good.
trouble for Adler. That's the point. Is
That'd be great.
I mean, that's
But then you could look right. You
There's
wouldn't
Hamilton's back,
but
Hamilton's
then you
head.
wouldn't have to turn your head to stare at Greg.
Yeah.
You could look right at him.
You're right.
Huh? If you think about that. All right, real quick, we have.
I'm excited about that
No, yeah, that will be a little bit
because
different.
because I'm telling you, I had to. This is what I looked like.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
You,
Oh,
you
wow.
did look like a turkey peeking over a log.
And it may not work. Now my face may be covered up in the camera
It's a
shot.
better
I don't
look.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank you for that.
Oh, boy.
All right, so a couple of quick things here, and then we'll move on. All right, so we had college football last night, even though it was Memphis and Navy that apparently was a good game.
I was seeing highlights
28-24
of
Memphis.
Miami. Did they not play?
Miami played. They won 48-7.
Who'd they beat?
Bethune, I believe.
They put that on
Bethune-Cookman?
TV?
That was on the ACC network.
Oh.
Okay.
And
I saw
then,
it.
of course, you had the NFL. The Eagles beat the Vikings 34-28.
Of course they did. Bubba's
34-28 was the score
horrible.
there. The Eagles ran all over the Vikings. I think they had on the ground like 250 yards just running. But the Vikings
Sound like
had
a-
4 fumbles. One of them was fumbled out of the end zone from Jeffries. Kirk Cousins had 4 touchdowns, but they still lost. Eagles 34-28 over the Vikings. And so Beth Mowens has a game this weekend. We'll let both fan bases know what to expect. It is an afternoon game on Saturday. I'll give you that much, but I won't spoil it. Some other big games you have early on at 11 on ESPN. You have LSU at Mississippi State. If you tune over to the SEC network, SEC Nation will be live at the Junction at Mississippi State there in Starkville. Alabama goes to South Florida. That's an ABC game at 2:30. South Carolina and Georgia. That's a CBS game at 2:30. I know some of you still don't get CBS.
I know. I had to go to Paramount.
Yeah.
Really? Still?
Yeah.
I don't know. I ain't checked.
I think some of the ESPN
The
stuff.
Spectrum got worked
That's
out.
what
Yeah.
I had a coach tell me that yesterday.
Yeah, I was listening to that. Actually, Mike McKenzie told me that. He goes,
Really?
"Hey, it's worked out." He
So
said-
Mike saw you and said, "Hey, by the way, Spectrum's."
Well, we were talking about college football. He goes, "Man, I was in a big handle that this past Saturday night. He had some friends over, and then he realized,
Oh, you forgot?
I can't get any of the games." He
My mother's
actually
happy about it too.
Yeah, he said, "You know what? I thought stupidly." He said, "I thought, okay, I can't get it through the Spectrum box and all that kind of stuff, but I have internet and I'll just stream ESPN and get it that way." But because he had Spectrum internet, he still couldn't get
Oh, that's
the.
right.
So then he realized, hey, I'm in a handle, and we started talking about it because he was excited they had worked all that out.
Yeah,
Tennessee.
my mother was tickled to death.
Oh, I
Because
bet.
her football was.
Tennessee, Florida.
Look at him.
Tennessee,
That's
Florida,
dancing bear.
ESPN, 6 o'clock. Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, SEC Network at 6:30.
Oh, that's pretty
and UAB plays at 6. If you're an ESPN Plus,
Who's the stadium guy?
that'd be
Flamethrower.
Raging Cajuns will be at Protective.
Hey, they're usually good.
And then the late game, we'll all try to stay up and watch
No, I
on
can't do it.
ESPN. It's Colorado and Colorado State.
Will not.
Is Colorado State any good?
I don't know. Now
They done talking trash,
yeah,
which is stupid.
which is Jay Norvell, the Colorado State head coach, was dogging,
Well,
say
not
dogging.
really.
He made a comment about Dion and wearing his hat and glasses when he's on TV.
So I'm
going
going
to
to have to hear from, if Colorado wins, I'm going to have to hear how they was disrespecting Pops and all that. Like, that's just part of it. If you keep beating people on the field, you ain't got to call
How about this? And quit fueling him.
I'm ready. I'll be honest, I'm part of the fuel. I'm ready for them to get beat.
Yeah, okay.
I am too. I'm ready for them to come back down off of out of that
So
little
funny.
spaceship they're
Hey,
in.
embrace the hate. That's what they're saying.
That's
People
right.
are going to hate on us like him.
I am. I'm ready for them to get beat. I don't like the way they're handling success.
I know. Every week you ain't got to go, hey, we showed them.
If you go back,
did show them, by
if
the
you
way.
go back and watch the press conference with Matt Rule was standing with his team on the center of the field, which happened to be on the logo, which they do every game, and they sit there and pray. And they actually asked Shador to join them. And then you hear Shador's comments about they're not going to disrespect our logo. It's not even what he was doing. He was just having a quiet time with his players.
And if he I didn't ever see the quote that he supposedly was critical. If he disagrees with using the transfer portal to that extent, I mean, he has a right. That don't mean
that's
he
just his
that don't
opinion.
mean he hates you.
Right?
Are y'all those people that go opposite of everybody
Colorado's
else?
done really good with the
Absolutely.
transfer portal.
Yeah.
And their plan was a good one, evidently.
I hope the Buffs lose this weekend.
Well,
I really do. I'm serious. I'm in that camp now.
I don't
At
know
least
about
for
Colorado
I want
State.
them to have long-term success, but I'm ready for them to get beat.
Yeah.
You need to give that T-shirt to Dion.
Dion's got plenty of T-shirts embracing the hate.
And sunglasses.
866 We Be Big, the number, 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
25 minutes until top of the hour on National Say Thank You Day. Greg wants to thank the audience for their support. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you. You didn't have to do it, but you did, but you did, but you did. Oh, and I thank you.
We appreciate y'all as always.
You didn't.
For taking the time to be with us. However you get the show, we do appreciate y'all. Rick, Bubba are here. Adler will join us shortly. Golden ticket seats. If you head this way, we'll fill the seats up today. Wheel of Meat is scheduled to spin today, and we will sound the alarm on the Beth Mowens college football game of the weekend. So a lot happening here on the show today. Helmsy received a shirt in the mail that said embrace the hate for the Gamecocks.
There was a lot of hate out there,
we didn't, but hey, embrace it, and he's going to wear it to practice tomorrow. And I better see. I thought the same thing.
What are you talking about?
embrace the cricket hate. Hey, embrace the cricket hate.
Couldn't be more straight.
Yeah. Just lean to the right a little bit, and you'll be good.
Lord.
Cross your eyes a little and straighten it up.
I remember this. I'll remember this.
I do want
filing it away.
I do want you to wear it to practice tomorrow.
Yes.
And I need video of you talking to the ladies.
Okay.
And I want you with some 1980 shorts.
If Maddie goes over there with you, I need her.
She's
her
not
rolling
going
video.
with me
Okay. Wow.
Well, I mean, we're practicing real early.
Okay.
Why don't you? We talking
embrace
about
the early hate then.
Trademarks for coaches, like hat or something. What if you went back to the 1980 style coaching shorts? They're about mid thigh. And that'd be sharp. You can embrace that hate. That'd be your thing. So there he is with that mid thigh. The old polyester ones.
Yeah.
What do you think? Good idea. Maybe that guy will send you one.
I'm not. I can't. I just don't have the energy for it.
I know. I'm sorry.
I really don't.
So I get it's never good when you wake up and check your phone and you see that you do have text messages.
Yeah.
You're like, oh no. It is something, a lot of times it's from one of the kids in the family or something. And you're just like, what's going on? And then sometimes you see Team Rick and Bubba and you're like, okay, they kept on texting and I went to bed and missed it. But if you see an individual text from a staff member, you're normally thinking, uh-oh. And I saw Greg had texted me. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, oh man, I hope he's not sick or something and can't come in. But Greg, do you want to tell everybody what you told me?
Well, I know what it feels like to be you.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't have my wallet.
Well, mine's in my truck. Yours is at home.
But you know how you always. I ain't got. I left the house, and inside my wallet. First of all, I said, "Well, I'd like to have my wallet, but I'll survive." But then I thought I have the key. That's how I get in the building. My key card. And y'all get here like
I get
15 seconds before the top of the hour.
That's me. Yeah.
Don't say y'all.
The commercials are rolling when I get here.
So I thought you might have been slept in or something. So
you thought that?
Well, I was just in case you did.
Yeah.
And I said, "Hey, buddy, I'm just letting you know, no big deal." But I can't
how about
get
this?
in.
You're a dumb.
I am.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did.
Yeah.
I think I've got it figured out because when I leave by the door, I have my stuff. I have my computer bag.
Listen to what happened.
I have my wallet and I have my keys. Big three, I call them.
Yeah.
And I remember, I don't know.
I have to add glasses.
Guys, it's early in the morning. I think I saw all three, but I also had 2 tangerines that I was trying to stuff in my computer bag. And I think when I went to stuff them in the bag, when I left, I didn't reach down to get my wallet. Okay. I think, or yesterday.
You holding 2 of them?
Yesterday.
2 tangerines?
Yes, 2.
Yeah.
Yesterday, when we went, me and Lisa ran some errands in her car, and I could have left it in there.
Yeah.
So well, you brought the tangerines, though, right?
Oh, tangerines are here.
Yeah, tangerines are here.
So now I have no wallet.
So he just sent me a text and said, "Hey, heads up. We can't send the tones till you get there." And I'm like, "Well, I should be there at bottom of the hour," and I was.
Yeah.
And I pull up, and he's out there with his car running. Did you go back to sleep? Be honest.
I didn't. I thought about it.
Yeah.
But I was hung between that awake and asleep.
Yeah. But whenever you see an individual text, but until you read it, you're like, yeah.
Or I'm on the interstate and can't get through.
But I thought you were just wanting to thank me for being a good friend.
That
I didn't know. But it was I forgot my little key card, which had us thinking, and we've discussed this before, especially when we do best ofs or something, and it's just
that would
us.
have been a problem.
Yeah, we're dependent on this little key card, and if we lose this thing, we can't get in the building.
Yeah.
And
God,
we were discussing we need to we're right here. We need to come up with a backup plan of something.
Well,
we had some ideas that we can share off air.
Put a key card in the bushes.
Well, get one of them fake rocks.
Yeah, and put it under there.
So I have to ask, how does this impact the rest of your day? You got plenty of gas?
And I asked him. I know this sounds crazy. I asked him if he needed any money.
No, Daddy.
I'd float him some
because I'm headed your way after. So
I know you would love for him to ride with you. Gosh.
Well, no, I'm talking about like
if
I need to
leave your car here
to stop and put gas in my son's car, I can.
I'm good.
Okay.
It's just a little inconvenient.
Yeah.
It's nervous. It
But,
makes you nervous. Of course, you get pulled over, you don't have an ID and all that.
I have license though. I mean, they'll write me a ticket, but later.
I got that.
You know, ain't like I don't have them. They can call in. So.
Yeah.
I still got my insurance card.
Matter of fact, it is kind of goofy that we have to carry that. As much digital if we've gone with things. It's crazy we have to carry that stuff around.
Yeah. Do you? Did it affect your routine? Do you ever stop on the way coming in?
Like in the morning's very rare.
Most
of the time, I make sure
you get your coffee before you leave the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you had that.
Oh yeah.
And it's tangerine.
And it's
2 tangerines. I think that's what messed me up. Either that or it's actually in Lisa's car, and I just
totally forgot.
It never went across my mind.
Yeah.
It is a bad. Let me ask you this: how far did you get before you realized?
I was between
30 minutes.
73 and Lincoln on 77. So there's no turning back.
No,
there's no turning back.
I considered it, and I looked and thought,
no,
probably not.
So let me ask you your plan. If you were coming in, it was only you, and that happens.
I would have to have.
You wouldn't have had time to turn around.
Neither one of y'all are available.
Well, you would have had to have turned around, but if not, I guess you would have called us and would have met you. Yeah.
I'm not going to let that happen.
Okay.
I hope.
Well, it's not. But anyway,
I'm surprised though this hadn't already happened in 2 years we've been here.
I know, and I'm knocking on wood.
I get
and
nervous every
thinking.
time. My dad, because to your point a minute ago, we talked about we get here. I mean, literally, there's some days I walk in the commercials, and I'm gonna tell you, you jerks keep it up. I'll wait and come in till 5:30.
Well, you're close.
But here's the thing: when we do best ofs, I set my alarm super early.
Oh, yeah.
I set multiple alarms super early, and I'm a nervous wreck and can hardly sleep because I know I don't want to be the guy to have to call y'all and say something is up.
And then I even pull up the route to see if there's any on the interstate back up.
Yeah,
because you look and it's red.
Red.
And that's rare. It's happened a few times in 15 years. But but when you and you're between exit, and you can't go a back way.
Yeah.
You just stuck.
And then there's that whole other element that Speedy's talking about where we can't get in the building without that
I know.
card.
I'm breaking a window.
Yeah.
Coming
Is that
right
what you
over
would
my
do?
big boy.
Yeah.
It
And
probably
just,
would
hey,
be.
you know
worth,
what?
Hey,
I'll
it would probably
replace.
be worth it. Honestly,
I'll replace one of the panes. I'm sorry.
I
but
think
we-
you're right. I think that would be worth it. I think that's the plan.
Today's problem had it been the best of day, and both of y'all were out of town.
Uh-huh.
Well, I could have called Rick, but let's just say I would have, at the time it was, because I leave early. I give myself time.
Mm-hmm.
I might could have turned, and I mean, y'all have cut it
Boy,
close.
would you?
Went there, and then that'd have been close.
My backup plan
Close.
past y'all and then Adler would be I'm just going to go down the list. I'm going to Dana, then to Tom,
Yeah.
Major Tom and all. Just running the list. Hey, I'm
Can
sorry.
somebody let me in?
I'm so sorry.
Well, and here's the thing, too, and I guess I need to change this. This is not very good on my part. If y'all tried to call me, and if you're in a handle, I wouldn't be awake. And I don't think I'd answer them. I mean, I couldn't get my phone.
Put us in your favorites.
You're in my favorites, but I don't have. But it doesn't ring.
You don't have your phone ring?
You can
I
set
don't
your
have-
settings in there that
Yeah.
it would ring.
I need to change the individual settings
Yeah.
so that, like, you two and Amanda and the kids call me, it actually goes off.
Yeah.
I don't have that. If I go to bed, I go to bed.
I leave mine turned up when I go to bed.
See, I don't at all.
Yeah, I just have it.
I care about mankind, but you know.
I don't.
But all is good.
Embrace
and
hate.
and so I got here. We got in just fine. But then when we send our tones every day, this is really pulling back the curtains.
And nobody knows what that means, but yeah.
And I was about to explain it. And that is we send up to
Thumb still looks horrible, by the way.
I know we send
That's
up to
unbelievable.
we send up to Colorado tones, which are that kick off affiliates that are automated and doesn't have a person sitting in the studio, and it controls the computer system. Well, when we did that, Colorado claimed they weren't seeing them.
Yeah.
And are getting the audio
Of
or
all
anything.
days.
And we're like, oh no. Now it was still bottom of the hour. It's not like it was 10 till, but we're like, man, are you kidding me? And then finally the guy goes, oh man, here they are. Never mind.
Yeah, because I looked at all of our stuff and I was
They've done
like,
that to
we
me,
got
too.
everything working.
Yeah.
It's got to be because they immediately assume it's you.
Yeah.
I almost think they're messing with us sometimes.
Sometimes I think they are too.
Oh, there it is.
Right. All right, so there's a little behind the scenes, but that's how I woke up and
Dang
what
it.
I saw, and then and then Greg's heart rate got up a little bit after he realized what was going on. But all is good. All is good. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. It is a Friday edition if you're listening live to the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Feeling boxed in by cable? Now's the time to break free from that overpriced TV bill and switch to Philo. With Philo, you'll get shows, movies, and more than 70 live channels, all for just $25 a month. You'll get the same networks you love like AMC, Discovery, Hallmark Channel, MTV, and more, all for a fraction of the cost of cable. And Philo's unlimited DVR lets you save all your favorite movies and shows for a year, so you can catch up on your own schedule. That's endless entertainment at your fingertips. Best of all, when you make the switch to Philo, you could be saving hundreds of dollars a year on your cable bill. Who doesn't want more money in their pocket? And with Philo's free trial, there's no risk to check it out for yourself. So think outside the box and stay inside your budget. Signing up for Philo takes seconds and will never make you listen to hours of cable company hold music. Before you know it, you'll be on the couch channeling comfort with all your favorite shows. Visit philo.tv/cutthecord to get started today. That's philo.tv/cutthecord.
All right, team. Apps on the table by 7:30 sharp.
Jalen and his catering company have a lot on their plate.
Really particular.
He needs a bigger team to continue climbing up the food chain.
About this event. Hey, Mitch, was that a contract for 200 or 250 people?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the Spicy Chicken Biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests pay for their testimonials.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
I can't remember last.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. This portion of the show made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
Or LinkedIn.
If you are looking to find qualified workers or grow your business, I know it's tough to find the right people to fit the right job you need to fill. That's why we want to recommend LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you make sure of that. With LinkedIn Jobs, it helps you find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like, screening questions. It's easy to focus on the right people with the right skills and experience that you are needing to quickly prioritize who you're wanting to interview and hire. It's why small businesses have rated LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires and leading versus the leading competitors. So check it out right now and post your first job posting for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and we're talking about free there. So go check it out, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and click under the sponsors button. All right, so we are rolling on. We've just been sitting around just hanging out. Shooting the bull, getting ready for the guys. Rick and Bubba join us at top of the hour. Golden ticket seats. If you're headed this way, drive safely. Look forward to seeing you. The wheel of meat should spin. We'll sound the alarm on Beth Moen's game of the weekend.
And they said no wheel of meat today.
It's a midday game on Saturday, and so be looking for that. A couple of fan bases are going to be very disappointed.
Hey, I need to buy a golf gift for somebody.
A golf?
Yeah. And our Pro V1s, are they still the walking dog when it comes to golf balls?
If you're a Titleist, you go TP5 TaylorMades, or you can go
don't talk down to me.
Callaway's got a good one. Yeah, but that's if you want a good default of just anytime somebody sees a box of Pro V1s.
Anything out there in the accessory world that you were like, man, if I had that'd be a game changer.
Yeah, we could talk.
Okay.
Hey, and that reminds me, did you go golf last week when you were fighting in your
I did
mind
not.
on whether you couldn't decide whether you wanted to or not?
Yeah, and some other things happened that I was like, I need to.
Okay.
I need to knock it out. I'm one of these people that I can't go hunting or I can't play golf if I have something else I need to do or a guilty conscience, like I'm leaving somebody down. I can't go and enjoy it. You see what I'm saying? Because the whole time I'm playing, I'm thinking, man, I need to be doing that other thing.
I get it.
I need a clean slate.
Of course, you can work through that if you really.
Yeah.
Depends on how
now, there have been times where I'm sitting in the hardwoods and I have gotten over it.
Yeah, and deer are moving.
But
you go, okay, I made the right call.
I don't want to feel like I'm leaving somebody hanging or I'm not doing what I need to do.
You're a servant, Speed. That's what you are.
Servant's heart is what he's got.
He does.
Old husband.
He wants
and
everything
dad,
to be all right. He offered me cash money to get me through until I get my wallet, and as tight as he is,
buddy, y'all play that off way too much.
He's a fixer, is what he is.
Yeah,
he was hoping I wouldn't take him up on it, and I get that.
Well, no, I'll throw you some money.
Can I have a 20?
Yes, you can.
No, I'm kidding.
I'll go get it right now.
That's a joke.
I'll go get it.
Complete
Got
joke. I'm good. I am covered.
Yeah, sometimes old husband and father duties will come in.
That'll yeah.
It's not about you. It's about getting done.
And you think about when you get home, that coldness you're going to get.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's worth it.
So you're playing golf? There's a bunch of funny videos out on social media.
So you're playing golf.
Right. When we got to do this. Yeah. So your grandson's coming over, and we're keeping him all day because they need help. And you're going to go play golf and not spend time with him?
Oh, you can forget that.
Well, she didn't even have to say that.
I know, but
that's some guys do that. It's because it's all about them.
Absolutely.
I had a run where that was the case with me.
Really?
Real big jerk, yeah.
Oh.
Look, we live our life on there. I was.
Let's talk.
There was a time in my life that seriously.
Hey, lay down right there. Let's talk about it.
Seriously.
Yeah, it was me. I was a jerk.
I was. Look, you can't. I'm not perfect. Look, there was 4 or 5 years early on. We had Braden, and I was very selfish about my time and playing golf and tennis and being stupid.
I hear my mom.
Serious business.
I hear my mom because when we were growing up, it wasn't like this. But my mother, she talks about when we were little.
Yeah.
And my dad loves to hunt and fish.
Yeah.
That's his passion. And she said he'd leave go on his hunting fishing trips and leave her with us. And she said I'd get so mad. But he wasn't. But evidently he got the message because when we were growing up, he wasn't like that.
Well, thank goodness Caroline come along.
There you go.
Because that's when it really started for me trying to turn things around as far as being the father I needed to be.
And that's great. And I know we're all very lucky with our wives. Terry really doesn't ever mind. Yeah, go do something. You know what? It's really more me and it being on me. And I don't want to go do anything if something else is going on.
You don't want to leave them in the handle.
No.
And they'll trick you sometimes too with the whole, oh sure, go ahead.
Yeah. And then throw it back in.
Now, if they volunteered you to go help somebody move or something, that's
different. Yeah.
Why?
Why do you do that? Come on.
Exactly. Normally, my thing is, hey, do we have anything going on such and such day? Hey, we got anything this weekend, or we got anything going on? No. You mind if I go play golf? Is there anything happening? No, go. That's normally the routine.
Yeah, sure.
But if there's something else going, and then last Friday I was talking to Greg because I wanted to
go. You were wrestling within yourself.
I wanted to go play. The weather was. Do you remember the weather?
Yeah,
it
perfect.
was beautiful. It's like low 80s, about 5-6 mile an hour wind. It was low, beautiful. But I knew I had something else going on, and the something else it ended up winning.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. All right. So as we're rolling out, different things coming up this coming weekend. Don't forget UAB. Speaking of working Saturday night,
fire breathing.
Protective. It's going to be a lot of fun. Always fun. The Louisiana Raging Cajuns. They bring the fan base.
I was going to say, and you better be ready to play.
Yeah,
that's where Billy Napier left and went to
That's
Florida.
right. And so it's funny you said that because the last time I saw him and Louisiana.
He had that head scan.
Me?
No, him.
Oh, him.
He's
Yeah.
he's like bullet head over there.
Right. I actually had a conversation with him.
Really?
Yeah, it was still it's when UAB Protective was being built and everything, so we were still at the Old Gray Lady.
Oh, the Old Gray Lady.
At Legion Field, and he was standing at the end of the tunnel where Louisiana came running out, and our most favorite part of the game, and that's pregame when both sides are happy. Kickers are out,
Anything's possible.
punters are out, special teams guys running around. He was just standing there, and he said hey to me. We talked for about maybe 30 seconds or something, but he seemed very nice.
Yeah.
And he was very complimentary of UAB, and then he took the Florida job soon after.
Yeah.
So was he in his second season there? I
Yes,
think. Yeah.
yes.
So it would be. We've been
Didn't
at
start out
Protective.
very
It was about 3 or 4 years ago, probably, because we've been
Yeah.
at Protective a couple of years now. But that whenever I think of Florida, I think of him. And Tennessee and Florida are playing this weekend, and you're not really hearing much about it.
I know. And let me get back to Louisiana. They used to be Louisiana Lafayette, right? And then they dropped the Lafayette part.
Yeah.
Because you remember Stack's coach there.
Mhm.
That's
Yes,
what they
right.
were. They were
Yeah.
the Raging Cajuns, Louisiana Lafayette.
Yeah. Hey, I sometimes get all the Louisiana, no disrespect.
of them,
you got
man.
Southeastern, you got
Yes.
Louisiana, and La Tech, and all of them.
Yes.
Speaking of colleges, and this is very local to us, really, who grew up in the Etowah, Calhoun County area between here and Atlanta. But did y'all read where West Georgia's jumping to D1?
No.
Yes, joining the ASUN.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
good night.
I know that's not
I didn't see that.
a nationwide topic.
No, but I mean-
that's a big move for
Yeah.
them.
Oh, yeah. They were
Yeah.
Division II, right?
Yeah, they were.
Wow.
So yeah,
But I tell you,
Division
college
II.
football is just
college sports in general
Yeah,
is
it's just
in a
wow.
place right now that wow, a lot of unknowns.
It really is. Yeah, you're right.
Really.
From changing conferences to people moving up and everything, it's tough. We got to get a spreadsheet straight up.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, you gotta keep it going.
Hey, am I doing it right? Do what you always do.
All right, look, if you're not going to get into any more than that,
Well,
I mean,
you were just
if
playing
if
it.
you're done with it, I mean,
the one that you stick
don't-
your head through, I don't know what that is.
He says it's called a scissophone. What? 20K?
Oh, really?
Okay, I'll take
Are
it.
you
Look at
making that up or is that funny? Oh, you just Googled it. Okay.
Oh, what's that big one? Look at that. That's the one.
That's a 20K. And then a 20J is the one you hold more out to the side.
We don't know anything.
They're wanting Greg and I to dance around you when you do it.
Okay.
No, we can't
I like
take.
it.
Yeah, you're right. It does say that 20K.
So, okay.
So is it 20K that's doing that?
Yep. Oh, and that's what
Buddy,
this guy said.
just do what you've been doing.
Hey, you're not the boss of me, first of all.
Yeah, I am.
We'll come back. We got a lottery winner that I think is going to be Rick and Bubba Gold.
Right.
Rick and Bubba Gold. I think sometimes this is a problem with the lottery. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a biblical truth where we were instructed to be careful not to throw your pearl at the feet of swine. Sometimes people, in the way that they behave and the way they go on, they're really not worth the argument or the debate that they may be trying to drag you in. So you look for certain, flags that tell you, wow, what am I doing? Why am I concerned about what these people think about anything I'm doing? And you move on to go to even maybe debates and conversations with people that you think are worthy of that situation.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to give maybe a heads up to Universal Studios about an NBC that they're actually trying to defend themselves against people who've glued themselves to a globe. It is a global warming update.
Just ignore them.
I mean, if they want to super
They're
glue,
putting themselves out.
how do you super glue yourself to the globe? Is there rear ends glued to it?
Very carefully, Rick.
Right.
I mean,
Get up very carefully too.
Yeah, but is it on your pants? I mean, you're not up there
No, they're wearing clothes.
They're not BA, right?
I tell you what, you wash your hands before you go to the restroom.
Yeah,
and God love firefighters. They're called to everything.
Oh.
And so here they come. You know,
Listen,
walking
again,
up.
just leave them. Just ignore them.
If I went to Universal Studios,
have at it,
and I'm going in to ride the rides and go to see the shows.
See what they're wearing here.
And there's two people super glued to the top
they're not
of the globe, or however they're up there.
They think
It may be
they're
Gorilla
saying
Glue.
that.
Gorilla Glue will hold anything.
JB Whale.
Well, I love that commercial.
Guys, this doesn't even affect me. I just move on with my fast pass to the Spider-Man.
I would like to shoot them with a paintball gun.
Yeah,
because they can't move.
I would like to do that.
This would be my reaction to it. This would be my reaction. Hey, look at that.
I'll be dang.
And then I said, hey, we got fast passes right now for Spider-Man. Let's move.
Yeah.
Look at them guys.
How about these Nimrods? Think about it. Now I want you to think about this. Is this your way to tell the world we need to listen to you? You've shown that you don't have enough sense to know that your big way to show us we should listen to you is to climb to the top of the
They
globe
got flags, Rick.
at Universal Studios with your flags, and this is us going, you know what? We might want to make some adjustments that these two would approve of.
Right.
I mean, think of you know how dumb that sounds. Now, don't you want to be somebody that you go, hey, we need to listen to this person? I don't think they make that standard. So they're at the City Walk there, and they said they want to send a clear message to NBC and the business community. Now, this is what I hate.
That guy's moving around. He's not super glued.
Is that I think that NBC and Universal are actually going to try to defend themselves. I mean, here's what they're saying. They want NBC to do the following. Now, remember, this is NBC. Remember they made the logo green that time? And to help their carbon footprint, they turned the lights off in the studio to do a sportscast, newscast, something. Now, Bubba clarified that on the show very clearly. What they did had no impact whatsoever. Greg also worked for the Southern Company for many years. He also knows that turning light bulbs on and off
You're not helping a lot.
has zero. Now, if they really wanted to show, and they shouldn't have done it because I don't think it matters, they should have cut the transmitter off and not broadcast it off. Now, that would have been something. So it's all a bunch of feel-goodism. Nobody is sincere about this in the least. They're just hoping people won't glue themselves to stuff. But they want NBC Universal to declare that we are indeed in a climate and ecological emergency. Now, they want this news source, this news part of what they do, to declare to the world that the climate and ecological emergency is real.
Okay.
And that the extinction of the natural world is happening and that we are facing the collapse of civilization. Now,
why are they targeting NBC? Does it say?
I guess because they had a globe they could glue themselves to.
Right.
At
Universal.
Universal.
They do have that globe.
NBC Universal
I like that globe.
will tell the whole truth about our climate and ecological emergency, including the failure of the U.S. government to respond with appropriate action, preparedness, and need to start planning right now. They also want NBC to reject all advertising from fossil fuel corporations. 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour. This baby starts with the national anthem. from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. It's Rick and Bubba. Everybody. And you can find out all the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba show either live or on your own time by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. There is never, ever a reason for you to not grab every morsel that flows from this place each and every day. Glad that you're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have given you a kickoff hour on all those platforms I just mentioned. Eddie Van Adler settles in to run the YouTube option for you, both live and archived, and so he's with us. I be Rick, and there be the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
I can hear it.
Not working. Stupid plug-in thing. Stupid technology. Stupid this. Stupid that. Okay, we'll try it again. All right, hang on.
Just hum a good tune.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Bussey! Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, Rick Burgess. Welcome, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. It is the little party on the back porch called Rick and Bubba.
Let's
pull up
all
a
get
chair.
Yeah, let's go dance.
Brimstone.
Mission Temple Fireworks Stand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, got defeated by technology over here. We said the bleeding edge.
Well, it's
Yeah.
look, we rolled in there.
Yeah, it's a little
Wasn't pretty, but we got up
a
the
little,
hill.
old little iPhone can do a lot of things, but interacting with being your main source for music on a radio show, probably still probably not quite as solidified as you'd like it to be. And not quite as dependable. But Bubba, we have a lot to unpack on the program today. We've got the Elite Eight coming in, the Great Eight, the Golden Ticket seats, our guests on Fridays. If you're part of that today and you are making your way to Sweet Home, Alabama, we look forward to seeing you a little bit later on in the program. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat we'll spin today. We'll do the stories of the day. We'll update you on things going on within the individual lives of this little place we call Team Rick and Bubba and the Rick and Bubba Show. And we will sound the alarm to two groups of college football fans that have been assigned Beth Mowens.
Bless their heart.
I know, and just think,
you know, our heart goes out.
You realize the fear that puts out right now. and I will tell you one thing that I've noticed, and I noticed it even within this group of men. All of us do the Beth Mowens. And time will go by and we won't hear her do a game, so we kind of thought like, well, we kind of exaggerate and maybe we make too much of that. And then your team will get assigned her, and then you realize, oh, this really is bad. This is as bad as it is. I mean, it is my favorite was,
good for the radio broadcast.
Yeah. What was hilarious is I had a listener the other day that said they were like frantic in the middle of their day and they missed the setup, and all they heard was the air raid siren, and they thought that World War III had started. They didn't know what was happening. And when they heard it, they said for a moment they were relieved it was just the Beth Mowens update until they actually heard Beth and they realized it was worthy of the air raid. So that'll be happening today. we'll do that. One of the things, it's so funny to
You
watch.
know, it's just a matter of time till she ends up at Burgess Snow Stadium.
I know.
That's going to be quite a day, you know.
You know, how about this? You can continue to laugh, but I'm telling you, that's coming. You know what I mean? And so,
There will be something quite ironic about seeing her sitting in the press box with the name Burgess under it.
Yeah, very rah. I'll tell you what's odd is it's almost a reason that Jacksonville State shouldn't have gone to Division I. Because there was a time they were safe, they probably wouldn't get her. But now you're like, uh-oh. Now we could just be the game she gets assigned to.
You just could be the lucky bunch.
Hey, look, man, we're excited. Look at these teams we're getting to play. Who's doing the game? What? Oh my goodness! At one time we were safe. So that's
not
going
anymore.
And I heard the guys mention. I went through this thing of the ongoing, cable TV, satellite TV, streaming. We're in a very complicated world because we're the generation that's making the transition.
Right.
So we get all the mess and the ugly. I was just chuckling, and I don't care because the stations that I've lost now on cable I don't care about.
Well, are they back?
No,
Because
yeah,
some of them got back.
the ESPN stuff came back, which that's all I cared about, and the Disney stuff which is ESPN. But I looked, and now that you go to because I was just happened to be scanning.
Yeah.
Now the channels I landed on I couldn't care less about, but now they're saying, hey, now we've lost these, so we got these back, but then we lost this other bunch. So I'm just like, yeah, whatever. So but you got the ones that I'm willing to go. That'll cover that for me. Mm-hmm. And then if they go again, then I'll go to some of these other options. But
it seems like because
but they gained some and lost some
because there's a natural occurrence of contracts running out and people wanting more money and negotiations that go on with that.
Right.
Some succeed, some don't. But I think the pandemic, nobody was really doing that during the pandemic. So now that we're kind of climbing back out of it, somewhat to normalcy.
Yeah.
It seems like everybody is wanting that all at one time now.
Yeah.
And, we've got this writer strike in Hollywood going on.
Oh, yeah.
The UAW bunch, they're going to strike.
I
don't know if you saw that deal.
Yeah, I think they did.
Did you see what they want?
Multi-state strike. So I guess it started. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see what they're asking for? And I'm not in this fight. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the details. They want a 46% pay raise and a 32-hour work week.
Now, I did hear
Now,
you're right. Now you remind me, I did hear they want a 4-day work week.
Yeah,
I did hear that.
I saw it. Now, did it say 4-day or 32-hour? Because you can work 4 10s.
Mm-hmm.
You see, or they want that?
Yeah. Did they say 32 hours or just 4 days?
The 32. What I saw.
Well, the
said
thing I
32.
saw
Yeah, maybe,
anyway,
yeah.
and then
I know the 4
and
days.
then
Right.
the raise is spread out over 5 years.
Yeah, well, I'm just giving
That's a
you
big
the headlines
raise.
on it.
That's a big raise.
Yeah.
In a time of inflation, big raise. But
Remember,
it's all run together though now, and everybody's wanting an increase when we already have the inflation problem going on and interest rates up, and the economy is slowing down due to that, especially in the housing market. I saw one of the things an economic guy was talking about. One of the things you don't think about how complicated our economy is. Where one of the biggest slowdowns have been? Furniture sales.
Really?
Because people are not building new houses. Right
Well, that's
now.
true. Yeah. Can I?
Well, Lisa's trying her best to get it back.
Oh, that's good.
She's
Bubba, I
fighting the
think you may have
trend.
been confused when you said 32. I think that's the strike you're on. Remember, you want to do the 3-2?
Well, that too.
Bubba's striking for a 3-day work week. And then a 2.
You know what I've got one for?
Yeah.
Give me an extra day to get in trouble.
Well, you lose that day of revenue, we're going to have to find some way to find it.
Seems like it's going away anyway.
Yeah. No, that's lawyers are taking that. 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Agrees to be zero carbon by 2025 and publish a public annual eco audit of all NBC Universal operations, including a summary of key ecological and carbon data. That NBC only permit think tank spokespersons or lobbyists on the air to discuss the climate and ecological emergency, whose funding is made fully transparent by the viewers in each and every case. So what these Nimrods that have glued themselves to a fake globe want us to believe is that they know more than the rest of us. that we're being duped, and there's an ecological and climate emergency that we must react to right now. Now, once again,
please look at this.
I've glued myself to a globe at Universal Studios, but I haven't got the wherewithal to think out that I'm only concentrating on the United States of America about something that really they believe affects the climate in the entire world.
It's hard to take someone very serious when they're super glued to the top of a globe.
So let me get this straight. We had these demands, and we've listed our demands.
Right.
Okay, if we don't, what? Well, we're going to sit on top of this globe. I'd go, all right.
Have at it.
Yeah, move on.
Enjoy.
Please, guys.
Part of the
That's it. You're
attraction.
not blowing anything up. You haven't kidnapped somebody that I don't know about that you're going to release, right? All you're threatening me with is you're going to sit up there on that globe. Well, I say sit.
Enjoy your flag.
This is where I wish the fire department would turn that hose on them.
Oh, yeah, because that hose will knock them off.
It
that
will.
globe.
I'd love that.
Yes.
Well, it goes back to
Pure joy.
It
Y'all,
goes,
you should have seen the meeting, Rick. I'm sorry, with the firefighters. They were all huddled up like in a football game,
Just
trying
drive
to figure out
Drive on.
how are we going to do this? What are we doing here?
Somebody's house is on fire. Drive on.
Yeah.
I would rather them rescue the cat.
Yeah, leave these
From a
idiots
tree
out here.
than deal with
At least a cat didn't reason it through and think that the world's ending because of climate.
Yeah, just got up there and got a little scared.
But cats, they act like cats act like they're so deep and they're so mysterious and they can't even figure out how to get out of a tree.
No. A tree they went up.
A tree they went up. Just climb back down. But the
they're not super.
But I wish we need to, because my mother knew this when you saw my picture in the 6th grade that sadly was brought here today for us all to see. well, my mom knew that her chubby little son, who ran away because I claimed I was wronged one time by my parents.
Yeah.
And I ran away and was going to live forever behind the dog pen. And
in the woods.
In the woods. and my mom knew that if she just waited out, that Chubbalicious is not going to make it very long out there eating, wild blackberries.
You're going to get hungry.
Yeah, I'm coming back for that sandwich. And eventually I cut a deal with them and came back and ate a sandwich.
Yeah.
Because just leave them up there. How long you really think that stay up there?
I don't know.
And I don't care how long they
It's not
stay.
affected. It ain't bothering. We're still, our business is as usual. We're working. You can sit up there all you want to.
You're not keeping anybody from getting in?
No.
You don't have a bomb strapped to you?
And now the firefighters are dangling on one of their ladders, begging them to get on.
I tell them,
Leave
sit
them
up
there.
and
I'm with y'all. Do y'all really think they're super glued to anything?
They've been moving around. It's some poor glue.
They got up there kind of like that cat. They can get down. They'll figure it out.
Let's leave them up there.
Rick and Bubba.
So, same thing I would say to these people. They would either sit up there and starve, and then they become part of Universal Studios. Look at those two skeletons they have on the globe. Minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so after we let's hit a couple of updates here. Update on Aaron Rodgers. Unfortunately, they had to remove the foot. And no, I'm just kidding. Aaron Rodgers undergoes surgery on his season-ending Achilles injury, and they are saying that the surgery went well, and it was everybody's heartbroken about that he's out for the season. But as far as his surgery, they think that it went about as good as it could. So, and I don't.
And that's a tough injury. I mean, you know the old saying, somebody's Achilles heel. That's the weak point in a lot of the power chain there in the leg. Well, it is the weak point,
right?
So that's why it gets so much attention. But that's a tough one.
I'm going to take the New York Jets fans, and I'm going to nominate them for one of the biggest can't have nothings. I mean, guys, that is as big of a can't have nothing as I think I've ever seen. Oh. I mean, the build up to this and the hard knocks, and even I became interested. Not that I pull for Aaron Rodgers or the Jets,
right?
But I just wanted I wanted to see how this was going to go, and I look forward to seeing them actually play opponents and to see if they could put something special together because he had everything.
Well,
around
I did
it.
3 plays.
Yeah, right, and. I was not able to deal with the Monday night game, but I thought I was looking forward to the Aaron Rodgers makes his debut and here's how it went, and nobody, we didn't get any of that. I mean, in Jet fans, they were in a frenzy.
And I don't know if y'all talked about it yesterday, but we started the broadcast with the normal team that had Aikman and who was the other?
Joe Buck.
Was it Joe Buck?
Yeah, Joe Buck.
And I wanted to hear them start, and then we were going to flip over to the Manning cast, and because I had never really watched the Manning cast much. I mean, I'd seen some clips off of it. So we flipped over there, and they had John McEnroe on, Rick, who is a lifelong Jet fan, and
sure.
You know, he was, and he started talking about how, you know, bad the Jets' history had been. At least they have a Super Bowl win. Don't make me mention that.
Sure.
But and he was talking about how they had been snake bit and this and that. And he said, I cannot believe what I'm. And you know how he used to go. You know, he would rant at the referees, and he started doing that on the show, and it was so funny. Because he just could not believe it.
I
you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. And that's when the Jets say, well, we just can't have nothing. I mean, we can't even make this work. And you know, for some reason, I'm quirky about things. You know, I really, really dislike the Jets uniform, and I was bothered when Aaron Rodgers went to a team with such a bad uniform. I was kind of wishing.
Which Jet uniform do you like the best?
I don't like any of them.
I like the one when Joe Namath, when they won it, when they had the white helmet.
Well, they went back to that for a while.
Yeah. And they were good with that dark green helmet for a while when Richard Todd was there, you know, and Gastineau and all of those. They were
Klecko.
They were good. They didn't go to the Super Bowl, but they were a player, you know, and played.
It's one of those teams I just can't get interested in, and this got me interested in them. I mean, they just.
I know.
When I see them on the field, I'm like, the Jets.
You know, if they could add maybe a little yellow to it, a little highlight or something to pick that up. Always the green and yellow looks good.
Yeah,
that'd be Green Bay Packers.
Well, just a little highlight. Oakland A's looking.
The can't have it part, can't have nothing part is the fact the very first series. If he would have got hurt late in the game, that'd have been bad.
Maybe three games in the season.
Yeah, we are on our feet. Here he is, and now they're carting off. I mean, it's that quick. He hadn't even sweated.
The stadium was on their feet, Greg.
He hadn't broke a sweat yet. You know what I'm saying? He could take his uniform and hang it right back up and not even wash it.
All right, let me ask y'all this: Do y'all actually find solace in the severity and the cruelty of can't have nothing? Is it less cruel that you have no hope that he's coming back? Or would it be more cruel if he was injured and they say, hey, we may get him back week 11?
It's more cruel that way.
We might get him back for the play.
At least you know.
I think you have hope then. Now, I mean, you're just crazy. At least you have hope.
But Jets fans are so disgruntled and they're just so beat down over the years.
Band-Aid.
I think at least knowing, okay, we don't have him. Let's move on.
Band-Aid,
because if not, you're in the stands going, man, when's he coming back? He's got.
Okay.
That's just agony.
It was very cruel.
I hope he does come back. But this type of injury at his age, there is a possibility he will not be able to recover.
That is correct.
To a level he can play football.
After Alex Smith came back, I think any of them.
Well, now that's true. Of course, then he realized, what am I doing out here? What am I, some kind of daredevil?
Yeah. His leg like a shark had been chewing on.
Exactly. Yeah. You see those commercials where he's got shorts on. He looks like he survived a shark attack.
I'm gonna make a bold statement here. Yeah. If the story wasn't good enough,
here we go.
And now it gets better.
Here comes sunshine.
He comes back after this awful injury and wins a Super Bowl next year. Not the 2024 Super Bowl, but the 2025.
You heard it here.
Will the team have to be somewhat good this year to be prepared for that?
They're going to be They're going to be
Well,
above 500. Probably go to a playoff game.
They got a good defense. That helps.
The defense was good last year, and it's even better this year.
Maybe a few more offensive lines.
All right, here's the big question. They finished 8-5 last year without him. Can they do better than that this year without him?
Probably not.
Even with the add of the new guys.
And does Zach Wilson take a step?
Maybe one more game
towards being better.
You know, the Patriots are not as good as they've been, so that helps them out. Now, Miami's come back up. Yeah. That's going to be a problem in the division.
Can they beat 8-5?
And I think this, Rick, I think knowing what they know right now, I think that I'll take 8-5 or 9-4.
I think 9-4.
Definitely. Yeah, you think we can muster maybe one more?
Yeah.
Just one more little.
Yeah.
They've got
one little
Dallas
more notch.
this week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'll be a win. Let's chalk that up.
Okay, there's another angry fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and Bubba are angry with your teams.
Well, but I don't do what Bubba does. I don't watch them. He watches them.
But you did have to say enough.
Oh, yeah. Several years ago.
But I will say
Dallas
this for the
destroyed
Jets.
the Giants this past weekend.
Yeah. I mean, it was like 40-0 or something.
But that's kind of cruel because you know they're just setting you up.
Y'all jump down Cowboy Lane, see where it takes you.
Well,
Heartbreak.
Even with the Jets, Rick, I can,
Destination Heartbreak.
Right to Heartbreak Road.
I can hold my picture of Joe Namath going off the field holding that number 1 up. You know, at least I did have a good memory.
So I was going to.
If you're a Viking fan, you don't even have that.
But the Vikings really overall have had more success than the Jets. But you'll take the one Super Bowl win and trade them your other successes that never led to a championship but had some pretty good seasons. Would you give those up?
We play for the championship. We don't play for, hey, we look good.
You went to 4 Super Bowls.
Lost them all.
Right. Would you rather have won one?
Embarrassingly.
Would you rather have just won one and you give all the rest of that up?
Oh, yeah. I think so. I think so.
Yeah. It's that important.
Because we're headed the other way now. Hey, that really looked sharp last night.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or they'll come down. Yeah. But anyway, you don't listen to them. Now, this brought Brody and Murph walked in and then told us what about this song that's going to crush us because you know how much we love Zach Brown. And Zach Brown, started on this show. We introduced him to the world and the band, and now you're telling me he's on some ridiculous global warming song?
He is. It's a large blow. It is. But he is now on a song with Lil Dicky is his rapper name. Lil Dicky.
Isn't that the name of the pants that Bubba? Isn't that the pants that Bubba wears? Lil Dicky jeans?
Yeah.
Lil
It's the same thing.
So this is Lil Dicky?
This is Lil Dicky, and he has put out a song with like 30 features on it. It's called Earth, and it's about protecting the Earth.
I don't know if I'd went with that.
Yeah, so it's great. And Zach Brown is one of the.
Are they making fun of it? Are they actually serious about it?
They are not.
Well, he's like a joke rapper, so it has that tone of like making fun, but then at the end he comes out and he's like, but seriously, global warming is a big thing and everyone needs to be more environmentally conscious.
Is he making fun of it up to that point? I just got to know.
He's making jokes, but he's not making fun of the concept because he does think that the concept of global warming and how he believes that the Earth, as we know it, will be over in 12 years if we don't do anything about it.
Is he not aware of how many people have predicted it to be over in 12 years for the last 100 years?
No, Lil Dicky has it figured out. He has done it.
Hey, I'm going to have to roll this up and under for you to get this in before the hard break.
Okay.
Now we can.
I don't want to hear the whole thing, but I mean.
Okay, well here's the beginning of Lil Dicky.
And what does Zach do on this? 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Field of Greens. You hear a lot about this on the program, and I just continue to love the feedback, and I love what it's doing for me. I don't miss it. I love it. So I know what we do a lot of times. We'll go, well, I know I had that double cheeseburger, but that lettuce on there, so there's that lettuce. Hey, I had a donut, but it was fruit filling. Well, let's all get in the real world. I know these things are delicious, but they don't really count for the 5 servings of fruits and vegetables that we need a day. And we're certainly not going to continue to, be taught. I hate when people nag me about that you need to do this, you need to do that. So we're not going to do that. But the good news is we're all in this together. I don't care how healthy and committed you may be out there. I would say that a tiny percentage of us eat as healthy as we should. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to help prevent heart disease as well as lower blood pressure and cholesterol, eating 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day will go a long way, but that's hard to do in your regular diet. Well, say hello to your friend, Field of Greens.
Hello.
Field of Greens medically selected the vegetables and fruits by doctors that support your vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and immune system. Here comes the flu season. Field of Greens is ready to help you stay healthy. Also, you'll see that your skin, your hair, and your nails look healthier too. Why? Because your body's getting the fuel that it wants. You'll also find more energy, a clean energy. All these things I've seen in my life since I started taking it. So, and many of you out there have echoed this. So go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. We'll save you 15%. If you have any other questions, I'm always happy to answer those. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So Bubba, I know that you lamented, as you normally do going to the break, your ongoing relationship. I would call it an abusive relationship with you and the Vikings.
Yeah.
I think it's time for you to move on from that. I think you've got too much going on to deal with that. And then the Vikings enter into Bubba, and I have done a long study, and we haven't come to any other conclusions. We know our conclusion can't be right, but evidence keeps pointing that it must be. And Bubba and I have said for some reason there are uniforms, and we don't know why, in programs that are cursed. And no matter what coach you put there, what players you put there,
what era it is,
that presentation will always produce
they always
a
play
similar
the same.
product.
Yeah,
and
I mean they have maybe better years than others.
I don't know
they
how
seem
that's
to
possible.
Always be in that area,
But how can that be? I don't
Rick,
know. I don't know how that can be.
I wish somebody could study it because, and the flip side of that, there are other teams that appear to always be on top of it.
Right.
Now everybody has ups and downs. I got
sure
that,
they do.
But
sure they do.
It just seems like some of them are hung in that mediocre. We're just never really going to be good.
Well,
and the Vikings classify for that, no doubt.
Yeah, are the classic, and you've been through this with the Vikings. We'll get you almost there, and then we'll break your heart every time. Right. We can't get over that hump. And then what was really cruel is just about the time people who pull for cursed teams, they thought they were almost like, well, this is as good as it can get. And then the doggone Red Sox and Cubs go and win World Series.
Right.
And then people start thinking, well, maybe it could happen for me.
Maybe I could have
They
something.
lifted the curse.
Yeah, and then that puts a cruelty back on you because you start thinking.
Well, at least they knew they had a curse going.
Right.
At least they even had a name for it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know what the deal is with Minneapolis and Minnesota. I don't know what their deal is.
Well, and keep in mind,
I don't like the purple pants. I've said that. I like when they had the all
What about
white
the solid purple? I don't like that either.
No,
I don't like solid color
I don't
uniforms,
either.
top and bottom.
The throwback uniforms.
I like white on white.
White on white looks good.
Yeah, I do like white on white.
The throwback uniforms they started the season with is the ones that I grew up with that I really liked. I still think those are good, and I like their helmet. But I don't know. It's just and I like the coach. I like the coach they've got now.
Yeah.
I like him.
Well,
you love the quarterback.
That's
he's very
he's
average.
good enough.
But that's back to the curse. You've got a coach in there. When I saw the behind the scenes on him, I thought, well, he ought to be winning, and so it's back to the curse. It's like it's
okay. So let me give you an example.
It's almost like if you go there, you say, I will influence it, but it always influences you. It beats you.
Yeah.
No matter how good you are.
Yeah.
I knew this was going to be a loss when I saw it on the schedule. They don't play good away anyway.
Well, you made a statement though. When you get down, you'll start going.
Yeah.
You claim that they've not won a road game in 10 years.
10 years, right?
Yeah, and I think they have. But I mean,
They ain't won many.
You're
They ain't
right.
won many.
Not memorable.
Because you hear him, they ain't won 10 years.
10 years. Give me 100 laps.
Give me 100 laps.
So only this is Viking luck. Okay, they've already fumbled once in the first quarter.
No, he's reliving it.
They're back. Listen, they're
He's
back getting a
reliving
punt. They're back getting a punt. The guy fields it on about his own 45. Okay, so they're kind of down on the Eagles' end. He tears off and he is juking and he's moving up the field. And you think, hey, he may take it to the house. Well, he gets down about the Eagles' 30, which, by the way, if you just down the ball there and kick a field goal, you get 3 points, right? He fumbles and loses the ball.
Right, I know.
And I'm like,
So you
can't
go
have
from,
nothing.
yeah,
I'm a
And
real
then,
boy.
Listen, and they finally fight back. You know, they're kind of trying to stay in the game. It's the drive right before halftime. They've got one of the best wide receivers in the league, and he's going down through here, and you think he's going in, and the guy catches him right at the goal line. And we've all seen this. He stretches the ball out, right?
Makes me nervous.
Well, if he loses the ball, if it goes out of bounds, the Vikings retain possession at the half-yard line. If it goes into the end zone and goes out of bounds, it's a touchback, and that's what happened.
Oh, no.
I mean, you just can't.
No.
And I'm sitting there going, "You got to be kidding me!"
That's cruel.
And it opens up another thing.
And then I went to bed because
You said, that's it, I'm out.
Because
I knew they were
I
gonna-
watched.
Hey, 0-2, good start.
I watched some of that, and I've been thinking about this for years. And Greg, I think you and I've talked about this. I would like to tell my team if I was coaching, hey guys, we'll take it at the one.
Yes.
Stop trying to stretch out and do this weird break the plane. Just tuck the ball away.
We'll get it in.
The guys got you. We just had a huge play down to the 1 yard line. We'll take that. Yep. Stop. You know, this thing of being reckless with the ball, trying to break the plane, then people keep losing it, bouncing out of the end zone. You stop doing all that crap.
Yeah, and they still had two.
Well,
Even though they were under a minute, they still had 2 timeouts left in the first half when he did that. So he could have, to your point, just go down or get close. I know it's easy to say, but you're right. I mean,
and by the way, I love the discussion.
We'll get it in.
I watched a little bit of it. I love the discussion. I know this was last year too when they went to the Super Bowl. Is that the Eagles are now taking which I don't know why we changed the rule that you now can assist a runner.
Boy, you can.
And they have just got to play that the league says this thing is pretty much unstoppable.
Fourth and short.
Fourth and short. And do we need to go back and outlaw it again?
Yeah.
Because they're saying if you're going to allow us to aid the runner, well, my goodness,
we're going to get around him in a
they-
big pile, and we're just going to push him.
They brought that in when they changed the rule, and they've been very effective.
But
I mean,
why
they get
change the
3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1. They're going to run it every time, and they can get on the PA, and you can't stop them.
You've got a quarterback that's got your legs strong as anybody on the field.
Oh, yeah.
And then you've got people that can just push him, and you got a good offensive line. But what I'm saying is, when did anybody sit in the meeting and go, what do you think about us letting them aid the runner?
I know.
And somebody saying, well, we've never allowed that because that kind of gives an unfair advantage. And somebody says, I say we bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a
Because,
good point.
used to that you'd
You
see
couldn't
calls
do
play
that.
call back
Yeah.
because an offensive line would push the guy.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Rick, you'll see people now reach in, grab him, and pull him to him.
I
Like
know.
on the other side of it.
But why did we do that? Why do we think that's a good idea?
What was lacking? And we go, we need to fix this. We need to be able to aid the
I don't
runner.
know, other than, most rule changes aids the offense. Everybody wants to see
of
scoring.
course.
That's
So
true.
That's the
That's
only
true.
thing I could think of. But, good for Jalen Hurts. I think he's been a class act. The way he handled himself through college and the way he's handled himself in the pros, and he's been rewarded nicely for that. But, they got off they were struggling a little bit. So, anytime Minnesota's coming to town, you kind of get your act together. You look
well,
a lot
there you
better.
go. Yeah, there you go. So,
I mean, there's always
Say
gotta
good
be that
news.
team.
Minnesota's coming to town.
Well, look, I say now we go for the draft pick. Let's lose them all.
Greg, here he
let's
goes.
get number 1 pick.
He's going downhill.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You tanking?
Just know that Bubba's going
get
Rick
downhill.
Bubba's
Let's get
tanking.
them all.
Yeah, he is.
Well, teams like Minnesota, though, Bubba, they make the wrong pick. They get the pick, they'll mess that up.
They'll evaluate.
Go make a deal for Herschel Walker again. That worked out.
Right.
But go ahead. Yeah. So traded half the team to Dallas,
And
they
pretty
put
much
them in a
turned
dynasty.
Dallas around.
Yeah,
That
they
started
did.
their run.
They did. So
I know they break your heart, and I do.
No,
I
here's
understand
the thing.
that.
I don't.
You're a
I
Mississippi
used
State
to-
fan. You get that.
I used to get physically ill as a little kid when they would lose,
Right.
which meant I spent a lot of time at the doctor. But
Yeah. That's funny.
I don't take it as serious as I used to. It's almost comical now to watch on how bad a play they can come up with, like the punt return and fumble.
Yeah.
Just stuff like that.
that does
But
add
I
to it.
I enjoy good football. I don't want to cheer for a team. I just like seeing, good playing. And Kansas City's always fun to watch. I think I would like watching the Dolphins. I just don't like their colors. Sorry, Ryan.
Yeah. How does it feel that the Chiefs went through an era where we thought we'd never hear from them again, and now they're, the program of the NFL? Does that cruel again give you hope that the Vikings could do that too? Because the Chiefs were a nobody, not even going to make a threat for a long time.
But now I do want to say
after
something.
they won a Super Bowl in 1969 against the Vikings.
They had a dry spell.
But I do want to say one thing.
Dry run from that.
And I want to be fair to all Vikings fans.
Teams
It's not like they suck. They were 13-4 last year.
Yeah,
and they did lose to the Giants in the playoffs. I get that, but I just don't want you to present it like they're not any good. They just break. They just break your heart.
Don't
is
do
what
this
they
to
do.
yourself.
No, they do. I mean, that's just a fact. But I'm not saying they don't break your heart because I
Bubba.
understand that they'll let you down when you least expect it.
Don't listen to that, Bubba.
But I just don't want anybody to.
He's on the other side.
I'm getting on the red zone. I'm just going to watch team score.
That's it.
Oh, there you go.
Well,
that might be the best
the
bet.
Vikings
There
are
you go.
Yeah, I won't even have to see them on that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Universal Studio Planet, we know more about how man affects climate, not just weather, climate around the world than climatologists and scientists who some think there's something to it, others say there isn't, and we really don't. It's a theory. It's just a theory, and we know for a fact that the end of the world has been predicted over and over again. As like I said, the first time somebody said we were overpopulated was 1798, and we've had 6 billion more people added to the earth since then, and we're still good. But Justin Timberlake or Justin Bieber and Zach Brown and Rihanna, and this whole list of people, and 2 people who glued themselves to a fake globe, that's who we should listen to about the science of carbon emissions and climate and its effect on climate. And we'll just ignore all the evidence that the climate seems to have had extremes for a very long time, as we've said 1,000 times. When you look at I understand that a lot of people want to hear celebrities say things, but I'm not sure we want to get our science from them. And so why don't we just look at the science of it all and use some logic, which there's one that's to me very blinding, and that is the ice age that we came out of with no industry, meaning the earth heated itself up, melted all the ice somehow. And also the fact that volcanoes put more into the atmosphere than human beings can put together in 100 years, all in one big eruption.
Are you doing this to help yourself?
Well,
has this helped you any?
Well, you have to understand what's happened to me here. Zach Brown's gotten involved, and now they're affecting Zach Brown. And he's from like Georgia, and we can't have that. And I'm not talking about Atlanta. I mean, he's the kind of guy that had a little house sitting on the lake. Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
So we're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be out this weekend. Saturday, UAB football in Birmingham as Protective Life Stadium hosts Louisiana. Speedy, the stadium guy, so if you're going to be at that game this weekend, look for Calvin Speedy Wilburn from the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we're a little sports heavy here in this hour. Watch out. Rick and Bubba doing a sports talk show. I got it. But it's it's football season. We love football, and there's a lot of interesting stories. Deion Sanders' story, of course, one of the most intriguing in college football. And I started picking up the Colorado is 2-0, and they're playing Colorado State. Again, that's weird that the third game of the season is the in-state rival.
Yeah.
That seems weird to me. But anyway, but it's Colorado. There's legalized marijuana there, so I don't expect anything to be normal. But so has Deion now gotten into a battle with the head coach with Colorado State?
Yeah, I don't have the exact quote, but he basically alluded to the fact that most grown-ups take their sunglasses and hats off when they're talking to other people or doing interviews or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And Deion didn't really care for it. He said, and his quote is, "It was just going to be a good game."
Right.
He in other words, he's saying now we're going to pound you.
So here's what, and how do you say the Colorado State's coach's last name? Norvell?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Jay
I
Norvell,
forgot he was there.
He said, we had to do a bunch of ESPN videos, and it's great. I love it. But our kids came out of those videos really with a chip on their shoulder. They're tired of all that stuff. They're really tired of it. I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off, I took my glasses off, and I said when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. They're not going to like us no matter what we say or do. It doesn't matter, so let's go up there and play. Sanders, as you said, Bubba, now came back and says, well, now the Rocky Mountain Showdown has become personal. I'm minding my own business, watching some film, trying to get ready. This is Sanders now. Trying to get out there and be the best coach I can. I look up and I read some bull junk, that's his line, that they done said about us once again. And then to your point, he says, why would you want to talk about us when we don't talk about nobody? All we do is go out there and work our butts off and do our jobs on Saturday. But when you give us this ammunition, they done messed around and made it personal. And he said it was going to be, Bubba's point said a minute ago, it was going to be a good game. So it looks like, though, that now Coach Norvell has been complimentary and has been pushing back at the critics saying, well, I respect their head coach a lot. He said some things. He tried to back off, but it's too late because it's personal. And that's what he said. Then coming back, the Coach Norvell said, well, Deion Sanders has had a lot of public critics. I'm not one of them. I really respect all head coaches and the sacrifices they make to become head coaches, and I appreciate the path they've gone through to get there. He said, especially African-American coaches, I was happy to see Deion get his opportunity. I had to wait a long time to get mine. So he's saying, he might even be trying to say, look, their players were doing the videos with their glasses on and all that kind of stuff, and our players didn't do that. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Coach Sanders. I have great respect for him. But it's too late now because every coach needs this kind of stuff, and they love this kind of stuff. And Coach Sanders, truthfully, could not be more thrilled that Norvell said something that he can make personal.
When it's 48-3 and they're airing it out with Shador, get ready.
Do you guys it's like Deion needs something every week to hang their hat on where they've been disrespected to be their battle cry.
It's a dream come true.
Yeah, it is.
Do you guys want to hear the original comment and then Sanders' reaction?
Yeah, sure.
All right, here's the original comment.
And I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So
he's mad now.
Yeah.
So you can tell he was mad.
This does help Deion because they could easily look over Colorado State, look into Oregon next week.
Yeah.
So this gets them focused.
Yeah. So here comes Sanders. He loves this. He couldn't be happy.
Sure.
They done messed around and made it personal. Now it was going to be a great test, a battle of Colorado, but they done messed around and made it personal.
So you can see he's got everybody behind him.
Made
it?
Personal.
I'd like us to adopt something like that in here.
Oh, yeah.
We need to come up with something.
Yep, that's good. Look, what if a caller called it and like ripped us and we said, well, now you done gone and made it personal. I like it. Yeah. We're all trying to have fun in here. Now you had to go and make it personal. That's funny.
I love
You know, Dion is funny. I mean, to me, he may be up there with the great Flip Wilson. You know what I mean? You remember Flip, how he could do stuff like that? He always had people.
Oh,
yeah. He coached the audience up to laugh.
Well,
I love Flip Wilson. I love it.
It's one of those things.
Here come the judge.
It's one of those things where you have to walk a fine line, and because if you definitely want to get your team worked into a frenzy, but on the other end, you have to watch for the people that maybe are willing to take a penalty.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Because this is a game of contact, and contact there's legal and illegal, and really if you do
can overhype somebody.
If you do illegal contact, you just simply get a penalty, or you could be tossed out of the game. But if I'm gonna lose anyway. You have to. It's just like that time I told you, and I'm not proud of this. But I don't want to be a liar too. Is when they had Johnny Manziel kick a field goal
when they were way up.
When they were way up. See, I would have taken little Johnny out if I'd been the opposing team because we're beat anyway. Yeah. And if they toss me out of the game, it's fine. But as soon as that kick went and he was watching it, I would have ear-holed him.
Yeah, the baseball term used to be Bush League.
Yeah, right. There you go. And so you have to kind of watch. That you could get some of the Colorado State Rams going, we're not that good this year, but we're going to be remembered.
But I'm about to leave my mark on this program.
Right.
Yeah. They're going to talk about me for generations.
We're not going to get a W, but we're going to have an outstanding story.
Yep.
So you have to kind of
be careful.
You got to keep it within you go right to the edge and you come back just a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's made that game a lot more interesting.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those games. It's a West Coast late game. It's a 9 p.m. Central Time game where we're all trying to fight and stay awake.
So we'll just hear about it Sunday.
I
never see it.
But game days there, right?
Because I've had to live with Greg, for my whole life. There's always that one little side of me that says they're both in on it.
Yeah, that they're just hyping the
trying
game.
to get everybody to watch the game.
It's pro wrestling
because nobody really cared about that game.
Right, we got a game that's going to be on the West Coast.
They called each other and said, "Hey, let's."
It's supposed to be lopsided.
Yeah.
Listen, can I ask y'all a question?
Thank you for making me like that.
Rick, it's on the table.
I feel like game day. Speaking of that, being at Boulder is missing a little bit this year because Bear's gone. Don't y'all?
Well, he's over with Fox.
That's funny.
Yeah, old Bear. I love
just
him.
not the same.
They've actually
Bear.
got a guy doing his job, and I think he does it better than Bear did.
Is it Steve?
Calm down.
I do.
I think it's
It's
Steve?
that guy that would used to hang out with Van Pelt every once in a while. I think on
he still
Sports
does.
Center.
Yeah,
Okay,
he still does.
I think he
late
does
night
too.
Sports Center.
Is that the same guy? Am I not making that?
No,
Okay.
yeah, he's still with him.
Okay.
I just miss Bear with little
I
magnetic
forgot
stickers over
Bear
there.
had gone over to Fox until I was watching their game day, and I was like, oh wow, there's Bear.
I'm glad Bear's gone.
I just hope nobody makes it
personal. Top of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, is there anything worse than being nauseous? When you're nauseated and you, man, that is a terrible, terrible feeling, and you are willing to just about do anything for it to go away. You're like, hey, is there anything I can take for this nausea? Well, there is. It's called Relief Band. Now, some products are just not worth, going cheap because they don't do the job. So if you get nauseous, you don't want to have that feeling very long, and you'd like to not have it again. So go to the clinically proven answer to quickly relieve and effectively prevent nausea associated with motion sickness, anxiety, migraines, hangovers, morning sickness, chemotherapy, whatever is causing it. And if you would like to find out more, we've got you set up ready to go. Go to reliefband.com. Use our promo code Bubba. We'll get you 20% off, and we will get you free shipping, okay? They have an A-plus Better Business Bureau rating, over 100,000 satisfied customers. So you're using a brand that you can trust. You can use the HSA or FSA dollars to get Relief Band. So if you got those accounts refilled now, you can use it for this. If you have everyday nausea relief that you need or just occasional, this patented technology makes feeling sick a thing of the past. No more the pills that make you feel groggy or exhausted. Relief Band is legitimately a band that you wear on your wrist to give you relief from nausea, and you can change the intensity depending on how you're feeling. You can make it stronger. You can make it weaker. So save yourself 20% right now by going to Relief Band. That's RELIEFBAND, reliefband.com. Use the promo code Bubba for 20% off and free shipping, and say goodbye to nausea. Money and fame bring a man to shame. Ain't no doubt about it.
How about it?
Bubba, welcome back, and congratulations to you and the team and all the coaches on bringing home another state championship. Three-peat. Well done.
Three-peat. Rick, thank you. First off, let me say thanks to you guys and the audience for letting us have a couple of days to tend to that. It was very exciting. It was a lot of fun. I'll try to give you all an update the best I can. There's no way to put you there like I would like to see the things I've seen and feel the things that I have felt.
Well, I don't want to smell the things you smelt either.
There's just we got in a little after midnight last night, and when my alarm went off at 3:30 this morning, I was having some serious issues trying to figure out who I was and where I was at.
Yep.
And I asked myself, Greg, what I knew and when I knew it.
That's all you know. Clear that up, and you got it, brother.
I will tell you this. I fell asleep 3 times this morning after I got up. And the strangest one was when I was sitting in a chair in my bathroom with one shoe on and one shoe in my hand. And I don't know if I was trying to call or text.
Yeah, did you have it to your head?
Like Maxwell Smart, whatever. Yeah. And I really don't know. I think the shoe was falling out of my hands what woke me up. So I'm just glad that y'all didn't find me slumped over a steering wheel at a red light this morning.
That's right.
So,
or in your office with your head back going.
I know. Rick came in and talked to me. Keep me from going to sleep.
Yeah,
so I will tell you this, and this is no joke. I sit down, and I was trying to get online to check email, and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get online. And I realized I was staring at my notebook, not a laptop.
Dang thing, so good.
I thought, what the speed on this thing? I got to update it. I can't get online. Where's it
What's
at?
wrong with this thing?
Come on, email.
What do you kids want to know about now?
Golly. So I'm a little dangerous right now. If y'all just kind of look over me, okay, till we
if you
get
wanna,
through the day today.
I have that couch in my office. You want to get a power nap during commercial breaks.
Well, I tell you what was funny is because I came here, and of course I wanted to go in there and congratulate Champ right out of the gate.
Sure.
Champ. And usually Bubba's pretty trustworthy that he's going to be, at the time I get to the office, he's going to be in that chair. And he wasn't there, and I thought, oh, Lord.
He's somewhere with a shoe in his hand.
Let me go check the conference room table.
Yeah.
Oh man!
So
but you know, and that's bad. It's really bad on me because Speedy got in probably real close to the time I did, and he's fine. But I wouldn't say that. I just don't do well with
You're faking it, aren't you?
Yeah, faking it. Making it work.
Well, there's one thing. There's one thing with being fine, which I don't think that ever happens.
No.
And there's no thing with you just dealing with it.
You dealing with it, you go.
Yeah.
And
I promise you, that day I got back from wherever I was and came straight to the show, I seemed fine, but I wasn't.
Inside there was a battle.
Yes, sir.
And you know, we'll talk about it too. When you start understanding tournaments and going on the road with whatever it is, when you're at a young age, usually when you play maybe a little all-star team or something, and you build up that experience over the years. And I tell you something, I don't know why I can't get it through my head that I will sunburn my lips every time I'm out.
Bubba.
I could not, if I had to call the dog to feed him, he'd starve to death because I can't whistle at all right now. You know what I mean? I couldn't make a tone through my lips for that.
So do you every time you forget to put that stuff on your lips, just every time.
Oh, every time.
You just don't remember.
Well, you know, when I usually wear whatever that hat is with the hole in the top of it, a visor, and
that'd be a visor.
You know, I really need to go to the bigger format like Speedy has.
Bucket hat.
Yeah, but it's just I just haven't done that, and I keep telling myself next time.
is 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. And I need you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. We'll run down the stories of the day. The grade 8 will be here, and our golden ticket seats coming up a little bit later. We look forward to meeting all of you today. The wonderful wheel of canned meat is coming up. Your phone calls are coming up this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for spending a little time with us. We do appreciate it here at the Rick and Bubba Experience.
It's a daily update.
Where to go?
Our Biden update today. I mean, it is daily.
Basement Joe.
All right, so the president continues to say things that are easily checked. I heard everybody saying this in the break. Now, I will say this. You must understand. I understand. We all see the losing of the cognitive skills. We can all. If you can't see that, then you're blind, or you can't hear well because you could just hear him. But it is also true that Joe Biden has been lying for decades. So he's always been a liar.
And a little plagiarizing on the side.
When he had his act together and knew everything, he still was a liar.
Mm-hmm.
So lying to Joe Biden is kind of like, well, I shouldn't say that. I'll do another analogy because that will cause a firestorm. Joe Biden, it's normal for him to lie, and so lying to him,
there's a history.
Yeah, is not a big deal. But so we have a couple of two clips that we'll play, but the first one is the one he's getting slammed for today, that he keeps lying that he taught political theory at the University of Pennsylvania for 4 years. And, this was, he was serving as an honorary professor.
For like 2 years.
2 years.
Got a check, never taught a class.
But honorary professors don't teach. That's just an honor from the university. And they place you in a place of honor, but you don't get to go in and teach a class because you haven't done the training to do that. Okay? It's not, you didn't earn the status of professor. It was just given to you.
Yeah.
So here is Joe Biden once again claiming that he taught political theory at the University of Pennsylvania for 4 years.
Our democracy is under attack.
Not
we got to fight for it. I taught at the University of Pennsylvania for 4 years, and I used to teach political theory. And folks, you always hear every generation has to fight for democracy.
If you forced me to tell you whether he said that because of him losing control of his mind, or he would have said that completely coherent, now he wouldn't have sounded so incoherent.
Right.
But would he have said it anyway? That's a good question. I don't know whether that's just a liar who always lies or somebody who really believes that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
now what is?
But remember what Costanza taught us.
Oh,
Jerry, if I believe it, then it's not a lie.
Right. So as long as I believe it, it's true.
Right. And so
what exactly is this attack on democracy that he's referring to in this particular thing? Do you know?
Well, remember, Bubba, the ultimate plan is I always demonize acting like I'm saving you from really what I am.
Right.
If you want to talk to a bunch that is going to take our republic, our democracy, whatever you call it, it's a combination really of the two.
Right.
But if you want to look at somebody that is destroying this constitutional republic, or if you like better the democracy, even though I'm not sure that's quite accurate, but there is democracy in play.
Right.
If you think our form of government is being destroyed, it is by them.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're trying to turn us into a socialistic, huge central government, tyrannical society, that the government is the answer to everything, and they are the ultimate say. And then they get to, of course, be the ruling class, and the rest of us, get to eat the crumbs that they toss down to us. So anyway, he's never has taught. So I expect that Karine has a rough day ahead of her
Mm-hmm.
because somebody's going to ask her, well, that's not factually true, and I can't wait to see what she's going to say.
Well,
we don't have that yet because that hadn't happened.
Well, yeah, but even like on 9/11 when he was speaking in Alaska, and he claimed that he was at the World Trade Center site the day after 9/11, he wasn't, and they were asked about that. I think it was John Kirby was asked, does he just make things up, or does he know he's lying, or because it's so easily debunked. I know y'all can't think that we're just not going to look at what he claims.
Right.
And the response was just kind of, well, no, he did go. It was a week later. Right. But see, he didn't say that.
Right.
He said the next day. It's just, and same with this. It's,
yeah.
I don't know.
So now,
well, he didn't teach for 4 years.
No,
that's just not.
So this
didn't happen.
Yeah.
Didn't teach at all.
No.
And the honorary professor deal he got was only for 2 years.
Yeah.
So he can't get 4 years of teaching, no matter how you want to.
No,
they do that just to kind of, to try to draw in students
Of
and
course.
say this guy's
Of
helps
course.
us.
Yeah. It's a PR move.
Kind of
and
like your
and
doctorate at Jackson.
There you go. Perfect example. Yeah.
Do y'all
You
want to
wouldn't
hear
believe
that
the
Kirby
enrollment
clip?
numbers because of Bubba.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's just crazy. Yeah.
Well documented.
That's how they got
It
them
is.
robots.
Do y'all want to hear the John Kirby comment on that
Yeah.
Speedy was just talking about?
Sure.
Okay.
Why did he say that he was there the next day? Because he wasn't there the next day.
Well, he went about a week or so after the attacks with other members of Congress to see Ground Zero for himself and have a chance to talk and thank the first responders. He just attributed the visit a little earlier in the remarks than what had actually occurred. But he was there. He did go to Ground Zero.
So he lied then, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know, Kirby, I mean, they must get up every day and think, how big a shovel am I going to have to get out there?
Yeah.
I mean, because Kirby was a respected admiral at one time. I mean, and he's had to go and put the lipstick on this pig so long. I mean, you can't believe anything.
So
it'd be tough, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So now, and then we'll unpack the bigger thing of where are we headed with this? But now he's going to do what if a conservative had done, it would be the end of their political career. He is about to refer to African Americans and Hispanic workers as people who don't have high school diplomas. He could have just said workers without high school diplomas, but he specifically talks about these groups of people. And then says, when I say them, what I mean, people don't have high school diplomas. So here we go.
We not only recovered all the jobs we lost during the pandemic, we've added millions more. We've seen record lows in unemployment, particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. The workers without high school diplomas, the lowest unemployment rate in 70 years for women now.
Nobody believes this.
No, it's just it's easily checked again. It goes back to easily checked. This is all it was he's been doing this so long, but he can't quite do it as well now because his mind's leaving.
Mm-hmm.
He knows
and he's losing his cover from the media.
He knows as a staunch, leftist, he's supposed to cater to minorities and remind them that they have no hope without, rich white Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
They must defend them. And they must care for them. But see, in the past, he would have been savvy enough not to act like that when he says people with no high school diplomas, that means Hispanics and African Americans. But he can't even lie well now because you really can say he's always lied, but he hasn't lied this poorly.
Yeah.
You know it. And so the bigger question, and I saw some people discussing this yesterday, this can't go on. This notion that he's going to run again, like we said yesterday, it's like we're playing a make-believe game. Yeah. Because the question, and Greg, you might have been the first one that brought it to the table that you may have heard somebody say it. Do we think he's going to get better with age?
No.
In this where he is now, like we add 4 years.
Picture that.
5 years of this, it's going to get better.
Yeah, this never goes the other way.
No, an expert actually said 1 year's like 10.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, look
In
at
that
him when he went
condition.
in and look at him now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the difference.
So it's make believe when people say he's going to run again. They keep saying that while behind the scenes they're trying to figure out what they're going to do.
Yeah, I can't figure out where they're going to get. Where's the off ramp here? Where are they going to get off the interstate?
We'll take your phone calls next. Any of the topics we discussed today, you can bring up your own topic. 866 We Be Big is our number, and lines are available. The real Greg Burgess rolls his way in there to chat with you. And we'll come back and find out what you have to say when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah, I forget what it was because that can happen when you go to some of these climates that I've been to, and I learned that horrible lesson. And I'm not a chapstick guy. I don't know what's wrong with this generation. All young people use chapstick all the time. I don't know why.
I don't get that.
I should have
my
used
daughter,
it, but I don't.
My
Maybe
daughter
so they don't
doesn't
burn
leave
their
home
lips
without
when
it.
they're
Yeah, my kids all are chapstick. I don't know why.
So the lips don't chap and they don't burn them.
Yeah, but there's a chapstick sunscreen. that you take the chap, you just do it like chapstick.
Got a little 15 on it.
I think anything would help.
Well, that will help.
Yeah,
for sure.
They call me Mushmouth.
They call me Mushmouth.
Welcome to the back, Bubba.
So we'll cover Bubba's adventures, and from what I've watched, and you told me there were some adventures. But you're gonna have that. And
look, and I've learned to expect it. That's the one part of wisdom that I knew going in. I was ready.
You didn't think you'd have anything? No. You knew better than that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Recapping Bubba's return to the program. As we mentioned as well. So you had your bus pulled up to a hotel. You were very concerned and always trying to stay on top of this. When you travel with a team, it's bad if it's down and back. If it's an overnight stay, game changer, because now hotel rooms are involved and meals and everybody getting to their rooms and everybody being where they're supposed to be. And when you arrive, you're told they don't have your rooms.
Well,
that's where we left you.
When they first tell you that, you think, well,
it's disbelief.
They just haven't found it.
Disbelief.
They're going to work it out.
Right,
They're going to
right.
work this
It's
out.
under another name. It's something.
Yeah, something. Find it.
Tell you what we're not going to do is we're not getting back on that bus and leaving like we don't have rooms.
Right.
Well,
this is all going to be working.
Sometimes you do, Rick.
I know.
So we've unloaded, and when you have tennis players, they carry their tennis bags, and then they have luggage. So most of them have got that off the bus too. And
because you just told us you got to be a sewing machine right now.
Right.
We think the process of arriving here is underway.
Right. Yeah. And we go down and we've worked hard and we've practiced. We have high expectations, and then when these things start happening, you think, oh no, this is going to be what sinks us. You think. So you go through that dance at the front desk, and we're being very nice, but trying to figure out why we've got all kind of paperwork with names and reservations and dates, and you sent it to us. You to us.
Now you know how Charles Ebersol felt.
Yeah, really.
He thought he could get to his money.
Yeah. And so there, and it's really not a thing of, as it was explained to me by the very nice lady at the front desk, it's really not a matter of how this happened, but we need to find y'all rooms because we don't have any.
Sleeping on the bus.
She finally got to the point and says, look, we can all be upset. The bottom line is you don't have any rooms.
Yeah.
Right.
They put y'all up in a broom closet.
Yeah, and you kind of wish it had started with, I'm sorry, didn't really get that, but we're okay
Boy,
with that.
you really
and,
would. You'd love to have that.
We're, a lot of responsibility there, but so they
Who's doing the talking for you guys?
Well, it's a combination.
Okay.
You was mad.
You were.
No, I was calm.
You told him to cram it.
Did anybody have to tell anyone else, hey, calm down, amongst the group?
No.
Did anybody say don't upset the face?
He's getting mad.
You know what I think it is?
Look, man, I'm the guy that opens the gate in the barn.
I think they're tired of y'all dominating, and they were trying to make it hard on you.
And don't forget
immediately
conspiracy.
you start thinking, well, this is not beyond some of our competition.
That's all I'm
Sabotage.
saying.
Greg, you know what else?
We've all had a little friendly fun with our competition on the road in other venues and other sports. Back in the day, Rick.
Back in the day. By the way, don't forget, too, that this is in our home state of Alabama, the only major market that took us off the air. Go ahead.
Right. So
they may not like old face.
But this is great. They call the hotel across the street, and they make arrangements for us to have a few rooms over there for one night.
A few rooms.
It's not going to be the room we need, and it's only for one night. So I'm thinking, we have to get up early to be at the courts. I mean, we have to leave like a little after 6 every day. And I don't know if high school kids leaving at 6 is always,
that's tough.
in the 6 to 7 range is tough. So they arrange for rooms, but it's only one night. So we go, and we're just
Is
trying.
it enough rooms for everybody?
It's going to be enough, but it's going to be a little cramped, So, but the important thing is we're just trying to find, rooms. And
I don't want to bog this story down.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy. But I know that you got a CPAP issue.
Available 866 We Be Big. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout outs or shameless plugs. We're not doing any of that. And at the old buzzer, that'll be your time on the program over. We'll get to the next caller, and unless you get a timeout from Helmsy or Bubba, but they only tote one apiece, so it's not like we got, hey, look at me, I'm willy-nilly with my timeouts.
I got a handful.
I'm just going to throw them everywhere. So bring it in now. The real Greg Burgess on the phone. Also, not the time to visit with Greg, because then that bogs him down, and other lines are ringing. You guys have gotten so much better at phone shows. I'm so proud of you. So here we go. Lines are available. Fire up and go. Jeff will get us started. Jeff out of Sweet Home, Alabama. 30 seconds, Jeff. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. Y'all talking about Biden lying. I heard him say the other day, hijacked a plane in 71 and jumped out with a bunch of money.
That's funny. That's
That
good,
is
Jeff.
so good.
That's good. Good work right there, Jeff. That's
Still
good work.
unsolved, but anyway,
Still
go ahead.
unsolved. Maybe it was him. Makes as much sense as anything running.
Yeah, it does.
I bet you could talk him into that he did that.
Yeah, it just takes the right person to tell him.
Nobody believes he can run for second term, right? I mean, there's not one person that truly believes that. I know they have to say it.
Even
but
the media's turned on him now.
Yeah. Let's go to Case. Is it Casey or Case?
It's Kate.
Hey, Kate, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So I was just going to say, talking about Joe Biden's cognitive state and how behind the scenes the Democrats are worried about him running again. I used to think that as well, but I think John Fetterman has definitely proved that they do not care at all.
That's a good point.
They don't.
That's another good point. Y'all, the audience, you're on fire today.
Yes, you are.
That's another great point. If they will bring this guy in, whatever state of Biden, they'd run him again.
Of course.
Yeah, because and of course, a lot of that is as long as the party can get control.
Yeah.
Then all the people behind the scenes can keep doing their thing. And what I mean by that is Obama in his sweatpants.
Yeah.
Remember he said that. I would sit down in the basement, run the world from there. Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's up, guys?
How about it?
Hey, listen, I just wanted to make aware, deer season's right around the corner, and a lot of these guys are, leaving their tractors at their deer camps and trucks and leaving. They're locking their tractors, but John Deere and Kubota and New Holland, they all have generic keys. So they get back and their tractors are gone, and they're like, man, I locked my tractor. It's gone. But it's the same keys fit all that stuff, and they're being stole. So I just wanted to make everybody.
Can't have nothing.
Thank you for the tractor public service announcement.
Yes.
Tractors are getting stuff.
Why would you make a key that would fit all the tractors?
Because most people didn't used to steal tractors.
That's a big thing to steal a tractor. That's a lot of work.
It is.
That's a lot of work.
Wow.
It's easier. It's easier if you got the key. You just drive it off.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a tractor. I mean, it's a lot to deal with. It's not real fast. Everybody chases.
Harder to hide.
If you got to put it on a trailer, that's a big deal. Let's go to Seth.
Huh.
See, I know how I am. Even if I was a thief, I'd be a no-hassle thief. I'd go, we're not doing tractors.
Right.
That's too big a hassle. Seth, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
I'm good.
Good. Sorry, dropping kids off at school.
Understood.
Real quick, guys. Who do you think, if they don't go with Joe for the debate, who they'll go with? I personally think it might be Gavin Newsom.
Yes.
And then also, who do you think would give Trump the best ticket-wise for his VP pick? I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks. Yeah, I think you're right. Bubba said that early on. I think he was right. I think it's Gavin Newsom.
And the fact he says he's not running means he's running.
Means he's running.
You know how that is.
And as far as Trump, when it comes to the Trumpster,
it's got to be a special person to be VP for the Trumpster.
Yeah, because at some point he could blame you for everything. And
are there many takers out there for that?
And he could turn his minions on you. So watch out.
Huh? Are there many takers out there for that?
I wouldn't be one.
No way.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I mean, we all think, well, okay, DeSantis, and no, that's not going to happen. And we think Haley, we know that's not going to happen. So who would it be?
Yeah, for me,
who would actually say yes to that?
My preference would be DeSantis. Like I say, I think the best plan is to run Trump with DeSantis. Trump gets his final, all we allow, one more term, and then you move DeSantis into that row, and you go on maybe pick up 12 years. But that's never going to happen because it makes too much sense, and egos will not allow that.
Boy, be tough.
I've heard
that's the right plan.
I've even heard crazy rumors like some of the governors that are in some of these states that he needs to win in order to win the presidency, like Kemp in Georgia.
Right. Well, him and Kemp don't.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, neither did Bush and Reagan at first, but I mean they got past it. So I mean, I'm just saying,
you get down to convention, you get strange bedfellows.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that.
Well, we got a pretty strange one running the free world right now.
Yeah.
Greg's made that point. Kamala Harris told us that Joe Biden was evil.
That's racist.
Right. Yeah, and now he's the greatest thing on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So we continue, but I don't know. I would say DeSantis, but that's not going to happen. So
I don't think that would happen.
Tim Scott excites me. Yeah. Maybe it's a running mate.
I think Nikki Haley is a possibility because she's worked in the Trump administration before.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to revisit.
I think she wants to,
but she might because of the convention. You never know. But that would be a good choice too. Let's go to Braden in Atala. Braden, go ahead.
Good morning. I just want to say with the whole Biden thing, he reminds me a lot of my grandfather who suffered from dementia. Sadly, he passed, but it just sad to see what's happening to him, honestly.
It is. But and we can have compassion, but we also have to be concerned that the role he's in right now is pretty important.
Yes.
And but I understand. Yeah, it does get sad. But what they seem to be saying is no matter how sad y'all may see it, we're not decent enough to think it's sad either and protect him. We're going to continue to do this and act like we're in some fantasy world. We continue. Let's go to Matt. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, good morning. How are y'all?
We're good.
Great.
Hey, so I need a gold ticket seat update since COVID is not that bad. When you guys going to open up back to all week?
We probably won't.
Once a week.
We probably because COVID has nothing to do with what we're doing now. What we're doing now is the best thing for this new studio design. And so we probably won't go back to every day.
Yeah, we've got some limitations on getting folks in and out and being able to accommodate. So we want to still do it, but every day is going to be tough.
And the bathroom.
Yeah, for that.
Well, that's one
what I mean.
of them.
That's what I mean by the whole studio
accommodation.
Yeah,
The bathroom alone is just a nightmare for people to sit here for more than 2 hours.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Beverly. Beverly, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good.
I have an idea if and when Trump gets back to the White House, he needs to take Senator Kennedy with him, and the Florida sheriff. I think it's Grady Judd. If y'all are familiar with him,
I know who you're
talking about. He needs to take him to the White House also.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to call you and tell you guys thank you. God has used you guys' show unbelievably. Rick, I know that you're very open about your religion. That's awesome. I ran from God for 40 years. And every time I change the station, Rick and Bubba come on. And every time Rick and Bubba come on, Rick was preaching something about church. And just so you guys know that God has used your station to change my life and the life of my family.
Praise God for that.
That's
John,
good news.
Wonderful. And we see those kind of things in email, and I can't tell you, it's a great reminder of what we all know is why we do what we do. And so thank you for that. That's a great encouragement, and never be the same. And to go out, and now you make others, you're a disciple now, go make others and tell them your story. Mm-hmm. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Snore.
I forgot.
You're supposed to have your own room. Does this mean people are piling in your room?
No.
Other coaches?
Much like y'all, if you announce you have a CPAP machine, everybody thinks you're going to die in your sleep, so they want you in your own room.
Okay,
so they
don't. I just didn't know with the limited rooms if
CPR.
that meant the coaches were in with you.
Nobody. You talking about you get your own room? We went on a trip with the XFL. Speaking of leagues. We had 8 people in one room and me in a room.
Absolutely. And we were glad to be in the other room.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to know.
Matter of fact, it's so affected, I've got a fake CPAP machine so I can get my one.
You just set it out.
Start moving. Everybody says, oh, yeah, you can go over there. You're good.
So the second hotel, we'll call that hotel number 2, was very nice and accommodating. They said, look, we wish we could put you up, but we got a big church group coming in. They basically rented the whole place out starting tomorrow. So we can accommodate you tonight, but y'all got to leave again. So
love that.
You're thinking moving all this, and we carry a little bit of equipment with us too. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this has just turned into a circus. So we're there. They have cut us hotel keys. Now remember, we were on a tight schedule, so we've had to break up now. we have me and one of the other coaches are working on rooms, and we've sent one of the other coaches with the team and the bus driver to do their warm-ups that they need to do. But usually we have, all three of us there, but now it's one, and we got two working on rooms.
And then, the face usually oversees the one.
I know. God. The face is so mad.
Now, keep in mind, too,
the face is frowning.
We have parents. We have parents who've booked rooms to be with the kids. And
where are they?
Well, there's complete confusion. A lot of them are coming behind us a little bit later because nobody wants to leave that early.
Did the hotel have the parents' rooms?
Some, and some they didn't.
What?
Oh, boy.
So I don't know.
Are they same hotel parents?
I don't know. Do what now?
Were they same hotel parents?
Some of them were.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know if they did some software upgrade or what, but there was a whole bunch of reservations messed up. So we're over there. They've cut the room. So we're at the same time. I had, long bus ride. I went to the room that they had assigned me because I had to go to the bathroom. So I'm literally sitting in the bathroom calling other hotel rooms trying to find rooms.
So you took a deuce.
Rick, I've been on
the face is constipated.
Rick, I've been on a
Picture
four.
him sitting there.
I've been on
there trying to work it out.
I've been on a 4+ hour trip.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And the last thing I did before I got on the bus was have lunch.
Oh yeah.
So
oh boy.
So I'm calling around and I'm trying to, and when you need rooms for some reason, well, there wasn't anybody in there to be bothered with.
Another beautiful thing about the CPAP machine, get your own bathroom. That's right.
You start when you call the hotel room and you somewhat feel obligated to say, hey, we have this group and they've got our reservation messed up. Can you help us? We're just instead of just saying, hey, we need rooms for this, So we're calling around, and luckily, we find a place that has rooms and can put us up for 2 nights. So then I have to get with our head coach, and we're I'm trying to catch him. Now he had to go too, so we're all going. And the kids are at the tennis place with one coach.
I have to interject one thing before we come back. Are you telling me that you went into a room, took a dump, and then took it and gave it back to him, and gave the room back to him?
Is that all you used the room for?
Y'all don't get ahead of the story.
You were so mad.
Who are you, Mickey Dave?
Oh, I see where this is going.
He was so mad he left him a little soaker on the way out.
Well, you left you something, I'm out.
Y'all don't make this awful.
Right. Well, you just
this
said
is a long bus
you just said you had booked 2 nights, so I know what's about to happen. You're about to tell one.
Well, no, I had them. They were holding the room.
Yeah.
And I'm going, and I don't want to let them go because they never book the room at the hotel. It's somebody in India.
No, I know. I
doing
hate that.
It,
that happened to me with the thing.
And I don't want to dare let it go. I'm holding on the phone.
Yeah. I know which one you're talking about.
And I'm trying to
finish.
I'm trying to finish.
Right.
Seeing dots.
And stay on the phone. Wow. And now I've got to find our head coach who's somewhere in the hotel. And I'm trying. Hold on, and I'm trying. I go. I don't do this a lot. I'm on the call and text at the same time.
Boy.
And trying to pull my pants up.
Oh no!
I'm a hand short.
Straight to state, baby.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out of it. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. 866 We Be Big is our number. Updates going on with the Rick and Bubba Show and things tied to the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy out and about this weekend. UAB, Louisiana, Protective Life Stadium. See old Speedy. If you're going out, he'll be there. And then looking ahead, some other things coming up from themanchurch.com. Those of you looking for man churches, Ottawa Baptist Church in Ottawa, Tennessee. Andy Blanks and Lance Ingram will be together there on the 22nd. That'll be a Friday night, Saturday morning, men's weekend, and then plugging you into the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. On the 25th of September, I'll be in Tuscaloosa for a Save a Life fundraiser, and you can find out information about that if you're over in Tuscaloosa by going to rickandbubba.com and looking under upcoming events there. So, Bubba, we're living in the days, every day that we get up, we think to ourselves, what boycott is going on today?
I know.
Yeah, what products are we supposed? And look, and I know that people get mad at you and me when we say this, but you and I are, believe it or not, we're not huge boycott people.
Yeah.
Because it is a very, very difficult road to be consistent, and it's an uncomfortable feeling, and I know we all are inconsistent to some degree because it's very difficult not to be.
Right. We're humans.
Yeah, we're human beings, and we're flawed, and we can't quite seem to get our act together perfectly on at any point. But when you start boycotting products, the question always is, and it happens a lot, you just jump from one product you should be boycotting if you have convictions to another product that you should probably be boycotting too. And so then you end up a lot of times with no products. Now, every now and then you can go to a product that shares what you believe or aligns with you, and you go, hey, this is great. This is a clear, easy choice for me. But there's a lot of choices that are just kind of like, I'm just trading one problem for another. So I don't know how many of people in this room here, anybody in here use Dove products?
I don't know. I like the chocolate.
I see.
That's when I first saw this, I panicked. I thought it was the chocolate. I don't think it is.
I mean, we're talking soaps and stuff. I think we've probably got some laying around. Yeah.
Everybody's
some
got
body
Dove
wash
soap
somewhere. Something like that. Yeah.
Probably use the body wash this morning.
It is the soap brand. It's not the chocolate. Thank goodness. But I'm sure the chocolate people do stupid things too. I just don't want to know about it. But anyway, so I don't know who Zahana Bryant is. I don't even know if I'm saying her name right. I know she is a BLM activist who accused.
She's large.
Thank you, Greg. She accused a white student of threatening protesters, and then admitted that was not true, and kind of tried to destroy that person's life. And so now, what's Dove? Is this person going to be a spokesperson for Dove? Okay, yeah, we got a video. All right, here we go.
And it might be Ziona.
Ziona?
But it's not spelled like Z-I-O-N, so that's a tough call. But here she is talking about this partnership with Dove.
Okay.
My belief is that we should be centering the voices and experiences of the most marginalized people and communities at all times. So when I think about what fat liberation looks like to me, it looks like centering the voices and the experiences of those who live in and who maneuver through spaces and institutions in a fat body. It looks like making accessible spaces and having conversations that are aware of the fact that people have different bodies and that they are interacting with space and people and institutions and communities in a different way. Fat liberation looks like fully embracing those differences and having those conversations instead of shying away from them. To learn more about fat liberation and the campaign for size.
Fat liberation. You know what? You speak up for fat liberation.
Go to
Fat liberation.
Go to dove.com/fat.
Hey.
No, that's not right.
Hey, she gonna use a lot of Dove.
And there it is.
All right.
I just told you to be careful.
Okay,
it is.
friend.
Well, I'm just saying.
I turned his mic off.
She's gonna require a lot of Dove.
Well, but there's sometimes
Cover
when
the
thing, because life is funny, and of course, we understand about the struggle with weight. Of course, she doesn't want to struggle with it; she wants to embrace it, and that's okay too. I've been there too, but it is interesting to.
I'm down with fat liberation.
It is interesting that when someone who is large and is talking about, the plight of large people, keep using the term moving through spaces. It is much more difficult for large people to move.
Right.
Through. Yeah. I don't know.
Every step is more difficult.
Guys, you realize that this fantasy fake world we're living in is just bizarre. Yeah. And so is Dove getting on Fat liberation?
Fat liberation, Rick.
Is Dove helping her with fat liberation, or back to BLM? Where are we with this? Because people they're saying they're boycotting products because of the fact that she ruined someone's life.
Isn't it crazy how we become popular?
By making an all.
Now, is her title? Am I reading this correct? Fat Acceptance Ambassador.
Correct. You are correct.
How do you like that on your LinkedIn?
Also, plus size activists, but also BLM.
Hey, now.
So, and I think good grief.
Well,
Look,
she is.
She is embracing it.
She's large and in charge.
You have
Yeah.
to say that.
She is liberating that.
So they're saying that Dove and her partnered for fat liberation. Who are these people and marketing people that these products are hiring now? Y'all can't hire these people that come into you. We've said this 1,000 times. See Bud Light. You can't keep listening to these people that don't live in the real world. You're bringing them in, and they're convincing you that the majority of the world is in the fake world, and they're not. These marketing plans do not work in the real world, and I don't know why y'all can't discern that. This is just so. This is almost like you go just to be kind. Well, thank you for being with us, and you know what? Good luck to what you're doing. Mm-hmm. You don't attach your brand to it,
right? Yeah.
I mean,
it's maybe
Elon Musk is even waiting in.
Oh yes, he is.
yeah.
I mean, he's weighing in.
He said they messed up.
Yeah, he said, "Here we go again." He said they've messed up. This is just going to be another Bud Light situation. And now people are throwing the Dove products away, not because of the heavy thing, but because of the heavy spokesperson of what they did to another person when they were BLMing.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe Dove crunched some numbers and they were like, we could have either 5 skinny customers or 1 fat customer.
That's
Adler, if you look at that scale, that works.
Well, I would think there's other
I'm gonna say to you
fat
again,
liberators out there that they could have got,
Yeah,
right?
I'm gonna say that.
So
I was worried about Greg.
I'm gonna say this to Adler again. The time you're spending with Greg, cut it in half.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
All right.
Just cut it in
That's
half.
wise.
It's not
wisdom.
moving you in a good direction.
That's wisdom.
Right.
That's wisdom.
And I'm not saying leave it, but just cut it in half.
Okay.
And but you're right, Bubba. Can we not find
When I look at
less
her, I think,
controversial, heavy people? I mean,
you go down to Walmart, you can find all you want.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
including me.
Yeah, I was about to say no call here.
Yeah.
And this is.
I mean, we're kind of leading the charge on fat liberation.
What was the
did that long before it was cool.
What was the title
it was
for
cool.
the people that can't get anywhere on time? Remember something blind is time blind.
Time blind. That's it.
So we got
That's unbelievable.
we got all kinds of.
We got all
organizations.
kind of time blindness and tone deafness.
What if
out
you're
there.
large and can't get nowhere on time?
Oh,
Yeah.
Huh?
I know.
You can combo
and
it.
drink Bud Light.
You can combo that.
I'm just going to say again. I know I might as well go over here and just bang my head against the wall.
Right.
I can't believe that these ideas are approved by people that have been successful.
I know.
I don't understand it. How does someone not go, well, this is a little probably out there. Yeah. Probably not a good idea for our company.
Yeah, and not only that, but you're choosing the way you're choosing. So this lady accuses this other student at University of Virginia for claiming something
And it
about the
wasn't true.
2020 riots and everything, and then she comes back out and go, well, yeah, maybe I.
Well, that was after that girl's life was ruined.
Yes,
Remember, they tried to run her out
and
of
that's
school
how she
and
got her
everything else.
popularity, and
Yeah.
now she's a spokesperson.
All right, I've
That
got
was
it.
a springboard to this.
All right, I've got it.
Unbelievable.
And some of you have brought
Yeah,
this
that was a
up.
springboard.
Some of you have brought this up, and you're right, and I'd forgotten about it. And honestly, in a little more indirect way, it may be impacting some of the things that we are doing. This new thing, this is why you can't let these progressives run the country. This new score that all these companies have to achieve
ESG.
to be left alone, they're going, this is going to be stupid. It's going to cost us a little bit. But then when they come after us about our score, we can go, well, we have this person's part. We partnered with them. Doesn't that get us a good score? It's about their score.
Yeah.
Yep,
And they're
sure
thinking,
is.
and they're weighing, is it more important to have a good score than to be in bad deals with influencers? Which one is more? What's one's going to hurt us the most? That's what they're
Sure,
doing.
yeah.
That helps me a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still a bad decision, but at least I understand how you can get in a conference room and leave and actually be heard.
You missed the story earlier this week, Rick. Morningstar, which is a big investment firm, is pushing this ESG thing. And we have 19 states now that are going after them legally for doing that, trying to get that outlawed. And Alabama is one of them.
Need to.
And several states that their attorney generals are leading the charge.
Well, because it's a way to hold companies hostage and blackmail them.
Yeah.
Right.
And so,
it's unfair to the stockholders because they're having to artificially engage and change their business practices when their concern should be to their stockholders.
and see that's exactly right. And I'm like, okay, wow, now I see it. It's the pick your poison.
Yeah.
You're like you said, Greg. You're sitting there going, all right, which one of these is the most damaging? I'd like for us to get to where businesses can find the one that's not damaging at all.
Yeah. Right.
You know, and I mean,
Not worried
It
about
used to be where your credit
we're-
score was the most important thing.
so this is where we're trying to force something that because it can't make it on its own merit.
Yeah.
because it's a fake world. So we're trying to take the fake world and say, I know y'all think this is fake, but we'll force you to do that like it's real.
Yeah, we're going to make you deal with it.
I'm reading a statement here. Dove has announced that they're gonna change their name from Dove to Turkey. So that's pretty cool.
A bigger bird. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you proud of yourself?
I'm not.
He's really fired
Cut
up
it in
today.
half.
I'm ashamed.
Yeah, cut it in
I'm
half.
proud of it.
Yeah, cut it in half.
All right.
All right, we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Good night.
More Rick and Bubba coming up as we walk through the stories of the day. So some days we come in and we see things and we go, well, that can't really be happening, only to
That
discover
can't be true. It can't be true.
only to discover that it is. So now you got to decide what you're going to do with Dove products. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
Turkey product.
Yeah, right. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you were then taken in by Hotel 2, but could only do one night. You needed 2. Hotel 3 says we can do the 2 nights, but can only take 9 rooms over the phone, and you need 12. And the last time we left you, Hotel 2 has been now, thank you, but we can get 2 rooms somewhere else, and they were very understanding.
We call it the lifeboat.
You have given them all their keys back. You did relieve yourself in one of the rooms. And now everybody's trying to go to practice, then on to I hope the final Hotel 3.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have a ride. Somebody's had to come back to get you. Parents are spread out all over Mobile. And what happens next? Your phone.
Hey, where's the team?
Your phone's blowing up.
Hey, I ain't got a room either.
Right. Yeah.
It's Rick. It was just pure excitement. I mean, I don't expect anything less on the trip. It was very invigorating.
Yep.
So it looks like we get to Hotel 3. They are super. They take care of us. It's a brand new hotel. They do a great job, and they set us up. And it looks like maybe this thing is coming to an end. Thank goodness. And we get the team back. We eat. The coaches, a couple of us have to go, and we have to go to the meeting. And, of course, we go to the wrong hotel, to begin with. The sign was real close.
Unbelievable.
And we didn't see the newer, bigger hotel behind.
Oh, no.
And
wandering around.
The one we went to had it was more that old format where they have like an office with a a window air conditioner unit in it.
Yeah.
And it says manager and the lights blinking and like half the word don't work.
But at this point, who cares?
And I thought, this just really doesn't look like the place we'd have a coaches meeting, with the size, because I don't think we're all going to fit in there. But there was a new one behind it, and we found it and got there. I do want to say this. After we got through all this, the tournament, everything went great. And I have to thank our old friend Marty Smith and his daughter. They ran the tournament. Marty, a lot of people know him. He's coached in the area, coached basketball several places here in town, in Birmingham and around the state. And we've been involved with Marty in 2 tournaments, and he just does a great job. There's times where, things just run like they should, and Marty's one of those guys.
I wish he was in charge of the hotel.
And, matter of fact, I asked Marty, he does such a good job, I asked him if he could do my taxes this year.
Matter of fact, we wish Marty would invest in hotel number 1.
And Alvin Briggs was there, an old friend of ours who is the number 2 guy at the High School Athletic Association. He was there to help everything run smooth, and they did a wonderful, wonderful job. And, Rick, I want to thank these kids. I know they're going into class right now, probably a little sleepy. But we had a historic run. It was a great run. We're very proud to win the state championship. These guys worked very, very hard, and the whole team has a part in it, but I want to highlight the ones who actually played and won these courts. Luke Wolf won first court. John Wolf won second court. Connor Coleman won third court. And Connor won all of his matches without dropping a game. Wow. That's 6-0, 6-0, 4 straight times.
Wow.
Unbelievable performance. Ethan Carr won fourth court. Alex Phelps won
Come on, buddy.
fifth court.
It's been a long night. How's them lips doing?
Yeah. Little sunburn things.
If I had to call the dog to eat by whistling, he'd starve to death.
Alex Phelps.
Alex Phelps. Thank
There you
you.
go.
I got you.
Will Tarter won sixth court. They all won their doubles championships. And on the girls' side, Kara Coleman won the second court, and she did a great job too. She is
sister to Connor Coleman. So
that's pretty cool that brother and sister won state titles.
Yeah, we had brothers on the boys' side, and then we had brother sister win. So they did a great job. They're all big tennis families, and we're very proud of them. It was just great. We play a lot of good competition, and I really enjoy the coaches and a lot of the kids we play against. They play hard, and it's always good to have to go out there and just lay it on the line. And the kids did a wonderful job. Very, very proud of them. And like I was saying with Coach Matthews, they put in a ton of time and work doing this. And we don't look, and we talked about this in our circle after the tournament. You go and you win these trophies at these things, and the kids had an armful of them. But we don't look at those as idols, but we look at them just like the stones that were piled up to remember. When I look at those trophies, I think of the hard work that went into that. It doesn't just happen. You have to invest to get a return, and it reminds me and fires me up for the next project, whether it be athletics or in life or in ministry or what.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. So, a couple things we'll propose, and Bubba, you're kind of on this right now, and you even may have a good acronym for it. So, when companies prove to us that if they're pressured, they will bend. So, we've always said, well, why not pressure them for the way you want it to be? Because they've proven that they can bend. Now, I realize that we don't have the power right now to get a score, you know what I mean, a score that we can pressure companies with, but why don't we start the process? Why don't we say, well, you're going to hear from us if we don't like your score that checks the boxes of the way we want the world to be? Because if why does one side get to pressure companies into doing things they don't even sincerely believe? Why can't we apply the same pressure the other way?
Well, we've always heard the term the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
100%.
And
I just lived that.
It's kind of ironic almost that many times the squeaky wheel is a smaller marketing group than the vast majority who stays quiet. We've always heard the term silent majority and all that.
Right.
But what if there was an active movement where the people in the middle who just want to get along, who just want to live the American dream, who want their kids to have a better life than they do, who wants to pass along traditional values to their family and continue the process of what's going on. We're not hating anybody, not trying to hold anybody back, but we're tired of being distracted on tangents other than what we need to be doing in our country. And a lot of times those people are referred to as the flyover states. It's not the coast. The coast appears to be where the more stranger groups are.
I like this.
So kind of like in the, how Trump had really put together the MAGA movement. I think there's a broader movement that would even be more than politics, but into marketing and the private sector, into capitalism, and to investing and all this stuff. And we call it the flyover states, FOS.
I love it.
Because
I love this.
And we call it FOS because the country is FOS.
Correct. And when
join the flyover states, FOS.
Yeah,
because the country is FOS.
We're saying that all of these people that are trying to do this, all of y'all that pretend,
that stands for full of stuff.
Right, you're FOS.
Right.
But it also stands, if you push us on that, we're just saying flyover states.
Right.
So the acronym works beautifully because
you can jump back and forth depending on whatever you
wherever
need.
you need to be.
Yeah.
All of y'all are FOS, and so y'all need to start catering to the FOS.
Right.
And
the FOS become the 800-pound marketing gorilla that it can be, because it actually has the numbers to do that, and they have to learn how to be squeaky where they need to be to get the oil.
So we walk into the conference room. Let's say we're with Dove, okay? And I said, I understand you've catered to, was it ES, what was it called?
ESG.
You've catered to ESG, which stands for what?
Environmental, social, and governance.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So y'all
we're all learning that, right?
So y'all checked those boxes, and by the way, that's real.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
that's real. That's real.
That's real.
Okay. And we go, well, I'm just going to. These are not real numbers, so understand. I'm not saying real numbers, because we're just talking to people that make lots of money to sell products to people.
Right.
And we say, I'm going to use simple numbers.
Right.
Keep in mind, this is just an analogy. These aren't real
example
numbers.
only.
Yeah. So I say, well, your ESG over there, the people that are really into that, there's 10 of them. Now I know it's more than that, but I'm just using that number. And then we go, well, over here on the FOS, we represent an army of 1,000. 1,000. Okay. So do you want to bend to 10 customers, or would you like to bend to 1,000 customers? Now, again, the numbers we're dealing with are much larger than this.
Now it takes effort. You got to come to the fight, and you got to be ready to battle.
Right.
And not back down and say, look, Duff, if you're going to be getting all these fringe people, we ain't buying you stuff.
Right.
We're gonna dump it in the ocean. We don't care. We're gonna have a modern day Tea Party.
Yeah.
And we are going to demand that you take care of family values first.
Right.
Because we're your bigger marketing share, and you've forgotten that.
But and we want to know
we're going to take all your retirement money out of these Morningstar bunch.
Right.
And they're only powerful because they have our money to spend.
That's correct.
In our 401ks
Right.
and all that stuff. And go, look, I'm gonna do some responsible investing. I'm gonna have a hedge fund, and I'm gonna have a mutual fund, and I'm gonna fund companies that believe in traditional family values that made America great to begin with.
Yeah.
Again, the door is open. It's a big tent. Come get with us if you want to move forward. We're just not going to get caught up in all this fringe stuff on the side.
And we walk in and we say, what is your ESG score? And they say, well, our ESG score is quite impressive. Did you see our latest spokesperson for fat liberation? And BLM? And I say, yeah. But now we're going to
what's your FOS score?
Then we ask the uncomfortable question, now what's your FOS score? Oh, that looks a little low. I don't see you catering to the flyover states, and you seem to be catering to FOS.
Yeah.
And so
you need to be more FOS,
Yes, right.
but yet, Rick, less FOS.
Right. So we don't like your FOS score for the flyover states. And so we're going to come out and give you a bad score, and we're going to encourage the 1,000 customers that you go over and have your little party with the 10.
You ain't even going to hear the 10 when the FOS.
Our numbers are so much louder and so much more impactful. We'll destroy you if you don't get your FOS number up. And you go, well, Rick, that sounds like you're blackmailing them. Well, they've proven they can be blackmailed.
Yeah.
So why don't we just do the same thing, get our way?
No, I think blackmailing is when you get something and
Right.
hold it.
Right.
We're stating our opinion and the way we want to be treated. It is, but I think it's a better term not to use it.
You're right. But what I'm saying is, when you go in and you say, well, you're pressuring them to bend to you, I say, well, they've proven they'll bend to pressure.
That's right.
Why
so
not?
Here's you some pressure back.
It's like what we say about, accountability and being people of faith. Why do we always think peer pressure only works to make people do bad things?
Yeah. It can be. You can have positive peer pressure.
I've got
Try mispronouncing something around here.
I've got peer pressure around me in the spiritual faith world. They won't let me get out of line. And if I do, I hear about it and I pay a horrible price. And you know what? It's effective. So why not make it work for positive things?
What's your FOS score?
Right. I like this idea. You were on to something, my friend. And we didn't have a name, so you give us a name, and now we've realized what we need to do. And so we need to start the process of applying that pressure. You and I got to do that on a micro scale with a couple of sponsors one time. Do you really think you being mad at us is best for your company? And the people who believe what we believe and support us, they're your main customers. You're trying to bend to people who don't even buy your products. Or if they do, they don't buy much of it. But the people who buy a lot of it, we're about to go tell them that you abandoned us because we stood on our principles. Which one of those do you think is going to hurt you the worst?
Join FOS.
Yeah, so I like that.
We want you to have a better life, no matter what your situation is. But we gotta get in line to make it happen. We can't do it the way we've been doing it. We're not getting anywhere.
And I'm okay with a company saying we don't bend to anybody, we're just selling products. Okay. But if you're going to bend, then we're going to see if we can't get you to bend our way.
Well, see, that's the point. If you're sitting at the boardroom and you got these two sides, eventually they're going to say, look, we're not going to get in this game anymore.
And we win that way, too. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
You have to do the work to get the result. Right. And that's what it should be remembered for, and I hope that we keep it in that perspective.
No doubt. Well said, and great job. And I want to say what you said and frame it the right way, because I don't want it to be received the wrong way. But it was the kind of the point, with Dad going in to the Hall of Fame this weekend. One of the points he made, and this is not that you're better or anything like that. The point he was making was the point that Bubba just did. He would sometimes stop when we were at school, when we were playing sports, and he would say, watch everybody leaving at 3.
And he said, and you're not. And he said, now, see, they're not going to have the challenges you got today, but there's going to come a time when all the work you're putting in that these people are not putting in, it's going to pay off, not just in sports, but in life and all that. You've chosen to actually do things that are more difficult, and you don't get to go home when school's over like everybody else. You still got a 2-hour practice left, and then you'll have to go home and get the schoolwork done and get this done and all that. But know that the sacrifice that you're putting in now is going to pay dividends. But you've chosen to live. That's the reason why I don't really have a stomach sometimes for these people that have a bad attitude about. And athletics is like we said, they're beneficial, but they're terrible gods. And we've made that clear. And I've had it in the right perspective, which I prefer, and I've had it in the wrong perspective, and have learned throughout life. But the bottom line is this: when people start talking about the student athlete and all the negatives, and some of it rightfully earned that comes with that, I always say, especially when it comes to college, I just wish the rest of the college students would be held to the same standard the athletes are.
Yeah,
because they do have a lot. They are held to a much higher standard and have a lot more going on than the person who's sleeping off a night of drinking at the fraternity house. And so it does take a lot of extra work, and the ones that are willing to do it, it'll serve them well in life.
And even more amazing about these young men, they ain't a senior in the bunch. That even says more. And I do want to say this about our seniors. We had 3 seniors on the girls' team: Holly Hancock, Grayson Emerson, and Callie Ware, who I've had the honor and privilege of being a coach of theirs since they were in 7th grade. And it has just been such a pleasure to see them grow up and mature, and they're going to be wonderful people and students and spouses and warriors for the kingdom as life goes on, and just so happy for them. So you had, you have all that range of emotion. You're glad you're winning. You're saying goodbye to kids. It's an all-out weekend. And just maybe one more comment about the ride home.
Okay. By the way, smelly ride home? I want you to know that I cut Greg's mic off during the motion moment, so he wouldn't do what he did to Ham.
That's all I could think about when Bubba was doing it.
Good night. I didn't look at the TV.
Try to avoid that.
Rick and Bubba.
We mentioned everything that Bubba went through. Now, I see Speedy's really alert here, because any of you that are having to deal with hotel rooms and all the things you have to deal with, sometimes as we move forward with technology and trying to be more efficient, sometimes in our desire to be more efficient, we can actually become less efficient because there's a lot going on, and there's certain things that can be a breakdown in communication, because just like Bubba just had happened to him. I'm telling you, that's what happened. So we were talking this weekend I will, after Friday's program, I will be dressed for the first luncheon of the induction weekend for the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, and Greg and I and our families and all of this, we'll all make our way for the induction this weekend. Well, even though I live in the city where the induction will take place, my parents and my dad need to be at a lot of things. Greg lives further away. I live in town. And I finally just said, I'm checking in the hotel. I'm just going to go to the hotel, which is better because you don't have to drive downtown from home on every event.
Check your reservation, right?
Well, here we go. So the events go bam, 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 bam. I mean, you can't leave. I mean, you might as well just stay at the hotel.
Yeah.
So I said, going to get a room. I've been given an Alabama Sports Hall of Fame code because you're supposed to get a special deal if you're coming in for the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. And I know that what I want to do, and I'm telling you this is happening, I want to talk to the person at the desk in Birmingham, but you don't get to.
No.
To your point.
No.
So I get on with some.
You go to the reservation.
I get on with some stoner, okay, and I'm hey, okay. So what is it you need, man? All right, I need to check in to the. I guess I better not say it, to the hotel, but I need to be at the one in Birmingham.
is 6 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba experience. Let's go. I was scared of all the things I've done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they're all here and ready to go for another hour. And we're glad that you're here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for allowing us to do what we do, and we're glad to be here most days.
What do you think about the Elite Eight? There's the great eight. There they are.
They're a rowdy bunch. Baby. That's a rowdy bunch.
And they're
bringing
it up. Come on. So I've been checking around. We've got mostly first timers. Everybody's first time to this studio.
Yeah, good.
Right. Got a couple that went to the old studio, so we'll get their feedback.
Yeah, we'll need a comparison
on the
from
experience. Yeah. Those of you that never went to either studio, you have nothing to compare this to. But the one thing you'll notice, picture if they were not one, not two, but three bathrooms right on the other side of that door, as opposed to on the other side, somewhere into Jefferson County. Okay, so
yeah, like I could fly a paper airplane
right,
to the old bathrooms. Right. Now I have to go to a different zip code.
Yeah, and we can get you to the restroom, but you will miss part of the show.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's that. But it's you definitely are closer, so you can see the action a little more, right? Yeah, the old
heard
studio.
that.
You
Yeah.
feel this feels really close now, doesn't it? Yeah. You can almost touch Greg. Mm-hmm. And some people say that. Remember the other? They said at least we're not looking at everybody's back but Rick.
Well, that's true.
So that's good. So they can see everybody straightforward. So that's all good stuff.
Good stuff.
We'll unpack that.
Well, I'm excited about getting my truck back today, Rick.
Yeah, let's talk
right after the show.
Let's talk about. Let's update on Rough Patch.
Sing it, Greg.
Everybody, I'm going through a rough patch right now. It's upside down. I'm going through a rough patch right now.
You know, I am excited about getting it back. As we discussed earlier this week, it's the most expensive fill-up I've ever had at a gas station.
Oh, boy. $4,100.
Yeah. And, you know, it hit me. I don't know how I'm going to pay for this today. So I may call one of y'all to co-sign with me.
Well,
and,
what I do.
Do they take green stamps still?
I don't know.
I still got some of those left.
I bet when you were budgeting the month of September, I bet there's a $4,000 deficit wasn't there.
Yeah,
normally.
Because you got on a line that had $100 on it, just turned to $4,100.
Yeah, and you know, being a budget guy, then you got to figure out where you take it from.
Oh yeah,
you know, so that's
well,
that's gonna be good. But I you know, hey, that was a good move.
Yeah, I normally will pull out the American Express Platinum card and worry about it later.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Worried about it?
Well, you got 30 days.
I just bought 30 days.
You got 30 days in the hole.
Right, and so you know, if it's a real rough day, I'll go there. You know what I mean? Now, if I'm having a really good day and I got my act together, I go, let's go. We got to do this right. You know, but if it's kind of a day I don't need, I say, I'll worry about that in 30 days.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the old green stamps?
Yep.
You know, nobody takes those anymore.
Oh, the green
the
stamps.
old
Remember
American,
putting them in the books?
Oh
Man,
yes, I can't believe that actually. I can't believe that actually happened.
It did.
Yeah,
it did.
green stamps.
I remember going to the store and seeing some of those things I wanted, you know, up on the shelf behind the counter, and it'd tell you how many green stamps. I thought, man,
I wanted that ping pong table, but it took a bunch.
Oh.
Never did get it. What were we doing? I was a little stupid little kid, so I didn't fully understand.
Well, green stamps
They
was
gave 'em to you at the
basically
store, at
it's
the grocery
basically
store.
what points are today.
Right.
Like on
It was
a
the
credit
first
card.
points program.
It was points, but we didn't have digital world, so it was a stamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, you licked and put it in the book.
Yeah. And you used to have those things.
But didn't you get them like when you bought groceries? They
Yeah,
would give you.
yeah. You got so many depending on how much you
Yeah.
bought. And,
It was the original
then
rewards
you,
program.
then you cashed them in for prizes at the green stamp store.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, they were green stamp stores.
Yeah.
So it's
their own Quintard.
I remember it.
I
do
too.
well.
Yeah. It's so funny.
Isn't that funny?
It's so funny when you're a stupid little kid. You just accept things. You don't know what's going on around you. Mom's putting a bunch of stamps in a book. That seems okay, I guess.
Yeah.
We're at a green stamp store. How
I mean,
does
we
you
had
never as a kid go, I'd like to know how this works.
Hey, we had
You're
a
just
drawer.
like, okay, I guess we get that table.
Yeah.
We had a drawer in our kitchen that was
Right.
crammed full of those things.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That one
green
drawer.
stamps. I mean, that's...
Get them down there at the IGA. Remember that?
I forgot about the IGA. Yeah. Those are they still out there? The IGA still a store?
I don't know.
They are? Okay.
Really?
Yeah. How about that? Yeah. And then it went to what? Super Value?
Super value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot of them did.
I can remember we lived in such small towns. Of course, the one we're living in is not as small as it was then. But I remember, like when McDonald's came, we thought, well, my goodness,
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we are on.
That
our
was
way.
a sign that you were a real town. You were on the map.
I
You
thought
had McDonald's. Then it was a Walmart.
Then I began to dream we'd get a Shoney's. You know, I knew I was dreaming big. And we did. And then we got a Shoney's.
Had a good
Let me tell you, life by an interstate, you can get all kinds of stuff.
Once they realize what, it's
tore down
gone.
now.
It's down. The pandemic got it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, are y'all ever gray on when someone they're not real clear? They just grab a name like Super Buffet, and you don't really know what that means. You're like, well, what's on the buffet?
Yeah. But you know what?
Can y'all be specific? You know, it's a.
I appreciate the clarity though
Yeah.
of the marketing because you know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
You just don't know what's on it,
yeah.
but you know what it is.
That's super.
I wonder if I'll think it's super. You know?
May not.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
and I also don't know how Golden Corral makes a profit, but that's another.
Well,
that's
a lot of
another.
food. Because just wondering the food that they have left over.
Right.
Yeah, when a family of four can eat for $20, you have to wonder where that meat came from.
Yeah,
You really do.
Yeah. Which one of y'all in here saw the documentary that makes you not want to eat lettuce anymore?
I haven't seen it, but I heard about it. Is it Poison? That's what it's called.
Yeah, I think because
So now we're attacking lettuce.
well, I've always
It's
I've
a
always
thistle, Greg. It's a thistle.
I've always heard
It's the hair of the Christmas bear.
I've always heard that if you go to a buffet, fear the lettuce.
What?
That's the thing to fear, because it's the most likely to have some
Rick,
kind of
that was the
bacteria
original buffet, the
or-
salad bar.
or a parasite or something like that. You don't want any part of lettuce that's been laying out there in the open. And undoubtedly, this documentary it takes lettuce and just hates it all the way
Oh,
around.
you
right?
know, I told you I
Okay,
called the
it's-
health department when I started eating sushi, and they told me that was not a problem, but be careful of salad
Rick,
bars.
it's poisoned. The dirty truth about your food.
Well, I'm not watching that.
No.
Why would I watch that?
Well, hey, you'll eat different.
I ain't watching it. I just soon not know.
I remember
do
before.
it.
I remember before some of my medical gastrointestinal issues were addressed. I remember thinking to
What Lynn
myself.
says?
Well, what I'm saying is I just remember there were times, and I knew what was going to happen because there were certain places that I couldn't go, but I liked the food so much that all of a sudden I'd go, well, today's the day that we go and enjoy the food and then pay the price. And I would say, yep, I will go to Del Taco. I know I shouldn't, and I know that I'm gonna pay heavily for this. But during that time, there'll be about 20 minutes of outstanding time.
Yeah.
You know, and then I just wait on it. You know, and
you got to battle through it.
And sometimes you don't have to wait very long.
No.
Yeah,
You might want to go straight home.
Right.
The old knock on the stomach. Hello, you remember me?
But it proved to me that I was willing to pay that price for certain
It's
foods.
worth it.
You know, every now and then. Just didn't do it all the time. You know, nobody wants to do that every day. You know, but one of them is I can always tell because I don't have those issues hardly ever now. But one of the culprits that will get me is not every time I eat lettuce or whatever, the various greens, but sometimes. Like there's certain versions of lettuce that can haunt me.
Or too many times too close together.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I am with ice cream.
Yeah.
But like you said earlier, it's worth it.
Did you just hear you? Just like
No, I mean,
out loud.
ice cream gives me trouble. But
But
usually
I've never
not
seen nobody eat as much ice cream
not,
as you do.
Not
and then
the
talk
first
about,
time, but you know, it's that second day. that
Oh,
gets
the
you.
old saying. So you're good on one day.
Usually, but it varies. You
I
never
think
know.
the part
It
that
don't bother him that much.
yeah,
I
was
fight
gonna-
through it. I fight through it. Greg.
I was
I think
gonna
it's
say-
because it's delayed. If it was
Yeah,
immediate,
that's
he
true.
probably
Yeah,
would dial
yeah,
it
that's
back.
Well,
He forgets about it.
Don't miss this either. We're not talking about
tomorrow?
like it as an afternoon or evening snack. We're talking about for breakfast.
Yeah,
That's true.
good point.
I mean, eating breakfast, eating ice cream for breakfast.
Speaking
That's-
of that, we do have
you
some in the
said-
freezer, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I'm gonna get you a pint in a break.
When they bring the new
ice
flavor
cream,
by? It's about time.
No.
About time for another new flavor.
It
Greg,
is, but-
Greg, calm down, buddy.
They bring it every time they get a new
See,
flavor.
I know y'all are running buddies.
he's
I'm glad this
He's
is not
much worse
alcohol.
than I am.
Yeah.
I
Well,
like it
but
good.
he drags you in. You know.
Look, I'm
he's out.
responsible for me. I ain't responsible for nobody else.
But you're
What we
training
refer-
for the crap run, though.
What
so
we
you're
refer
good.
we refer to Greg as in the eating world, he's a bender. You know, Greg's done really good for a while. Did y'all hear what happened to him?
Yeah.
Had a bender.
He's
got
a,
some
he's a
boneless
heck of a
wings.
fullback if you're sitting back in your tailback. You know.
Well, pun intended.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, well, yeah. So tell me what's going on. I'll be there with the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. I've been told to tell you that, and the room. That means the room will be. Here, Bubba. Just keep clicking. You're actually you're
doing it for you.
I don't know, man. I don't see anything about that.
Okay, buddy.
What is it? What is it? And I'm like, it's a Alabama Sports Hall of Fame.
I love that shot of your dad, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Isn't
that a good one?
Saw that a lot.
Yeah, I did. There it is. So then I say what? Then I do this. Forget it. I just need a room, and this is what I need in the room. What was the code? Forget the code. I'm done with the code. I couldn't. I don't even care what I pay for it now. At this point, I just need to get this done. It's very important. I cannot tell my mother that I don't have a room or something happened. I'm not making that call to her today. She needs to hear from me that I'm in the room. I have a room. I'm gonna be there. Everything's gonna be great. Oldest son, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I got it done. Okay. What do you need now? That's just and then I made the terrible mistake of saying my parents' names.
Oh,
if you could look at see if they have reservation and get me as close to them as you can. What's their names?
Wow.
It's probably under Bill Burgess. No, man. No, they have a room. I know they have a room. I know that. Is there any way I could just talk to Birmingham? Well, I'm reservations. Okay. So then he goes, okay, I got your room. You sure about that? Yeah. Then I love this. Are you getting an email from me? I got nothing from you. Our computers have been like all messed up, man. Yeah.
Do you ever call
That's not
anywhere?
good though, because I need this to just be. This doesn't need to be. I can hear my life clicking away, and I'll never get this back. If I do all this and don't get a room, it's just going to be. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I got to tell you, it's going to be frustrating.
Yeah, be happy
because they tell me to call you, and you don't seem like you can get this done. Well, and this is what happens. I think you're good, man.
I think you're good.
You're good. You think I'm good?
Well, that makes me feel good.
You
Even though I
think
didn't get the email you're bragging about.
Yeah.
Then he says this. Yeah, but I'd probably call again.
But
who lives like that?
Why am I
Wow.
calling? Rick, why are we talking now then?
Late.
I got to call again.
So I finally just
That's why I called you, so I don't have to call again.
So I finally said, you know what? I appreciate that. I want you to know as I hang the phone up, no way am I going to think I have a room. Okay. No, I think you're good.
I think you're good.
I don't see an email from you. I don't have a confirmation. I don't feel good about this at all. But hey, I appreciate that. Sorry that your computer's having problems and all that. I really would have preferred you just to say call another time. I've been on the phone. You seem like a fun guy. You know, if we were going to eat wings, if we're going to eat wings or something. But you don't really seem like the guy that needs to book the hotel room for me.
Doesn't seem like you're calling, man.
So about 2 weeks out, maybe 10 days out, I go online and I find the number for Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
And I called and I said, I know what you're about to say to me. Just
confirm.
I said, so there'll be no reaction from me. And I said, do I have a room for Hall of Fame weekend? No, sir. I don't see you have a room. Let me tell you something. I saw that one coming, and I said, so here's what we would do. What we need to do. She goes, well, I can, now you're coming with the Hall of Fame? Okay. Well, now you can get this rate. Yeah, see, I knew all this, but.
Your buddy did.
Yeah, but I don't.
Your man buddy back there.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't know who y'all got at Master Control, but I got to tell you something. We don't want him to flag down the Flying Dutchman, I'll tell you that. and so I said, so I just started over. In Birmingham, and they got
like the other you wasted, completely wasted.
And they got me the room, they got me the rate, they got me near mom and dad. The person I talked to that time was fantastic. But I'm just telling you, this thing where there's some central place that's taking reservations for the whole country, it's a bad operation. And that's
it
why
ain't working.
That's why people keep thinking they have rooms, and they get there to the actual local place, and they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. There's a breakdown. Not every time. Sometimes it works out fine. But I'm telling you, there's a breakdown. You better check it. You better double check it. You better call again before you get there, because I'm telling you, this idea that you call 1-800 number and you book this particular hotel anywhere in the country is a bad setup.
Yeah, I want to know the people at the front desk closely. I want to know them. I want to know their parents.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us. A lot to discuss on the program today, and we have really covered a lot of it. We'll get to more phone calls coming up here shortly. I know that we've done kind of our Sports Talk 690 earlier, but and we talked about Colorado State, Colorado, but this weekend I'm looking at college football, and Tennessee, Florida, intriguing. That's about, let's look over here.
It's been a long time since you really thought Tennessee will be much better than Florida based on their performance.
I
was
more intrigued with South Carolina, Georgia until South Carolina lost. Even though North Carolina's a good team, that loss to North Carolina kind of took a little sting out of this game. But South Carolina's definitely getting better. But Georgia is, they're the real deal. Anybody interested in LSU, Mississippi State? I know you are.
A little
Speedy.
bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Before you leave the Florida,
SEC Nation will be at the junction.
Before you leave
11
Florida,
a.m.
Tennessee, do you remember what a big game that used to be?
Yeah,
Fulmer
absolutely.
and Spurrier.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was usually the highlighted game that weekend.
Is Florida good enough for it to be a good game this time?
Yeah. I mean, they got hammered by Utah, but
Utah's pretty good. Let's not forget
they
that.
are, but so is Tennessee. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
Yeah, and that's that. I wouldn't say that if Tennessee was, not. They're kind of on a.
I'm taking the Gators.
You know what? I don't think that's a bad pick. I really don't. It could happen.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime you play Florida, it's kind of like we were talking about a high school team here locally that's been dominant. And somebody made the mistake, said to me, well, they're down this year. I said, well, even if they're down, they're still very dangerous.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, and so don't we look at Florida that way?
Yeah,
they
got athletes.
Yeah, they got players.
So they do.
So anyway, so that'll be intriguing. But you're
Speedy's
right, Bubba.
buddy Billy Napier will have them ready.
Yes, at one time that game was like an appointment TV.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Speedy, you'd miss events to stay home and watch.
Florida has won the last 5 out of 6 meetings.
Okay.
And last year Tennessee got them by 5, 38-33.
Mm-hmm.
So Speedy, I know that this test coming up with Mississippi State, but LSU's performance on game 1. That probably wasn't the best thing for Mississippi State because just kind of like I feel kind of bad for South Florida this weekend. Of course, Mississippi State's better than South Florida, but I don't like that 11 a.m. kick. I hate 11 a.m.
Who
kick.
likes that?
I don't like that.
I think us the fan we do, but because it kind of follows game.
Not if you're going to the game, you don't.
No.
If you're watching,
it's a loser.
That's an early start.
2:30 is the best one.
Yeah, if you watch it, it's good.
Oh, I got high eyebrows talking.
Yeah.
It is going to be a tough one, Rick. It's going to tell us a couple of things. Florida State was really good.
Who?
Florida State. LSU lost to them.
No, you're right.
And I think LSU, where they play Grambling, I think game 2.
It's a big test for them.
Yeah. Now, I will say this, Mississippi State and the Arizona game, Arizona's a good team, and so that was a good test for them to win. So, I don't know. In Starkville, I'm hoping for an entertaining game, and we'll see what happens.
Do we kind of find out about the new coach and all that a little more? We find out a little more
I think
here,
so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, the Arizona quarterback, guys.
You high on Arizona?
He really
that quarterback he's the kind of quarterback that drops back and you're nervous the entire time if you're on the opposing team. He eludes a sack, he extends the play,
looking down,
and then he'll run for 10 and get a first down. You're like, son of a.
Settle down over, coach.
And but anyway, LSU's the same way with Daniel, so we'll see.
You need to go find a wallet. All right,
he said he's got a stash of cash.
Why won't Greg take help?
I don't know. Apparently he's rich.
All right, so I feel bad for South Florida because now they play an angry.
They're in trouble.
An angry Alabama.
Yeah.
Because
that's a 2:30.
They're gonna sink a pirate ship down there in the stadium.
You know, because Saban's the kind of guy that tries to convince the team not to read their own clippings that we're overrated. Y'all haven't proved anything yet, and you can't sometimes get them to buy in. But then when they get beat, they're like, "Okay, I guess he was right." Right. So then they'll focus, and that's not good news for South Florida. No. I think we'll see a different Alabama against them, but who knows? But we'll see. Looking around, Georgia Tech, Ole Miss. Anybody get excited about that?
Well, at first, but I mean, Ole Miss is favored by good night, 25.
Yeah, Georgia Tech's
I don't know
bad
the last
right now,
line on it.
But. Yeah, Georgia Tech's pretty bad. Right
I don't know if they're pretty bad, but
pretty bad.
Are they? Okay,
they are.
But I mean, I'm not saying they can't.
Who
be
they
good.
lose to that first game, and it was the last
pretty good game. Yeah.
Who was it? Notre Dame? No.
Little Sisters of the Poor.
Greg, here he goes again.
What's wrong with you?
One of my favorite teams.
You need money to let us know.
Right.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Good night. Here we go.
Here we go.
Closing doors.
Bubba, let's go to your office and hang out. Bubba, let's go talk women's tennis budget at Jacksonville State. Let's go.
Get serious. It's not good. We've got two groups of fans that have been assigned on ESPN or ESPN2. They haven't decided yet.
It should be ESPN, Rick.
It says or.
Check your prep sheet there.
But anyway, so
I'm sorry he's screaming at you, Beth.
ESPN, yeah.
Looking good, Beth.
So where will Beth Mowens be? Well, I'll tell you where I'm going to be. Gonna be rowing the boat with PJ Flack.
Oh.
Minnesota, the Golden Gophers.
Makes you want to take the plug out of the boat, doesn't
Be
it?
heading to Tar Heels.
Let her sing.
Number 20 North Carolina Tar Heels taking on PJ Fleck and the Row the Boat Gophers. Mama will be there. 2:30 kick.
Now, who they playing?
They're North Carolina Tar Heels.
Oh.
You are looking live at the Tar Heels.
The who?
The Tar Heels. North Carolina Tar Heels. Taking on PJ Fleck and a motivated Rowing the Boat Gopher.
How are the Gophers doing this year?
Both teams 2-0.
Coming in undefeated. 2-0 takes on 2-0.
You know, that is
Who's going to pick up the most yards?
That's a bigger game for her to be doing than, you know.
Mama's moving up to the big time.
It's a marquee matchup.
Marquee matchup.
Look, you just repeat.
North Carolina.
Where's it at?
Tar Heels. Chapel Hill.
Oh, wow.
We're going to go to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Tar Heels.
They may have a crowd there since March or Midnight Madness. They haven't had it yet. So.
Barbecue, vinegar base.
Oh, yeah.
Not down there like the Deep South.
Yeah, you're right.
Mama's ready. Picking up yards.
Who you got with you?
Not sure. Wish I knew.
Whoever.
I can't remember whoever's with. Let me see who's with.
How about a
us.
touch?
Oh, Greg, it's going to be with Kirk Morrison.
Of course.
And we go to the sidelines to Stormy Bootenana. Tell us what's happening down there, Stormy. Stormy weather. Still waiting on getting a chance to get up there and call the Jack State Cox.
What?
Coach Helmsley. Lady Cox. Which seems impossible.
Embrace the hate.
So
It's not ready.
I do wish I wasn't in here.
Where you
right now?
Mama can call tennis. Tell them.
Oh.
I'll come down there and watch Helmsy.
How would
the
you call?
I
Helmsy
wish I was
era.
paying my bill right
How would
now.
you? How would you?
on the truck?
Rick? How would Beth call a volley back and forth?
Love serving 40. Mama Cox. A big rivalry today. Women's tennis needs Beth. Bring some excitement. It's not yards. Out of bounds. That ball was out. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Good luck, Tar Heels and Gophers.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, I want to be on a first name basis by the time I go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because there's no worse feeling than what happened to you, Mr. Bussey.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, Speedy. If you're doing one of those, try to first of all see if you can bypass that and say, what city do you live in? And I got news for you. If it's like, can we help you get something? That's
Yeah.
Let me tell you that reservation.
And I know it has to save money.
You better check that one.
I know it has to save money on some level, or they wouldn't do it. But it just seems like there's a better way to do it. Surely we can, or with all the technology of voice recognition now, set me up with somebody who talks like me. That's what I want. I want somebody that speaks, Southern.
Right.
Give me somebody from Texas to Georgia, South Carolina, and Kentucky. I'll take any of that.
Yep.
Just let them speak my language.
I actually realized one day I was talking on one of these things, and I'm not trying to be mean. I could not understand what the
No.
person was saying, even remotely. And I called the actual company, and I said, look, I'm all for opportunity, but I'm telling you, just as a businessman, if you got people calling, acting like they're local, and you can't even understand what they're saying,
Yeah.
that's not your best foot forward. I mean, people need to be able to speak the language that the customer actually speaks. I mean, that's not unreasonable, is it? You wouldn't want me sitting over there, say, in India, would you? Would you want me in India
and I talk just like this, and I've got to speak whatever one of the tribal languages I need to speak for a person who's in India that is calling, and say somebody's trying to book something in India, and I pick up, hey man, what's going on? How can I help you?
What's up, brother?
And and I can't even speak their language, or I can kind of speak it, but you can't really understand me.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that Indian company's best foot forward to their Indian audience?
No,
it really isn't. So I know some of that's pay cut, and it may be cheaper, but all you got's a bunch of frustrated customers. Can I let businesses know something? We're all trying not to have frustrated customers, I think.
That's what we're trying to do.
And sometimes it can't be helped. Sometimes we drop the ball, things don't happen.
Yeah.
But don't do things that seem to intentionally be set up to frustrate customers. That just seems like a bad plan. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Hey, Bill Bubba Bussey's back.
Well, glad to be
He's
here.
back.
Glad to be
He
here.
is back, toting more hardware.
How about it?
So, Greg, did I hear in a couple of breaks ago, there's a world, there's the on-air world, there's the interaction in here in the studio world, there's the office world, and then there's the place that I think is the most unpredictable here, the kitchen world.
Yeah.
The things you hear in that kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
The things
It's
like
amazing
like
what
that
it
time
is.
that one of y'all, who was it? Was it you, Helms, that busted Adler talking to Skunk Baxter about chickens?
Yes.
I mean, you just don't ever know.
Serious conversation.
You just don't know what you're going to find in there. And did I walk through and hear you tell me that Daddy calls me Pumpkin, who's already left, was here working, was an extra in a movie?
Yes.
And she's
It's
been.
her thing she does, by the way.
She does that.
Yeah.
And of course you have to be careful what the topic of the movie is on what you may be asked
It's
to
a
do.
historical event.
Yeah, that's one of those things that,
And
you show up and they're like, today we want you to play, and you're like, I don't know if I really. I
And
mean,
of all
I
people,
know it's acting.
She's a little nice, sweet little girl.
Sweet.
And they had her playing a role that wasn't very nice.
Yeah.
Right. And we're not talking about anything that's
No.
lewd.
No.
We're
Like,
talking about
her character is not a very nice person.
right.
She's a racist.
She had to be. She had to be so when you sign up to be an extra, you don't think they're going to make you be a racist.
That's right.
And
Well, there's a couple of roles, Rick. I would have to mark off. Right at the beginning. One is anything in Deliverance. I don't even want near that movie.
No.
do you know that? Do you know
racist?
I pretended
child
that the
molester,
movie.
all that stuff. You mark off. I ain't in that. I'm out.
No.
I want a nice comedy. You know what I mean? Chevy Chase, something.
Sure.
We've talked about. I don't want anywhere near the. I act like the movie Deliverance didn't even happen.
Bubba said just brief nudity. Just maybe a cheek.
A little passing shot.
Stepping out of the shower.
But so she got there as an extra and found out that she had to be like
She had to be a mean person.
the people that burned the Freedom Riders bus.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think next time
She was
she's
on
here,
the burners side.
Oh
yes,
no.
Yes.
Oh,
I
my
think
gosh.
next time she's here, it's worth a chat with
Okay.
her on
It
air
really is.
about her
Right.
experiences with several movies.
Yeah, this is not the only
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Well, this
I
is.
didn't know she did all that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, there's some people that we've seen them in several movies, the little productions we've been involved in, and I mean little, but
Oh, yeah.
they're always an extra in it. That's kind of what they do. It's their hobby. They go around movie to movie and stand in a line all day just to be in the supermarket. You know, when they're shooting a scene
and
or
she's
something.
young and energetic, but I'm just going to tell you, I'm almost to the point that the movies that Bubba and I got to be part of, like we say, very, very small roles, and of course, our world famous turning point scene in the movie Rustin. But got to tell the story about Meatloaf, by the way, at the table the other night, and the boys, I guess, were young when I told him. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. Weeby Big's the number. Speedy moves to the phones. And we're chatting with you, America. And if you want to join us, you can at 866 Weeby Big. All lines are available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn moves to the phones, and he'll bring you in here, and we will chat with you. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, been with us a while now, and a lot of you have responded positively to this product because it's really pretty straightforward. We hear over and over again that, if you're trying to be healthy and try to, be your best you, and you're not getting sleep, then good luck with that. That's an uphill climb. So let's try to get a good sleep, and some of us are not getting a good sleep because we're sleeping on mattresses that are old and worn out, or they're just not very good. So HelixSleep.com takes on this. How about if the mattress was customized for you?
we talk about you can customize suits, you can customize this. What about a customized mattress? So they're going to ask you how you sleep. Do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach? You do some combination of that. Do you like a firm mattress, soft mattress? You like something in between? Are you big and tall? Is this for a child? Because they have all those. So tell them all that. And they personalize the mattress, and they ship it straight to you, free of charge, to your door. And, Greg, you and Lisa have loved yours, and you get 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it. And, of course, you're going to love it.
I'm way past that.
Way past that. And Greg and Lisa love theirs, and you'll love yours, too. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So let's go to Steve. Steve's out of the Bluegrass State, Kentucky. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing today?
We're fired up, Steve. We're ready to go.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to give a big shout out to Rick. My son come to the man church Saturday night up there at Lawrenceburg.
Yeah.
And you took the time to FaceTime his wife, and I appreciate it.
Oh, well, look.
She is a big fan.
I'll speak on behalf of the whole team. We really don't come from that world of we've asked you to like our show. We've asked you to buy the products, but please don't bother us. We're so appreciative of the fact that, people like your son and his wife and you, and we know that without y'all, we don't really have this platform and we don't have these jobs. And it's so encouraging to us that people care. And so anytime we get an opportunity to say thank you, we try to do it. And so I appreciate you calling, and thank you for your kindness. And it was an honor to meet your son and to talk to his wife on FaceTime. That was cool.
How about that?
All right. Well, I just like to say, we've been listeners for ever since you've been on the air up here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very, very much.
Very much, buddy. And that's I told the guys all about it. People came. The funniest thing was, there was one guy, and I forget which market he drove from, because the actual market that I was in, Lawrenceburg, there's no affiliate there, but people still watch on YouTube and do all that. But, Litchfield, we got that, and then we were over in Louisville, and he may have come from Louisville. That might have been it. But anyway, he made the point. He goes, I was waiting around for, somebody from the show to possibly get closer to where I was, and then it dawned on me, well, if one of them's in Kentucky, just go. That may be as close as they get. So I'm just going to drive to you're in the state. Me asking for you to be like down the street probably is that may or may not happen. And if it does, win. So let me make the move now. So that was kind of cool too. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can get in if you dial now. Speedy will get your lineup ready to go. Tom, Pell City, listening to ZZK.
Bubba, I was praying for you that whole week they were ribbing you, man. And I was just thinking, what genius decided to put, okay, you got 4 handles on one gas pump. Why couldn't they have separated the diesel, period, from the whole thing instead of combining them?
Some do.
I'm like, come on, man.
Look, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Look, some people do have
I
it.
figure most grown-ups can work through it.
Yeah, if you're going to be a bonehead, you'll figure out a way to mess it up. So,
but I will say, that the gas in a diesel is easier because that nozzle will easily fit. At least the diesel nozzle tries to give you a little bit of, hey, this isn't fitting right.
Well,
if you're trying to go into gas,
Well, I've got that and a lot of them have this now. It's the capless.
Yeah,
where
I have that
it's
too.
almost like what NASCAR uses.
Yeah, I have that too.
So anything will just about go in there.
Well, I know you're to the point. You don't even have that moment where you're taking the cap off where you can think about it. You just go right to it.
Wait a minute, this don't smell like diesel.
Here?
Wait a minute. Yeah. Well, look, I know about distracted. It doesn't surprise me in the least, and I could easily do it at any time.
I'm definitely a candidate.
You know, I enjoy, or I don't enjoy it, but I mean, I prefer. Let me put it that way. To fill up early in the morning, okay, coming to work, because it's not as crowded.
No, I know.
You can pull where you want to, and but it may not be the best time to be, dealing with difficult decisions like what nozzle.
How about this? I had this happen the other day, and I hate this. Hey, let me give everybody a heads up. If your particular pump isn't working, put a sign on it. You can tell us something. And so this particular bunch, I know some do, but this particular bunch had not done that. Okay. And so you pull up, and not just one, the entire row of those pumps, the credit card thing went bad on. Yeah. It wouldn't work.
And and I'm like,
give me a little help.
and so and then you realize you look, well, there's no wonder these 2 pumps were available because other people have tried this and they've moved on.
Right.
And I thought, well, should I be the person to go in and tell them, or do they not know this?
I think they should know electronically. If nobody's.
But don't you hate that when you finally get there and you finally get up to a pump and all of a sudden something's wrong with it?
Is there a car version of Hog and Jog? Do you know?
Oh,
You
yeah.
gonna try it?
Oh, yeah.
If you got to get the keys, that's the only thing.
Those won't try it.
Yeah.
They're holding the keys hostage.
John in Ozark, Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, I want to explain what the Great Reset is. They're culling the herd to a population that's sustainable, their favorite word, without energy or agriculture.
That's going to be a tough task.
You know what? If we got more than 2, we're going to have food and fuel.
That's going to be a tough task. I don't know who can live in that environment.
And this overpopulation bunch,
oh my gosh,
their
what a
numbers
bunch
are
of
messed up. Elon has shown that, and China knows that.
What
now.
a bunch of
They have messed up not having kids. They're not going to be able to even field an army if they're not careful.
Right.
Did I miss something? Did we ask the question what about the Great Reset, or we just
not.
felt like we needed to tell us?
Well, he's had that on his mind.
Okay, I didn't know. I've been in and out, so I was just making sure I didn't miss anything.
Nowhere did we ponder.
Okay,
I wish I understood the Great Reset.
Okay,
but he wanted us to understand it.
Well, it must have been on his mind.
Yeah, and if they're going to let a lot of us die and get down to people that can only survive with no energy and no food, I see where he would think we needed to know that, because that's
pretty important.
That's going to be a big deal.
A lot of people today were probably thinking, "Hey, where can I get a biscuit?"
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, he said, and then you'd be taken out because apparently you want food, and you want it easy. Keith, Lake Martin.
Down to 1, we're gonna want food.
Yeah. Keith, go ahead.
Hey, I was. I don't know if y'all discussed this or not, but I have a diesel truck myself. I went to a station, this has been several months ago, and it's actually happened to me twice. There is a station that has a green handle that is not diesel, that is gas.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was BP or something like that. I don't know if y'all discussed that, but I almost did the same thing. I just automatically reached for the green, and I've almost dumped diesel in my wife's car. Thank God the nozzle wouldn't go in there. I'm so used to getting the green one.
Yeah, somebody warned us about that. They said BP, all the handles are green.
Yeah, I'm not color code sensitive on that. I usually just try to read what it is, which obviously
it
I
will
didn't.
tell you on pump.
Yeah,
Greg, don't be
spells
mean.
it out right there.
Yeah. It is. Look, he's already owned it. Hey, he's owned it, right? You've owned it.
Oh.
I'm a little bit worried about you.
I'm owned it and I'm living it.
Matter of fact, the other day
I'll probably be without groceries.
I didn't really.
Then you can survive the reset.
I didn't really teach Braden how to put gas in his car like I should have. I did that with Caroline.
I thought it was a good
So
one.
I thought I did. So I thought I'd get ahead of it with Maddie. And the other day, Maddie actually asked me the question, "Is this what Bubba put in?" That's I thought, well, goodness gracious, she's about to be 11 and she knows.
How about this?
Teaching moment. That's what I was looking for.
It's making a difference.
Yeah.
And
she's like, "How did he get these confused?" I said, "Baby, he just had a rough morning. He's going through a rough patch."
That's it.
I'm a little concerned about you declaring the end to the rough patch. Is that
Rick?
almost,
I am completely. I'm 100% concerned about this.
Is that almost like trying to have something?
I'm just looking around at the signs. I mean, I'm just reporting.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, be careful,
buddy.
You made a turn.
You may start thinking you can have something.
Huh?
You may start thinking you can have something.
I don't like your line of thinking.
Life is back to good right now.
Jimmy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
So I need some advice.
Okay. You've come to the right place.
May not
Yep.
be right.
One of my grade classes and I entered this contest in Birmingham. Nickelback is in concert tomorrow night at Oak Mountain Amphitheater. And you submit a video. They like your video. You get to go perform live with Nickelback on stage. So guess who won?
Greg.
So tomorrow night.
Oh, you did. You won.
I'm going to be live on stage.
What are you going to be
I'm
playing?
going to be live on.
So what you're
Do what?
What you going to be playing? What instrument?
What advice?
I hope you're not counting on that cell phone.
Was it bad?
Hit and miss.
I'm sorry. I'm at school, but anyway.
There you go.
So you're opening up for Nickelback,
or playing a song with them.
I am tomorrow. I'm singing Rockstar with Nickelback on stage live in front of 10,000 people.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. 10,000 may be a little high, but let me.
And the advice he needs is what?
That's what Mountain Hose. Yeah, but you think they sold out for Nickelback?
Hey, Nickelback. I'm tired of these people talking bad about Nickelback.
Okay, because that was my first thing. I
know that was a thing back in the day. It was sharp.
My first thing I was going to say, Jimmy, my biggest concern is you're going to be on stage with Nickelback.
Yeah. Are you ready to perform? Is the question?
Right, yeah. So yeah,
I guess I have a choice. I'm there. I'm going to be doing it, so I'm in. So I get to spend the day tomorrow with them, and
that's cool.
Sing tomorrow night.
How about that? Well, that is cool.
I would enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Don't hang up on him. He said he wanted to ask us some advice.
Well, you want me to put him on hold because I'm up against a break?
No, not at all.
Okay, so Jimmy,
put him on hold.
Okay, yeah.
It's not the Eagles.
We get it. He's singing with
Nickelback.
There you go.
Wow, there are a lot less tickets available than I thought there would be.
Oh, I would go if I didn't have
anything. You wouldn't go see Nickelback? I love the fact I saw you not even believing yourself when you said it.
There might be 10,000 people there, for real.
Okay, well, let's get him ready. He wants to ask us advice. I mean, we performed in front of a lot of folks. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
When they didn't know what happened, and that he thought he was going to be sharp and think I didn't know a music trivia question, and he messed up, and we got an interview because of it. But is that it's not a pleasurable experience.
Yeah.
It is a misery.
It's a long day.
And I really believe that somebody would have to say you are the leading role for me to do it again. I mean, I don't.
Well, especially the extras, they treat them just slightly better than farm animals.
Yeah.
But here's the deal.
They put them in turnstiles and leave them in the sun, and they are out there for all
trailer
day,
for them.
All day.
So what she's done is she's made herself miserable. She's not going to receive any money, and everybody's going to think she burned the Freedom Riders bus.
Yeah.
I mean,
but you always have, like, friend of the show, Danny Vincent, who started out that way, who actually has made a career out of it. And now I count movies that he's in.
Yeah.
He actually gets speaking roles now.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's hilarious.
But guys, y'all realize? I mean, you've been on those days. It's a long.
See,
out.
I think what Danny does might be more fun than the leading roles, because the leading guy, he's got a lot of responsibility, a lot of lines. And Danny gets to go and just be like a ticket vendor or a neighbor or something, and he's on the set, has all the fun. You got easy to remember your line because you only got one or two.
Yeah.
And then you're out of there to the next one.
Right. Well,
get your picture made with a lot of stars and stuff.
I saw Danny get killed by the zombies on The Walking Dead.
Right.
I mean,
The Walking Dead must have had everybody who's ever been an actor on it at some point in time.
It had
have
to,
you know?
I mean, a lot of people getting eat.
Any role, in any sitcom or any TV show you like, they go, remember on Walking Dead that was Maggie.
Exactly.
You're like, what?
Don't get too attached.
But it all goes back to Walking Dead.
It's like the launching pad for everything.
You're all over that. Well, and this is what I don't get. This is what I don't get. Like, having a son that's at the point acting where you don't know where he may show up. I mean,
he gets
our life with our son that's an actor really is on. I kid you, I'm not making this up. This is a true conversation. Dad, have you seen the new Zaxby's commercial?
Yeah,
but you'd have to be more specific. There's a lot of them out there. No, it's the one where some guy walks through and okay, buddy, what where are we headed? That hand that grabs a French fry is my hand. I'm like, okay. I said, what was that? He said, about 3 hours and $500. Okay. I said, okay.
That's so funny because a lot of jokes are made about being a hand model. Seinfeld had the episode, and then he was.
He was. Well, what I love, the funniest thing, because he has good delivery. He goes, "This was my day. Grab the fry, back to one. Grab the fry again, back to one. Grab the fry." Back to one.
But my current favorite role from Blake in this type of situation was Ozark when he got hit in the head with a beer bottle.
Yeah, that's it, Dad.
While wearing a big Missouri shirt.
Yeah, Dad, if you watched Ozark, I have it, buddy. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. It's a Justin Bateman Netflix thing. Okay, still not with you. I'm in episode 9. I'm the Missouri football fan. Okay, buddy, thanks. We'll try to find it.
And he took a bottle to the head.
He said that he said the cool moment. He said, because these are fake breakaway bottles.
Yeah.
He said, but they still hurt. and he said, so the guy keeps having to hit me in the head with the bottle. And he goes, and finally, it literally cuts my head. He said, I get cut right up here. And he said, Justin Bateman walks out from behind the camera. He goes, okay, I know you don't want to hear this, but let's do it one more time.
Oh, no.
Like that. And Blake says, hey, bring it on. He looked up. He said, you are a hoss. He goes, Dad, Justin Bateman called me a hoss. And-
if he's already cut, how do they?
Well, they brought the makeup people in and did a little thing. And then they thought when he kicks you this time, it'll bleed again. It'll be awesome.
Even better.
So zoom in on the blood.
So
Zoom
back
in.
to Danny and Greg. You have to correct me if I'm
Danny
wrong.
Vincent, yeah.
But he was in 42.
Yeah, he was.
And he was the coach that came out, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And said the things
no,
he said. That wasn't him.
He was in it, but he wasn't that guy.
Okay.
No, as a matter of fact, he was
the one that jumped out of the dugout and was like,
he did.
Well, hold on, how you doing?
No, he was not the guy saying the words.
But the guy, think about that though.
Actually,
the
that was
guy
Steve the Pirate.
It is, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So think about that. You want me to do what? You want me to come out of the dugout as a manager and say what to Jackie Robinson?
Oh, I know.
It was rough.
You have to say he was acting. Been through that a few times too.
I mean, you don't want
like
to
when I
have to do that role. It hit the big screen, then head over to Target. You know,
I
you
know.
don't want to.
You want to go, look, I'm just playing a character.
Yeah.
That's not really me.
Well, we had that conversation with my son when I said, I noticed in the movie Paterno, you seemed very upset.
Yeah, Rick, he didn't like on that lawn.
And he said, well, Dad, that's what. And I said, well, son, you're going to have to get to the point where you maybe say, can I try something else? Can I say something else?
I'll tell you what,
Dad,
they got off the lawn.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
Yeah,
He sure did.
He said, Dad, that's just acting.
But Rick, that was one of those movies we're afraid you got to be careful about your role in that one. You know, you don't know what you could get.
Well, the
tangled up.
good news is all Blake played was a current player that wanted everybody to quit protesting so they could have their season, and he was very serious about him getting off the lawn. But anyway, but then you have these moments. Hey, Dad, tonight are y'all watching Swamp Murders? Hadn't planned on it, buddy. All right, we're back. So Jimmy is standing by in Birmingham. A contest was being done, or has been done, with Nickelback on tour, and he won. So he gets to go on stage tonight in front of, we looked, you're right, Jimmy, you didn't exaggerate, close to 10,000 people at Oak Mountain Amphitheater and sing Rockstar with Nickelback. So, Jimmy, when will you see them today? When are you supposed to arrive?
I've got to be there tomorrow. They're in town tomorrow. So I've been in contact with their tour in Atlanta. So a lot of hoops I got to jump through.
A lot of hoops.
I really don't. That's why I was calling you to get some advice. I'm not exactly sure how to. Do I need to wear a suit? Do I need to dress like a rock star? What do you think?
Oh no, you got to dress like a rock star.
Yeah,
and I mean,
shirtless.
You're going. I mean, if I remember, I don't know a lot about Nickelback, but what I remember about seeing them is they dress pretty casual on stage, don't they, Adler? I mean, they're pretty much jeans and a t-shirt, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, maybe spice it up. Do you have any bedazzled jeans?
No.
And obviously you can sing, or you wouldn't have won the contest, right?
Well, I sent Speedy a copy of our audition tape.
Oh boy,
the press release.
What was the
press release from the?
What was the email?
97.3.
He does.
I don't. It was just a press release from your guys over at the radio station. I can't remember.
He
Mark,
does this with my emails,
Lindsay, you
too.
know Mark?
Yeah, Mark After Dark.
Well, let me tell you, the standard thing would be jeans and a Rick and Bubba shirt.
Correct.
Or a
we
pair
do
of
need-
chaps.
We do need a shout out.
Yeah, you got to put something Rick and Bubba on.
Well,
I was gonna get a tattoo on my back, a Nickelback, maybe with. I guess I could put Rick and Bubba above the nickel. Nickelback, get it? So I don't know. I don't know if they'll let me take my shirt off.
Oh sure.
I think a Rick
of
and
course
Bubba
they
shirt
will.
would do fine.
Okay, yeah, but if
You
I
don't
think-
have time for a tattoo.
Yeah.
I was gonna get in a tattoo.
Do you have a Rick and Bubba shirt?
I do not.
Well, that
Boy,
may be
it's gonna be tough.
Well,
Hurt.
That was
thanks
hard.
for
That was hard to
calling.
say, wasn't it? That was hard
Good
to
to
say.
hear from you, buddy.
Yeah.
Speedy and I are.
Okay.
Did you say your neighbors? Time out. I think he said y'all were neighbors.
Yeah, just carry him a
I
shirt.
think he
Speedy,
just
so
said
they
that.
wear it.
He's breaking
cutting
up.
in and out
Stop.
bad.
Don't hang
Man,
up
I
on
hate
him, Rick.
that.
Maybe it'll come back.
Hey, email me, speedy@rickandbubba.com.
He
You're
did,
breaking
and you
up
ignored
bad.
it.
No, I don't see this.
Speedy, do this.
What
Get-
email address do you send it from?
Carry him a shirt and a cell phone.
You still there, sir?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's
Are-
back.
did you say you were Speedy's neighbor?
Yes, I'm Speedy's neighbor. He and I we're neighbors in Helena.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
There you go.
What size you wear?
Extra large.
It's gonna be a tough one because we don't have those here.
We ain't got nothing.
Well, that's a
here.
good thing Greg's gonna
Or
be here
large.
all day. You can go grab one.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, and I'll look, but I don't think we
Look,
have.
good
those
luck,
sizes.
pal. Enjoy
I don't
it.
think so either, but I will look in the storage room. I
Don't, you're
will.
wasting your time. It's not in there.
There's nothing in there.
There's no extra larges at all.
No, not at all.
No, it's either really, really large or really, really small in there.
Yeah.
The sizes that most people wear, we of course don't have.
Yeah.
We're stuck with those that eat you
Yeah.
alive on inventory.
Well, hey, straight up, just email me again if you don't mind, bud. We might get hooked up.
Right, and
He'll try to
Had an
care
autograph
this time.
throw it in the crowd.
yeah. So you need to
you wear it.
you need to dress casual.
Rick and Bubba's shirt if you
Good
have
casual.
it. Yeah, and if you want to take your shirt off, but wear it for a little while so everybody can see it.
Right.
You need to less is more. You don't over sing. Don't get all hyped up and then start hollering. Okay, you just sing calmly.
Yeah, act like you've been there before.
Yeah, and confidently and just kind of ease into it. Don't try to overshadow the band. Look for them to kind of give you the rope and how much rope they're going to give you, and be very respectful about not trying to get up there and take over. That you're honored to be there. You like the band, and you want to honor them with singing one of their most popular songs with them, and you're grateful and you're calm, and then of course you want to standard if you get to the mic. Everybody having a good time tonight. I mean, you got to do one of those.
Right. Yeah. And stay in it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like
And
that.
stay
If you like Nickelback, somebody say, hey.
If you like Nickelback, say hey. No, don't do that, but definitely do. You can do the standard. Everybody having a good time tonight.
Yeah.
You can do that.
And you could also start it off by going, are you going through a rough patch right now?
Yeah, let me
got a bunch of great.
let me ask you this: do y'all like everybody having a good time tonight over Hello Birmingham?
Hello Birmingham's good.
Hello Birmingham's good.
It is. It is.
And then maybe end it with some fire breathing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Everybody loves that.
Y'all don't want him to work in Rick and Bubba Nation at all.
How's that Rick and Bubba Nation tonight? Of course, the fact that he won from 97.3, they probably won't like that.
Well, we're in the family.
It's our
family
family.
station.
You're right.
Greg, go stand on the rug and just let him see how he should dress.
How he should stand.
Yeah, how he should stand and how he should dress.
Yeah.
Unless you offend a computer.
Just show him.
Yeah.
good,
Yeah, that's true. You
That's
can
a
say
great
our
point.
you can say our name based on that. Yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue.
I was gonna say dress like Greg, and Greg, just come stand right here and let him see what he needs.
Show
to
us
wear.
what you got.
He said dress casual, but you mean
You
know.
could, yeah, you could come out and say, I'm ready to go tonight. I've been hanging out with Greg Burgess.
Hey, go Thompson.
6 deep.
Everybody's favorite warrior.
You know what's gonna be bad.
If you got your wallet, say hey.
You know how when you get stuff like this.
If you need a 20, say ho. Right. Okay, there you go, Greg. There it is for you.
I'm not doing it.
Greg.
Yeah.
There you go. That's how you do
You
it.
dress like Angus Young today.
If you're watching, Adler's helping
That's
you.
the way you do it.
Yeah.
Adam.
You got it. If he gives you a mic that you can pick up, I think it's cooler to leave it on the stand. Don't grab a mic and walk around with it just with the mic. If you can get up on the stand and carry that, that's cool.
You know what this is.
They're
be.
probably
They're
going to
have
give you
him
a
in
lot
the
of
back.
instruction anyway. Like, don't move.
Right. Yeah.
They're going to have him in
back.
the back, out of the way, with the
Right.
background singers.
Right. Well, I tried that.
If they
Bubba
let
moved
me
his
play
mic to the
guitar,
front.
I'm gonna play my guitar with them.
Oh, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, you better draw a line on the stage.
All these things you think you're going to get to do, cut it about in half.
That's such a good point.
If Kate is your daddy, say ho.
They're going to say, get this guy in. Let's get this
Speedy
over
been
with."
in Greg's coffee.
Greg, don't be like that.
Hey,
I'm just telling you, don't get your expectations up.
Did
You
you
know
hear
how
me-
these things are.
Greg, did you not hear me say less is more?
But do you not? But you know what I'm saying. When you're going, you go, "Hey man, I'm gonna be singing." You get there and they got you like, you know.
No,
they might
they've
break
been
it up
doing this at every stop, right? So you could go look at
And
video of another stop
Yeah.
somewhere and know kind of what to
Yeah,
expect.
just
Greg-
don't come across as a bib. So like they're saying,
Yeah,
less is more.
less is more. It's about
In your
them.
Rick and Bubba shirt.
It's about them. It's not about you. And if you'll keep that attitude, they'll probably let you do quite a bit.
Yeah.
But the minute they think you're up there trying to make this your moment and overshadow the band, then they'll cut you short.
Yeah.
Foo Fighters and Green Day have brought like kids on to play guitar and stuff like that, and it kind of hurts that these are obviously very orchestrated ahead of time. That hurts a little bit.
Well, they are. And I know that for a fact, by the way, because I've had some friends that got to do it too.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My episode's running tonight, and that's all he said. So Sherry and I are sitting there, and people keep coming onto the set and being in the show, and I said, "Are we watching the right episode?" And then Sherry, the voice of reason, you hadn't put together yet. Blake's the murderer, and I was like, "Oh wow, so he's the swamp murderer. Oh, so he's going to drag the person off in the woods and kill him." Yeah. This is not what I was looking for. This doesn't feel like Woodlawn. You know what I mean?
Rick, whole different character.
Son, you were great when you drug him off.
Ricky had to show his range.
Right. Sherry goes, "Rick, you realize how this is unfolding, that Blake is the murderer?"
I'm sorry, all the clues are pointing
I
towards
said,
Blake.
"What? So you think this is the last guy she's gonna meet?" Yes. So she's met some guys and she hadn't met Blake yet. No, she hasn't.
That's the giveaway.
we were talking about all the things we've been doing, and I told you I was assigned to go take my senior that's graduating this year to the farm for a photographer to take senior pictures of him because the picture the school does is not good enough anymore. And I don't know who started all this, but I'll get you. But anyway, so I go down there, and Sherry notices, here's the picture. Look at this. She says, well, he doesn't have one of his collar buttoned.
Where?
How did you not catch
one
that?
on the left.
And I told her that only moms catch that. No dad on the planet would ever catch that.
I thought he did that on purpose.
Right. I think it's kind of hip looking.
Yeah.
It's whatever. And so Adler rushes in and says, Rick, please don't panic. Tell Sherry I can Photoshop this and fix it.
Oh.
So.
Yeah. Rick, look, if you can,
different ones.
That's funny.
if you could photo, yeah, that's it. So you fixed it.
Yeah.
If you can Photoshop Brody and make him look like he's riding a dragon, surely you can put a button.
That's
on there,
so
you know?
true.
That's a great
Adler, that last one, it looked very John Travolta, but it worked.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
I like that.
Please send me that. And I'm gonna send it back to Sherry and say, hey, well, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
gotta
Boy.
happen. Got to happen.
I know what you're talking about. But anyway, so we were also discussing in the break, and I know for some of you have been watching and listening for years. It's obvious to you. See, those of you that are new, you haven't really picked up because you don't have anything to compare it to.
Mm-hmm.
But those of you that have been watching the aging process that's going on here, I mean, it's getting ugly at times. I mean, it's and
What are you
we're
talking about?
right. And one of the things that we've been trying to work on, and I think you should work on it, is we're getting a little absent-minded, and we forget things.
It's called early onset.
Yeah, we get.
You've already forgot the name.
I know, early onset. We get too blocked. You know what I mean? We get too blocked where we don't know. Like I was mad at myself the other day because I literally picked up my phone and couldn't remember what I was going to do with it. I didn't know whether I was calling someone, texting someone, or about to Google something, or I really couldn't remember. And I was just holding it in my hand. I'm going, phone is in my hand. It appears I'm trying to do something with it.
What is it? Right, Rick, at least you didn't go to sleep holding your shoe in your hand and probably trying to answer a phone call with it.
Right, that was you.
Yeah.
So it happened yesterday, and sadly Adler sees these things because a lot of times he's the last one to leave because of all the stuff you have to do with TV. And again, this is the absent-mindedness again. And I know the guy who came by is about to start laughing if he's listening. So it's pretty common. Not uncommon, I would say. It doesn't happen every time. I think Derryberry's doing it today. A lot of times, if we're involved in something, sometimes people will say, "Hey, can we have a gift basket with some Rick and Bubba stuff in it to do our silent auction or give away as a prize or whatever?" So I'm speaking at a luncheon in May, and the guy said, "Hey, you said for me just to let you know that you'd give me some stuff for a basket if I just remind you I was coming by."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Yeah, sure." I said, "Right after the show is probably the best." And he said, "How about 11 Central Time?" Absolutely. I said, "Now I've got a lunch at 11:30, but 11 I'll have it ready for you." And then I never remembered it again, not even close. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm getting my stuff together and I'm looking down at my watch and my phone, and I open the door to leave, and he thinks I've remembered, and I'm opening the door for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then there's that. Then it comes back to you. Now I haven't been to the prize closet even remotely. Okay, and I'm dying on time at this point. Okay, and then I go.
Now, does your eyes look bigger in your glasses like they just did?
Yes, absolutely. Look, and I'm like, hey, okay, man, let me go back here. And
hey, buddy.
Hopefully, there's stuff back here since I haven't looked. You know what I mean?
It's back here. Let me get it.
So I go to rounding and rounding stuff up, and
cupboard's bare.
Right, and I'm finding enough. Yeah,
but you needed that box I had with me that I picked up yesterday.
I really did.
You really did need it.
Greg. So, but it's just Greg. I hope there's some big people.
Okay.
But
and most of the time there are.
Yeah, because all we had was big sizes.
No, we did have that, and real small.
Yeah,
man,
real small.
You want me to triple X, man?
How about this? I looked. I said, either I hope children are coming to the luncheon. I thought that was probably a low chance.
If you're tiny or 4X, we got you covered.
I said, but will there be some big ones to come here me to luncheon? Probably so. So anyway, so I'm getting all that done, and I'm pulling it off, and I'm looking down. I said, I'm still gonna make it. I'm still gonna be fine. And so I go to I realized, and this is another funny on this, Bubba, what I'm going to do is do an announcement for something that I'm helping with And I realize as I'm leaving, I have exactly the same thing on the last time I did an announcement for them months ago.
Right.
The exact same, because I started thinking, because I was looking to see what I
You
did last time.
noticed that, but not a button undone.
But not a button undone.
Yeah.
So now I think I'm going to go to my closet and grab, because that's why we have that closet for days like that. I'm going to grab another shirt so I can put it on when I get there, and of course the guy ended up saying, no, I want to make a joke about the fact you always have the same shirt on.
Right.
But just in case that didn't happen, I'll go to grab it, and I get ready to go, and I get to the door, and I don't have my keys. All right, let's all sing it together. Here we go. From the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the world, it is a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here. Our friends and the golden ticket seats are here. The wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Let's face it, when it comes to travel, we have, if you want to go to a place that tells you the horrors of travel, it's definitely here. We've had some incredible stories over the years. Wish we had not experienced them. But
nope.
One of the things you're always concerned about is my luggage, who in the world is handling my luggage? Luggage handlers, we know there's a history sometimes of them stealing things from people's luggage or mishandling luggage. You really didn't want to think that TSA agents would be stealing out of your luggage, but
right there in broad daylight.
But unfortunately,
this is at the X-ray machine.
Yeah, we now have TSA agents caught stealing money from passengers' luggage at the Miami International Airport. Look at the security footage. There's no audio on it, but so if you're listening, we're looking at it now. So here's a TSA agent.
So he's grabbing some money out of there.
Yeah, when you do the part where you come down the rollers and they're checking everything out, and you go through the scanner. This is your carry-on stuff, and they're over there, pocketing money, taking it out of people's luggage, and putting it in their own pockets. Now, see, when these people are given these jobs, and we're told to adhere to what they say and do because they're here for our protection and the safety of the passengers. And these, I've worked on my cousins. So I'm not going to say what I want to call them. These people stealing out of people's luggage are lowlifes. And when you take on the responsibility of being a TSA agent and we can't trust you not to steal out of our luggage, what a bunch of scum.
Well, think about this, Rick. If they will steal out of a wallet in broad daylight,
right,
as it's going through the X-ray
multiple
machine
times
here, would they take a bribe from a terrorist to get
Absolutely,
through? Absolutely,
they would.
Yep. See, and this is turned
or to
into,
plant something in their bag. After it's through.
Yeah, you're right. TSA is supposed to be security. They're trying to make our planes and our travel safe. And it's just turned into a jobs program, apparently, because we're not culling these clowns very good.
Well, that was my point. I agree with you. See, there's nothing that bothers me more than for someone to be put in a position where we're all told and want to trust you and feel like you're here for us.
We're counting on you with our lives.
We're counting on you for our security, and you got this kind of scumness in your life? Who interviews these people? What's the call factor? What's the vetting process? TSA agent, pretty important job.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, again,
lot riding on it.
In the back where the suitcases go, who knows what happens.
Right.
They're so brazen to do this in public where you're handing them your stuff and walking through the X-ray machine, and they know cameras are there, but they think they're good enough to get it without noticing. Wow. I mean, what are you thinking?
Yeah, and like I said, I'm upset with them. I'm also upset with whoever hires these people.
Yeah.
What kind of vetting process are y'all stupid?
And are they being prosecuted, Speedy? Or are they being kicked out, or will it be just we'll reassign them somewhere?
I don't know.
They were charged.
Good.
Good.
There was a third TSA member that was charged as well. Her charges were dropped, but the footage showing Liberius Williams and Josue Gonzalez working in tandem together led to them being charged with grand theft.
Good for. And I hope they go and serve every minute of what's available.
I do too.
Yeah, and
it's just time to cull the clowns. The FOS, we got to get together on this.
Right.
Demand accountability.
This job,
the flyover state.
There's so much trust put in anyone in this type of authority, and when people take that trust and abuse it, to send a message to others who may be considering it, we must punish them to the highest level that the law allows us to punish them.
And I don't care if we don't have room. Put them in there anyway. Right. That is ridiculous.
Well, maybe the fact that we don't have room will make it even a worse experience.
Well, we're trying to accommodate everybody. Sure. How about punishing people?
Yeah, well, and
to deserve it.
Look, I remember this attitude that I had in my own life. I wasn't a criminal. Now, if I had not found Jesus, I probably was headed that way. But I remember that my whole look, when I would look at misbehaving, the thing that kept me from misbehaving was severe punishment.
Yep.
If I didn't think that was there, I remember like being just a kid. If I was in a class that knew the teacher couldn't paddle hard, because obviously she had paddled me before, I wasn't afraid of her. I'd do anything because I thought even if I get a paddling, she doesn't paddle very good.
Yeah.
But now
when
I went to places where people could paddle really good, they didn't have any trouble out of me. They might once, but they didn't anymore. Because that was
thought about it.
That was a bad experience,
Yep.
and I thought, well, I'm not going to do that again. And I wish we weren't that way. I wish human beings weren't that way, but in our fallen state, that's the way we are.
Yeah.
And sometimes the only way to correct this is for the punishment to be severe enough to correct it. And these people need to be punished.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a major foul. There's a flag on the play. I mean, this isn't like I left my luggage, in the bad side of town, and I'm shocked that somebody stole the money out of it.
Right.
I mean, I'm trying to get through a scanner at the airport with TSA agents.
Yeah. Our first line of defense against terrorists.
And like you say, luggage handlers, no offense to y'all, but, I mean, if I get something stolen by y'all, it doesn't shock me. Okay?
I can't see what's going on.
Yeah, but this bunch, I'm supposed to trust them.
Seinfeld's got that joke. And look, like I said, like you said, nothing against TSA people, but these people have chosen to live their lives right next to X-rays.
Right. Okay. All right. There's no need for that.
Apple TV
Cut it in half.
has an original movie now, or actually it's episodes. It's Hijack, and it goes. One of the things is how some of the terrorists got past TSA and some things that went on there. But it makes me think of this. They weren't stealing money, but the families of some of the TSA agents were threatened, and they were coerced into abiding by the terrorists to get through TSA to get onto the plane with what they needed. And it is scary.
That's what I'm saying. Once you'll compromise, there's no limit to where you'll compromise.
There's certain jobs that we cannot have people that can be compromised, and this is one of them. And we can't have that. There's too much riding on it.
No.
And it just feels a little willy-nilly for the hiring practices that these two Nimrods could get through and be hired and given that responsibility. That just feels, it feels like, what I'd say? Tighten up.
Yeah, well, we got a problem.
Yeah, right.
We got a problem somewhere.
Tighten up a little bit.
Did you watch Hijack, Speedy? All of it? Is it a series or what?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's got different episodes. I don't know how many episodes, but
pretty good or what?
It's okay. I mean, it's
Would you say, come in here, guys? We got to watch this?
No, I mean, if it's something to sit down. Terry watched. There's things you watch with your wife and things that she doesn't care anything about. She liked this one, and he's for his job, he's a negotiator. And so he's thrown into trying to help with the folks that have hijacked the plane and who's really behind the whole effort.
So he was in line or in the running to be the next James Bond, right?
Yeah, Idris Elba or whatever.
Adler, let me answer it this way. The Good Time Gang spends a lot of time talking about what we watch. He has never brought this up.
There it is. That's a true statement.
Well, that hurts your story a little bit.
We bring up a lot.
You got to
watch. We do.
That.
Now that's
you
true.
hate it. Let me tell you where I think this lands. Okay.
It wasn't bad.
If you're going to sit down and watch something because your wife wants to watch it, Hijacked is a lot better than Pride and Prejudice.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so you really came out of that pretty good,
right?
You know what
I mean, let's put it this way: sometimes they're hey, they release on Sunday or a new episode's on Tuesday or Wednesday. We would always wonder, hey, has a new one been released this week?
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't bad.
Appointment TV.
No, but I would say, hey, we got some time. Let's sit down and watch something.
So it's not good.
I think it's in the category. I think it's in the category of good things your wife can pressure you to watch.
Okay.
So not bad. Good choice.
Yeah, not
Rick
bad.
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you? I'm like, where are my keys? And I knew that I had them, that they were on my desk, and I start thinking, where in the world are my keys? And guys, George Carlin said and did a lot of things that we don't agree with, and I wouldn't suggest you just go watch him without any filter.
Mm-hmm.
But when he had some clean bits that were hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
And one of them he did about losing things was masterful.
It was.
And I did what he said. I kept going back to where they should have been, seeing if they came back.
Yeah.
Okay. Right here on my desk where they should be. Nope, not back yet. And so then thankfully you start going. Then you leave all reason. Now you'll start looking places that there's no way they are.
No way.
Yeah.
And so I was getting to the point where you ever get to the point where you're not getting overly upset about something because you think, well, this has to end.
Yeah.
I have to find them. They are here.
Yeah, there's no way they're not.
This is not, I think I left them in a pasture somewhere. They were in this office with me.
Yeah.
Okay, they're in this room. And so I start looking, and guys, you thought about terrifying. Terrifying. I go finally and get in my closet and start taking all the clothes out, throwing stuff in the floor, getting down into plaques that are in plastic tubs.
You went that far.
And found my keys at the bottom of one of those plastic
How?
tubs.
Stop it.
How did it get in there?
I guess I just went to get a shirt and just tossed them or dropped
Just
them.
dropped
It was
them.
in
Just
Rick.
dropped them.
That's bad, yeah, guys.
Rick.
Oh, that's bad.
Well, I found them in the bathroom floor one day.
I was
Your
gonna say,
keys.
Rick,
Yeah, but that makes
in your
sense because that's me
defense-
dropping a deuce before I leave.
I know. I get that.
Rick,
but-
in
but
your
you-
defense, I don't think this has anything to do with early onset. I think this is just, I mean,
A lot going on.
we see you drop
Spoken like a
things and-
40-year-old.
and-
Rick, you
and-
took
and-
Helms'
Rick, you
keys
took my
home.
keys and for like hours.
That
and,
was years ago.
And admittedly, yeah, that was when I first started. And just
You thought I
was
was
like,
pranking you, didn't
Yeah,
you?
I did. You had no idea you had them the whole time.
No.
He'll do it, and my son's the same way. They'll walk by and pick stuff up, and have
I've
no
seen
idea
you
they
walk leaving and just drop things out of your pocket.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And I think, too,
How does it get in that tub?
I think sometimes we fall victim.
That's bizarre.
And I know you like to multitask, but sometimes
Yeah,
we
you're
can
right.
have so much going on.
You're right.
We lose stuff because we're just spinning.
Well, it still is tied to the early onset because if I hadn't forgot what I told a guy 20 minutes before, I'd have been
All
fine.
right, I'll give you that.
And Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. We'll start with Angie. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Angie, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Yeah, yes, we would like to see us YouTubers would like to see Speedy do the tuba wiggle.
All right, so are you saying are you tubing right now?
Yes.
Here we
The tuba wiggle.
Tuba wiggle. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Cane Pole standing by. Cane Pole, go ahead.
Hey, man. Listen, I got a story for you from high school sports. 1972, my private school won the state championship track meet in Troy, Alabama. We won by 1 point, and I ran the mile and ran the 440, but I also pole vaulted. And the interesting thing about this is my coach told me we we're going to get a pole vault, a real one, and never did. So I took a cane pole to the state track meet.
All right, you got a timeout. Go ahead.
You must have been a skinny devil.
Yeah, well, you didn't take no cane pole. How could you get up on a cane pole?
I took a cane pole. I cut it behind the red and white in our little small town here, wrapped it up with athletic tape, and practiced for 6 weeks. I knew how to do it anyway because we did it in the woods behind the house. But anyway, coach never got one. Well, when I was doing it, I was competing very well, and I placed, and then I was working off with 2 boys with fiberglass poles and matching outfits and all this kind of stuff. The whole alley was lined up with the whole track meet people yelling, cane pole, cane pole.
That's funny.
Cane pole, cane pole, cane pole.
Cane pole.
Let's go to Rod. Rod in Huntsville. Rod, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, boys, how y'all doing this morning?
Good. Good.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to tell my wife that I love her. Sarah, she's listening at home. And, guys, we all need more tubas in our lives. So
Really?
can we hear that tuba again?
Oh,
Well, that one had a few extra
I'll
wiggles.
tell you one thing, there's no tuba. Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We're having a great time hanging out. Hey, light it up. Light it up. The will of meat.
Come on, give it a try.
The wonderful will of meat is illuminated, and it is ready for you, America, to call up and allow members of the golden ticket seats to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat for you. Canned meat is on the wheel. A variety pack, but also Spam specifically on the wheel. I need to go get more Spam today. I'm going to try to remember that. Also, we have a number of Rick and Bubba items from the Rick and Bubba store. Moultrie has a mobile edge cellular camera there on the wheel. So there's plenty to choose from, and hopefully we'll spin nothing but winners. Members of the Golden Ticket seats have been called out. Of course, America's favorite garage band and house band is ready to go, Rock and Roll City. So Rock and Roll City they're fired up and ready to go in there, and so they'll help us out and also play a little concert for YouTubers in the break. So let's start with Sean Hubbard out of the Golden Ticket seats. Hey, Sean. Sean will actually be spinning on behalf of Skyler out of Aniana, Alabama. Skyler, what do you say to Sean to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. So there goes Sean Hubbard.
It's a big spin.
And he is letting her go. All right, Sean, let's see what Skyler... Is Skyler going to be a winner today? Let's look and see. Oh, my goodness.
Good one.
Yeah! Moultrie! View it! Congratulations to you, Skyler. You just picked up the Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera. How about a go for Skyler, Greg? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Skyler, that'll come to you directly from Moultrie. Congratulations, and thanks for listening.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy it. Let's go to Georgia. Casey is standing by. Spinning for Casey is Brent Pravat, and let's get Casey on the line. What do you say to Brent, Casey, to get him to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Brent.
I mean, a big spin.
There goes Brent. That's a
Brent's
good spin.
serious about it.
That's somebody ready to spin right there. That's somebody ready to spin. All right, let's see if we can get Casey a win coming on around. Oh, Casey.
Come on.
Oh, Casey. It's Pippin, Casey. I'm so sorry, Casey. You were eaten by Jaws, and I'm so sorry. I know you didn't want that to happen. So sorry, Casey.
That's a disturbing scene in that movie, isn't it?
Oh, my. You talking about Pippin? Where's Pippin? Oh, it's a terrible. I'll tell you where he is. To the phones we go. Let's go to Montgomery, Alabama. Jason is standing by. Jason, now ready to spin for you is Josh Hubbard out of the Golden Ticket seats. What do you say to Josh to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Josh. A reverse spin. He's going crazy. A reverse
Living
spin.
on the edge.
My goodness. It's a little soon for a reverse spin, but there it goes. All right, let's see if we can get a win. Hat. Wear it. Boy, Jason, you almost spun Henry the horse there, but we ended up with a Rick and Bubba Flex Fit trucker hat. This is a really, really cool hat, one of my favorites. And we'll put you on hold, and we'll ship that right out to you, okay?
All right, thank you, y'all.
Thank you, Jason. Let's go to Matt. Matt's out of Jasper, Alabama. Matt, are you ready to go? Brooke McClung was ready to spin for you. What do you say to Brooke to get her to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Brooke. All right, let's see what we got here.
Big spin from Brooke.
Big spin. Let's see here, Brooke.
Got her Tybee Island shirt on.
That's right. Look at those.
I wonder if she knows there's a lost hydrogen bomb there.
Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear them. Rick and Bubba sunglasses for you, Matt. And it also comes with a little carrying case, which also acts as one of those soft cloths to keep them clean. So Rick and Bubba sunglasses for you, Matt, on behalf of Brooke. Congratulations. Can we get a go, Greg, for Matt? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Yeah. Oh. We go to Rainsville, Alabama, and Greg is standing by. Up next is Devin Kell. And Devin... Greg is here. Greg, tell Devin what you need to tell him so he'll spin that wheel for you.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Devin. Let's go. Spin it, baby. Spin that, baby. Let's see if we can get ourselves a winner. Here we go. All right, let's look.
Rock and Roll City sounds a little bit like a traffic jam.
Is ready.
Okay.
T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it. You have picked up yourself, Greg, the Rick and Bubba Can't Have Nothing T-shirt. It has the Rick and Bubba logo on the front, and on the back it has. Hey, you can't even have a shirt that fits. So we'll send that to you. Tell Helmsy what your size is, and we'll send that baby to you. Okay? So T-shirt, Can't Have Nothing T-shirt, right there on line 10, Helms. Let's go to Rob in Trussville. Brittany Kell is now up, ready to spin. We go to Rob. Rob, what do you say to Brittany to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, let's go, Brittany. Let's go, Brittany. Oh, look at that. I mean, that baby is lighting up, and let's see what we can get here, Brittany. Yeah! It is Henry the horse. Henry the horse.
In from the back 40.
In from the back 40. Here comes Henry. Oh, there he comes. All right, there's Henry the horse.
Oh,
hey,
Henry.
Hey, Henry.
Henry's a little wide in the turn there.
What's going on, Henry?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry.
How are you, Henry?
I'm doing good, doing good. The other day, I was going to get a little drink of water from the lake, hanging out, and I saw that somebody had some freshly poured concrete.
Oh, no.
So I drew a butt in it.
No, you did not. You.
A butt.
There goes Henry. I told you about trying to declare the rough pasture was over. I warned you about that. So
you know, I don't always get horse humor.
Yeah, I know. Does it kind of make you want to go check the concrete, though?
Yeah.
I mean, I know in your mind.
I'm thinking now hoof print.
Yeah, in your mind, you're thinking there's no way that's possible. But you find yourself kind of wanting to go.
Well, you're concerned.
Yeah, and check on it. So congratulations. So we got a lot of winners today. Golden Ticket Seat guest did a super job. Now, YouTubers, I know that you're sitting there thinking, I can't get enough of Rock and Roll City. So good news for you as we go to the break. Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band, will be standing by and playing a concert for you. So we'll get a break in here. We'll come back. We still got a few more segments to go in the hour, so we'll look at any stories that we may have missed. And we probably can squeeze in more of your phone calls once we clear all the Golden Ticket Seat stuff. So
now, is Speedy doing a solo with Rock City today?
Speedy, what if you went in with Rock and Roll City like Jimmy, who's going to be with Nickelback, and you went in there and you were a guest today with Rock and Roll City?
Oh, man, we got to take pictures here at the wheel. Well, I would.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see. All right, bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Congratulations to all of you who won on the wonderful wheel of canned meat. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. Hold on. There we go. Okay. All right. You know what? Let me kick it off, and then come in, and then we'll go. Then we'll get quiet, and then we'll get loud again. Okay. It'll be awesome. All right, here we go.
Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where we always rock and roll.
Ain't no tuba left.
I'm dizzy right now.
If you'd have just hit your head in the corner over there.
There's no tuba left.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dash with Brick. You know, I actually was breaking this song down last night. I can tell you the story because there was a controversy at the house last night discussing music, and this song was part of the discussion. And you know, I listened to it, and I think Greg, you'll agree, Bubba. I know you will because this goes into our Funketeer category. And Daz had something so good with this song, Brick, and they even have a good chorus. But they go. I'm sorry, Brick with the song Daz. Is that the way it is?
Yes.
That
Daz, disco jazz, right?
Right. And here's the problem: they have a good chorus. They have a tremendous, beat, and they've got a great verse. But they do a verse and then go into these saxophone solos, and they ain't even giving you the chorus yet. And the saxophone solos are so long.
It is a strange arrangement
that they lose you. And by the time they get back to the groove, you're not interested in it anymore.
When I get back to that.
Yeah. It's like, guys,
It's all right.
what I would have done is I would have done verse like you've done. Give me a chorus one time before we get to the saxophone. I understand you're trying to say y'all do disco jazz.
I got it.
And it's Daz.
a different arrangement.
But you're going to have to minimize the jazz part of it to keep people rolling. You can keep us on the floor. Keep us on the floor.
More disco, less jazz.
Right.
And you know, my favorite song from them was Doozy.
I love Doozy.
To me, Doozy was their biggest hit on Bubba's personal chart.
Can I tell you why I tend to now in my later years become a Doozy guy over Daz?
Why's that?
Because of what I just said. Doozy doesn't do that to you.
Yeah.
You know, Doozy, right? We ride from the very beginning, and we're all on.
Bubba, we found common ground between me and you. It's no Mr. Roboto thing here.
Right.
We've actually agreed.
Can I tell you something?
Ladies and gentlemen, common ground.
When I tell you about the discussion that went on at the house last night, it's hilarious. And really, there's a very profound question that must be asked.
All right, so let me ask you this: How are y'all on "Ain't Gonna Hurt Nobody"?
I don't know that one.
Well, you do. You just don't remember.
Is that also Brick?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Do you know that one, Green?
I think I do.
We'll discuss it in the break.
Yeah. Okay. Should I not play
I know
it?
this.
Should I not
We'll
play
throw
it?
Doozy in there while we're.
Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't play the one you're talking about, though.
Well, no, it's not bad. It's just
It's filthy, Rick. It's filthy.
Filthy.
The lingo at the time was a little different than now. And, you know.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah. Sure. Well, we found that a lot in our search last night. I had to inform Sherry on some terms she was not familiar with. You know, this is the time when we go to that era. I say I was older than Sherry in the era, so I have to clue her in on a lot of things she didn't know about these.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
So the wheel has spun on another week, and the Golden Ticket seats showed out. They did a great job. We got mostly winners today, so congratulations to them. I want to remind you that protecting your property, maybe a TSA agent is trying to break in. You can go to simplysafebubba.com. Go there right now, and they just continue. They're not resting on their laurels. They know they came up with a good security system, and everybody fell in love with it, and they didn't just go, well, that's good, let me knock it out of gear. They keep on going, and they keep trying to make it better and better, and they've taken the next step forward with simplysafebubba.com, and it is a revolutionary monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection. That's what it's called. Now, it's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, when I say that, you're like, what in the world are you talking about? Well, I'm going to tell you how it works. Those that are monitoring your property, they're using the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. They work together. And this camera allows those who monitor your property 24/7 to see an emergency or a break-in as it's happening. And they can actually address the person and let them know that they see them.
Rough talk them.
And rough talk them. Yet! And tell them that help is on the way, which probably will limit what they're stealing from you or what they're damaging. And, they also can see if all of a sudden you got a flood happening in the house or a fire or something like that.
What's going on.
So if you'd like to get Fast Protect monitoring and also the wonderful Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, right now we can get 20% off for you. You can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or you can go straight to simplysafebubba.com. There is no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. All right, so you were telling me,
well,
anytime that we talk about Kanye, it's
Rick. Here's what I'm thinking. I was really concerned that Betty and I didn't have an outfit for Halloween.
Oh, okay.
A good couple's outfit.
Yeah, right.
But I saw Kanye and his
goodness.
wife Bianca, or however you say it, and I think this might be the look we need to go with.
Right.
What do you think?
There you are.
What in the world?
Yeah, what is he wearing?
What in the
And
world?
what is she not wearing?
For real.
She wears this skin-colored outfit around.
But
everywhere.
why?
And
he's got his shoulder pads on that too. Have you ever noticed
and
that?
he is completely covered in it looks kind of like he got tangled up in a bag you would cover up the the grill in or something.
So she constantly wears these things?
Yes.
And he always.
And why is he covering his face all the time now?
Rick, we're not
and
sure.
covering himself
COVID.
And wearing shoulder pads.
Yeah, he's wearing shoulder pads all the time.
All the time.
It's called
Shoulder
It's
pads?
called fashion.
Look,
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean,
it's
understatement of the year. I believe Kanye's got a few issues going.
He does, and he
just got so much money, he didn't know what to do with it.
Right, and
that's what's funny.
Yeah, and I think he is and it's pretty.
Of course, he lost that Adidas.
Yeah, it's pretty common, but I think he is a victim of he's acknowledged I have some issues, and people have helped me with his issues, but he keeps thinking that the help they're giving him he doesn't need, and he can do it on his own, and this is why you see this falling back into this.
Or he's messing with everybody.
Yeah, or he's messing with everybody.
Celebrities,
celebrities can just be straight up weird.
If it's a raise, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's called fashion, you guys. Y'all just don't get it.
Thank you. I don't understand now. Will we also get a speech when a woman like his wife, whoever this person is, I don't know who it is, decides to walk around in skin suits, including one that is a nude suit? Will she then also complain if anybody is looking at her? And people become misogynist and all that?
She seems kind of weirdly detached.
Yes, she does.
Just like as well. Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like, and
the way he's even standing with his.
I don't know this person at all, and don't care to. But
he looks like he's trying out for a new superhero, and he just hadn't come up with a logo to put on his chest yet.
But it's almost like, and hear me
homemade,
and hear me out. I could be completely wrong on this, but I think looking at what we've seen, I think I at least will have some standing to begin with. Is it possible? And I don't know. Kanye's got a tremendous amount of money, and I don't know how much he's blown through or how much he still has coming in.
He lost some of it
because he lost some endorsement deals.
Started making some really bizarre statements.
But I'm going to assume that he's got still a tremendous amount of money and in other avenues still making a lot of money. Is that anybody?
I would think you're right.
Yeah, I think you've probably got a lot.
So it's possible that he has the kind of money, and we've seen this research, and we've seen the how they're getting progressively more real. Is this a robot?
Rick,
has he bought one of these female robots?
That is,
and he's walking around with a robot.
She does kind of look like a robot.
Is he a robot?
Yeah, well, I don't think he is, but I think
he's made him apart.
I think this new wife is your wife.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
I think this new wife could be manufactured. This may not even be a real person.
You know, you may be on something.
This could be a robot.
Did you see
they've come a long way with robots.
They have. You saw them at some NFL games.
Yeah.
Did you see them?
I was going to ask you that. Did you see that video of them walking around on the
Yeah, it's from a
sideline?
new movie coming out.
Now, that was people dressed as robots?
Right.
The Creator was the movie they're hyping, I think.
It's the one where they have the hole that goes through their head.
There you go, Rick. It could be one of those right there.
That was like Mr. Roboto.
And you think maybe she's just hiding that part with her hair?
Yeah, or they may have one. Speedy doesn't even have that on the side anymore.
Now let's say you're.
Did y'all not see some of those robots that with the Speedy? I mean, Adler has shown us video.
of
these,
that one talking.
Yeah, remember the one where it's a female?
It's unbelievable.
Go back and look at her and watch that video. I'm telling you, he's married to a robot.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And he's got the money to do it.
Or is that Kanye under that right there? It could be somebody else.
I mean, it could be, but you know,
he's got to be hot.
I don't know too many other people that would be under that. You know?
Yeah.
It's so the world of fashion is so weird, and he is a designer, and he sells lots of shoes, tons of shoes, and some other clothes as well. Like we've talked about.
Enough shoes to marry a robot? I think yes.
Shoes to create a robot.
Did they quit carrying those? Didn't they?
Were they going to sell
he's
the
got his
stock
own brand
that they had left? And I think they made a lot of money off of it. I forget how many billions of dollars worth they had.
I saw some of them. I've never wore any, but they look very padded. You know, they almost look like a snowshoe.
Or like if you're a homeless person from Star Wars.
Yeah, right. That's good.
Speaking of weird fashion, here's from Fashion Week last week. Somebody
I'm just not very fashionable.
Somebody snuck onto the runway just wearing a trash bag.
This is funny.
And nobody even noticed.
Wait a minute. So
until the security guard came. He's like, "Hey, dude, you're wearing a trash bag," and the security guard got mad.
And nobody even noticed.
Well, the funny part about that is the point he's making.
Speedy,
no one questioned it. That's people. It's if somebody says that looks kind of ridiculous. No, that's mod.
Let me ask you this.
Oh yeah, well I'll pay.
Well, let me have one.
If I'm in New York or Rome, I don't know where that one was, where they have these fashion shows. How can you walk out there and get on the runway? I mean, you think they would have security to do
like
that.
you're supposed to be there.
Yeah, and dress that way. A lot of people thought you were.
But they've got to have all kinds of
I agree,
security
Bubba. That's scary for them if they're about being secure.
Right.
But you got to give his kid.
They said he did get an email from TSA said we'd like to interview you.
Right.
But the
what fashion could we start?
Well, I think we have, just nobody wants it.
Nobody's buying in.
Yeah.
What if we wore
showing
all
your
of our
butt crack?
all of our clothes inside out and see if it just.
But I know you're a fashionista.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah,
you're a fashionista. So I don't know that Kanye's marketing to you, and I don't want to say that those shoes wouldn't be for you.
Picture Bubba with a pair of Yeezys.
But
have you seen them how big they are?
No, I don't.
They look like they're made out of marshmallows.
It looks like you're wearing a Nerf football.
Yeah, I remember seeing them, but I can't remember what they look like. But
hey, real expensive too.
Yeah,
Here we go. Here we go, Rick.
That's just some of them.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, Adler's right.
219. One was $995. $1,695 for that.
Good.
So I'm homeless, but I'm from another planet. You're all
now
over
I
that.
see what he's doing. Rick, he was messing with people selling stuff like that and them paying it. Now he's just going to put this on. He's just going to see how far he can get away. He's like Prince. He's just he's messing with everybody.
Mm-hmm. By the way,
so they go home, they take off that, put on regular clothes, and sit around and laugh,
and then watch the news about how they were on.
By the way, speaking of that, I didn't know this. I don't know when this happened because I don't really follow Dave Chappelle. But now that our phones keep pulling reels up of everybody,
yeah.
And I don't know when it was or when it happened because it was. They were discussing that this was one of the last things that Prince did before he was gone, but that Dave Chappelle used to do a character of Prince and make fun of him, and Prince saw it, and one of the last things he put out that actually was a song that he put Dave Chappelle as him on the cover. And Dave Chappelle said, and see, that's the ultimate shut you up right there.
Yeah.
He goes, if you take what I'm doing, you have now disarmed me making fun of you by actually putting me on the cover of one of your songs.
That's good.
He said, that is the ultimate disarmament. He said, I got nowhere to go. And then also they said, he goes, you use my image. He goes, what am I going to do? Sue you for use the image of me looking like you?
Yeah.
He goes, I don't think I can get away with that.
Yeah. What's the legal precedent of that?
So, and I agree with it. I think that's always the way to go. If somebody's making fun of you, just own it. Just grab it and love
Jump
it.
right in it.
I did not know that happened. I didn't know that's even real. But the name of the song is "Breakfast Can Wait."
Right, and he put Dave Chappelle on the cover.
That's funny. holding a plate of pancakes.
Yeah,
That's incredible.
Isn't that funny?
That is.
Well, Chappelle was talking about how much he respected that because it disarmed him.
Yeah.
he had no comeback. We can't continue it now.
Funny.
All right, we'll come back. Phone calls wrapping up the hour. 866 We Be Big. What are on your mind? We'll also look and see if there's any stories that we may have missed. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. Don't forget, see Speedy this weekend, Protective Life Stadium, Birmingham, Alabama. He'll be rocking the stadium with UAB in Louisiana if you're going there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For a lot of you, you think to yourself, good night, that Rick and Bubba show. You talk about some sacrificial givers. Today, we will eat ice cream for you.
Just for you.
So for vicariously, some of you that don't want to put the pounds on, we will be eating Bluebell ice cream is dropping by another new flavor today.
What's that flavor called?
I don't know.
They just said they're bringing a new flavor, and so I guess we'll be surprised.
We'll be surprised what it is. So we will eat the ice cream for you, the audience.
Do you think it's going to be a chocolatey something or a fruity something?
Let's be honest. We don't want them to get too crazy with it.
Yeah.
And I'd like to get run over more to the creamier ice creams and less to the sherbets.
I'm going to say something with a summer theme to it. Looking forward here.
You have a pineapple-y.
Yep.
Not a sherbet.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying summer theme. I don't know what that means when you put it in ice cream terms.
Right.
I got you.
Right. Today I'll watch one of my favorite Bubba things over the years when he would claim to be lactose intolerant while he shovels in ice cream.
Yeah, he tells you about it as he eats the ice cream.
Joe Biden is officially in.
Big-hearted Joe.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
So Biden is in. Handsy Joe is saying, I am officially going to make a presidential bid.
Big-hearted Joe, Rick, we like to call him. I think the last time that his givings were looked at, he cracked the scale almost to 1% in his charitable giving.
Well, Bubba, that's kind of the Democratic way. They talk a lot about how we should care for people and the downtrodden and the forgotten and the marginalized. But then you go look at their tax return, and they don't exactly turn loose of that cash, do they? They're not big givers.
Did you see,
he
too?
does like to give the love.
Oh, Greg.
Did you see, too, and this is off the topic, but Crazy Bernie the other night, when he had his Fox thing, I saw the clip finally.
Oh, my gosh.
Where one of the anchors asked him, said, look, you want higher taxes for everybody. You don't pay that rate now.
Yeah.
Why don't you just pay extra? Why are you not paying the rate that you think everybody ought to be paying now?
Did somebody really ask him
yeah,
that?
Yeah, and he turned and said, won't you pay it?
Yeah, you make
That
more than
was
I
his
do.
answer.
He said, you make more than I do.
What?
What does that even mean?
That's called an attempt at a pivot.
Yeah. It was
Childish
called,
is what it's called.
being an idiot. It's what it was called.
Yeah.
And really, again, doing what you really believe, not what you say you believe. But back to Big-hearted Joe here. This
we have his announcement.
He's put a video out this morning.
Yeah, it's a 3.5 minute video, and we have gone in about 2.5 minutes into it. And is that me?
Well, he likes Greta Van Fleet, evidently. That's his theme music.
Okay. I didn't know that was going on in the background.
Well, I kept I kept thinking it was Michael's. I kept hearing music, and I was like,
okay.
Rick, I may vote for him.
I would like to hear Joe Biden say this.
Yeah,
That
would be funny.
What if he'd got him? He said, "There's a lady comes from all around."
Here's some highlights from that.
That's why today I'm announcing my candidacy for President of the United States. Folks, America's an idea that's stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It gives hope to the most desperate people on earth. It guarantees that everyone is treated with dignity and gives hate no safe harbor. It instills in every person in this country the belief that no matter where you start in life, there's nothing you can't achieve if you work at it.
And the
That's what
government
we
doesn't
believe.
take all your money.
Sure.
And above all else, that's what's at stake in this election. We can't forget what happened in Charlottesville. Even more important, we have to remember who we are. This is America.
America is an idea. That's we got.
Did you notice how he dropped Charlottesville in there?
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
And
Just
he
you know what that is, Bubba? Don't you? That's one of those dog whistles.
Yeah. Now, Rick, I will say this:
whistle.
there's a lot of dog whistling prior to
to
the
it.
piece
Correct.
played.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
it's, like Speedy said, it's 3.5 minutes. The first minute is probably 30 seconds of that is throwing shots at Trump.
Sure.
So
Well,
that is in there.
Well, that's
in
the only
this
thing you got to
opening bit.
do is to see if you. And this is this.
Well,
I
you
thought the
better
pick-
check and see if that speech has been used before by somebody else.
That's right.
He'll
He's
lift the
known.
speech now. Word for word.
All right, now them picking this is his theme.
Say
Little-
this,
I'm a little
and
handsy.
I'm selfish in this. Okay, I admit that going forward. This could set up to be the greatest election season we, as entertainers.
Rick and Bubba's show, and all 10 lines are available. Well, 8 of them are now. 2 of them are engaged. You can join us. The real Greg Burgess goes back to the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll take your phone calls. We'll find out what's on your mind. We'll answer any question you may have. Maybe you have advice that you need from us. Anyway, we'll whatever the case may be. But 30 seconds will rule. That means your time on the program will come to a close. We'll get to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. None of that there. But lines are available. Greg's ready to take your call, and we're ready to talk to you. But first, the golden ticket seats. Let's say hello to Dylan Rogers. Dylan is in the house. Josh Hubbard is here. Brent Pravat is here. Sean Hubbard, Devin Kale, Brittany Kale, Brooke and Hunter McClung, all here in the golden ticket seats. And Bubba, I need a number from you, brother, between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. What about lucky number 5?
Lucky number 5 will be Hunter McClung. There he is.
Hunter McClung.
McClung. Hunter. So he'll pick up a $50 American Express gift card right here, baby. So lunch is definitely on Hunter today. And thank you, Dr. Dudney, and all the great folks there at Dudney's office for giving us those $50 gift certificates from American Express, and you can use that however you want to today. And
Greg normally throws in another 50, but he forgot his wallet.
He would.
Sorry.
If he had not run out of money today, he might have added a little there. But y'all enjoyed that, and thank you all of you for being here with us in the golden ticket seats. Let's start with Alex out of Athens, Alabama. Alex, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just going to call and ask if you guys have noticed an increase in fast food places, stores, gas stations asking you to round your money up to the nearest dollar to donate to some obscure charity.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like a jerk for not doing it, but it's everywhere I go, and I wanted to see if you noticed that.
Yeah, we have, and I'll give you a little bit of peace of mind. I think, if you feel led and it's something that you have a passion for and you want to help, there's certainly nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But just so you know, to kind of help with the feeling of, I've kind of given to this and that, and I'm watching, all of these places are getting a kickback. From
they get commission off what they raise.
Right, from these charities. So don't think they're doing this just out of the goodness of their heart. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's actually very wise for charities started figuring out if you'll actually pay people that you want to tell people to donate to you, you actually end up with more money in your ministry or in your charity than just going out saying, will you give me some time on your show, or give me this and give me that, or let me have access to all the people that come through your store. They give them a kickback for the platform. And then they end up doing real well with it. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want you to know the person that's asking you to round up has been pressured by whoever owns the company, because that company is getting money on every dollar they raise. So it's not as clean as you think it is, even though there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But
there's nothing wrong with knowing it.
Yeah, just know that. That's why they're trying to get you to do it. There's two things in play.
And I get this from you, Rick. This is your fault.
I'm sorry.
But I usually do say yes, just because to me it's not that big a deal.
Sure.
But I always have fun with it first and tell them no and tell them I'm not into that.
I love that.
And get their facial
I love
reaction,
that.
because it's usually something that'll break your heart.
Yes.
Nah, I'm not into that.
Yeah, and then watch
and
them.
just watch them.
And then say, I'm just kidding.
And then just say, I'm kidding.
I love that.
Yeah.
Or
that's
my
all.
favorite,
That's you. I got that.
I do
and
stuff
my
like that all the
favorite,
time.
instead of rounding it up, what about round it down for me?
Right, yeah. Right. I've actually done the one, too, when somebody says, look, I don't mean to bother you. And I say, well, then don't.
Oh, wow.
And you know, look, and then they say, I say, man, I'm just messing with you. What do you need? You know, but I'll always start like that.
Sure.
We continue. Let's go to Philip in Enterprise, Alabama. Philip, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, guys. Hey, Rick, I just want to let you know I was watching the Gator game with my father-in-law Saturday, and of course Beth Mullins was calling it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And to my knowledge, he's never heard your guys' take on Beth Mullins. But we're in there watching the game, and he starts saying yards, Gators, Stormy.
Oh yeah.
You got to be kidding me. It was ridiculous.
Well, how can you not hear it and then start doing your own impression? I mean, it's impossible. It's almost like a defense mechanism. I mean,
I wish Beth would just calm down a little bit.
Yards.
Come down an octave so it's not painful.
Right.
It's the step number one.
Really, if she would just talk in her regular voice, I think it'd be okay. I really do.
She knows the game. I mean, she's very knowledgeable.
Somewhat knowledgeable. Brian and Clanton. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds.
You misogynist.
Yes, that's all I mean. God forbid anybody ever be mean. Brian, go ahead.
Hey.
Brian, this is your time, baby.
Go, Brian,
We'll give
go.
it to you.
Hey, I was just talking about the charities and just make the guy feel better that most companies already pay those charities off, and they just want to basically reimburse their company back. That's why they ask for the donations.
Well, they're getting kicked
most
back.
of the companies.
Yeah, they're getting kicked back. Yeah. There's no doubt. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually smart. I think the charities realize when we go to TV, radio stations, and stores and all these places and beg them to give up, you know, what they do for a living and to help us. And you want to say, well, can't they do that out of the goodness of their heart? They can, but you're not going to get a prime location.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get quality airtime. It's going to be time they can't sell. So what you're doing is I want the prime spot. I want the prime time. And if you want that, then you pay for it.
Yeah,
but you still make more money for the charity than you would have going out begging.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you invest. I mean, charities bring in speakers and pay for it and pay for a venue and sell tickets for it. So they invest to make the money back.
Yeah.
That's
nothing wrong with
that's
that.
Smart business, really.
Robert in South Carolina. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, I just want to say I need Adler to keep drafting with Greg. Don't cut it to 50%. Greg's had some good ones this week, and I feel like that's really pulled Adler in.
So you don't want Adler to cut his time in half with Greg. You think it's producing a positive product?
Absolutely, keep it the way it is.
Okay.
I love it.
All right. Well, Adler, the people want you to keep hanging out with Greg.
Well, you know what they say: your network is your net worth.
That's good.
Who says that?
They say that.
Warren Buffett.
Who?
Everybody says
the
that.
people.
People say that.
I was concerned earlier when Greg said he was proud of you, and I thought, is that the person you want saying?
Yeah.
I want to compliment you on being able to understand that call.
I did too. I thought he was in a tunnel.
I was thinking he was hiding under 3 blankets.
Yeah, right.
Inside.
Or dressed like Kanye.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it would sound like if Kanye called you.
That's
with that
funny.
outfit on.
That's funny. Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
I just want to thank y'all for helping raise me. Essentially, I've been listening to y'all every morning on the way to school with my dad ever since I can remember, and you guys have been just a pivotal part of my childhood and my growing up, and I just wanted to thank y'all.
Thank you. That is so kind.
You know, the real question is, would your parents think us? You know, I mean, you are, and I appreciate that. But I'm glad. We've been doing it long enough now that we have adults that say I was raised on you guys, and it's always an honor to hear that. It really is.
3 decades is a long time.
It is, and you know, I think for the most part, you know,
especially getting up early.
It's been hopefully, you know, a positive impact on your life.
We would like
for the most part.
like to say that
for the most part. I mean, you might have established a few bad habits here or there, but other than that, I think it's been overall positive. Thanks for being with us. Golden Ticket Seats, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence today.
You're great.
Thanks to all of you out there for watching and listening to the program. If we're wrapping up our time together this week, we hope your weekend goes fantastic, Lord willing. Another Rick and Bubba show coming your way on Monday. Check rickandbubba.com for all the ways to get all the content.